Good afternoon. 3 o'clock. How did you find the paper first? Ethics committee is something which you are supposed to know, because a lot of things are happening in the context of ethics. Although critics say that ethics committee lack ethics, but you see, a lot of things you should know in the sense that UPSC might have the habit of taking the current development, and making questions on that. So few things are there in the paper as far as polity is concerned, which I will explain. And there were around 15 questions as far as polity was concerned. How many questions you attempted? If I can ask you, all 15? 9 to 10 questions, which means around 20 marks if you get all 10 correct. How many questions you attempted in polity? 10. All. And how many you think that you have got correct? 6 to 7, which means I'll take 7, 14. 3 you got wrong. 3 into 2 by 3, isn't it? Which means 2 marks, 12. Okay. You see, yes, sometimes it's difficult. So it's not possible to do all 15 questions. 6 correct. You check the paper, answer key. Okay. It's not possible to do all questions. I will advise not necessary to do that. There can be some questions, 1 or 2, which will be very difficult. And which question you found the most difficult in polity? Ethics committee, fine. Yes, the points which we asked. Yes. And apart from that, any other question you found difficult? Have not heard about it. Ethics committee is something which you have heard about, right? But is there anything which you have not heard about? Anything? Online students also you can answer. So doctrine of harmonious construction. Okay, anything else? Anything else you found difficult? I mean, have not heard about, like out of the blue something has come. Acha, kyun? You see, we'll discuss that, don't worry, but the point is that, you see, it's a crime to make errors on question which you know. That is not acceptable. There are 2 reasons that might be causing these errors. Number 1, poor reading of the question. Poor reading in the sense the statement you have to read multiple times. It might be that you saw a statement and which you found that, yes, I know this. Even if you know the question, even if you know the statement, read at least 2-3 times. Is very much necessary, right? And not only that, after that you understand the command, whether it is correct, whether it is incorrect, how many statements, etc., etc. Then mark, take time. The thumb rule is, when you know the question, read the question twice. When you do not know the question, read the question thrice. At least you should read the question 2 times with complete focus. There should not be any scope for errors, mistakes on question which you know. Because the margin for error in PT examination is very, very limited. Even for 0.00 something percentage, you can be disqualified. Don't do that. Right? Anyway, let us start the discussion. Where is the pen? Achha, here. Let us start with the first question. This question is very easy, isn't it? Consider the following statements. The President of India makes rules for the more convenient transaction of the business of the Government of India. Article 77 of the Constitution deals with rule making power of the President. Right? 77. President can make rule. President under this have made two rules, two sets of rules. One is Transaction of Business Rules 1961 and Allocation of Business Rules 1961. What does it essentially do? You see the working of Government of India. The way the test is conducted in Lukmaan IAS was based on some rules. You should come at this point in time. The timing is 2 hours like that. Similarly, the work of the Government of India is very complex, right? So there should be some rules. So two major sets of rules are allocation of business. Allocation of business means what? Which ministry will do what kind of work? Ministry of Home, Home Affairs. So all those subject matters, areas, domain under Home will be under the Ministry of Home. Finance, Ministry of Finance, right? Social Justice and Empowerment, Ministry of Social Justice and Empowerment. So various departments, ministries have allocation. So the work of the ministries are allocated as per Allocation of Business Rule 1961. So allocation is not enough. There are multiple hierarchy within an organization. If you see the administration, there is cabinet secretary and there is other secretary, special secretary, etc., etc. So who will have what decision making authority? How the work in the government is carried out? Who will file which? Who will sign which file? Who will sanction this much money? Transaction of business. Let's say if you submit some application to a government department, the clerk or the official might say this has to be approved by higher authority. Transaction of business. This is how it is. So this is the correct statement. Convenient transaction. The president can make rule. Very easy. All executive actions for the Government of India shall be expressed to be taken in the name of the Prime Minister. No. Shall be expressed to be taken in the name of President. Same Article 77. It will be expressed to be taken. Simply means when a document is signed or some orders have been passed, it will be written. Secretary signing it on behalf of the President, something like that. Right? Because the executive power lies with the President. President is the executive head. See, there are some constitutional articles which you should know. So, if you see Article 77, this is from that. And the book which you study, generally the book which you study, it also has this. Right? So, this statement is incorrect because it is not Prime Minister but President. The Constitution authorizes the President to seek the opinion of the Supreme Court only in matters related to a fact of public importance. What is the answer of this statement? Is it correct or incorrect? Incorrect. Why is it incorrect? Absolutely, absolutely fine. So, you see, this statement has this word only. Whenever there is this word, no, only, you should be more cautious. Because only restricts the scope of a statement. Which means here it says only applicable to fact of public importance. Article 143 of the Constitution says not only fact of public importance but also law. President can seek the opinion of the Supreme Court. This is what is known as advisory jurisdiction of the Supreme Court. Right? So, fact or public importance. Here, the Supreme Court is not mandated to give any opinion. Keep this in mind. If the opinion is sought on an issue of public importance or any legal matter by the President, the Supreme Court is not mandated to give opinion. But if the opinion is sought with respect to a pre-constitutional treaty, sanad, agreement, etc., then the Supreme Court is obligated to provide opinion. In both the cases, the President is not bound to accept the opinion. Clarity is required. So far, 15 times the President of India sought the advisory jurisdiction opinion of the Supreme Court. 15 times. But in these 15 times, only one, these things are not in the booklet, right? Only once a question or an opinion was sought on the issue of fact of public importance. You know, what is that fact? Whether a temple existed on the erstwhile Babri Masjid in early 90s, right? The President of India sought the opinion of the Supreme Court. What did the Supreme Court do then? it refused to answer that question. No, what's that? That's another issue altogether which is going on these days. I'm saying under 143, out of 15, only once the President of India sought the opinion of the Supreme Court on a matter of public importance, a fact of public importance. That was whether a temple existed on the erstwhile Babri Masjid. The Supreme Court refused to answer that question. You never know, the question might be framed in such a way that so far all the so far in all matters under 143, the President has sought the opinion of the Supreme Court on matters of law only. Incorrect statement. You must understand this. Just because we have framed this question, it can be framed in a different way. That is why I am telling you, one fact of public importance. Rest 14 law. First was 1951. Second was in 2016. I am giving some additional information. Right, 15. Total 15. There are other ways where other mechanisms through which the President of India can seek opinion of who? President. Sorry, President of India can seek opinion of the President. Sorry, Supreme Court. Where it is in Article 317. One example I am giving you. Article 317 dealing with the removal of the members or chairman of the UPSC or State Public Service Commission under misbehavior. Here, right, an inquiry will be conducted by the Supreme Court and the report of the Supreme Court, the President has to accept it. So, whatever finding is given by the Supreme Court with respect to removal of the member or chairman of SPSC, JPSC or UPSC, the President is bound to accept and act on it. There is another, that is in Lokpal Act. Lokpal Act, Lokpal and Lokayuta Act 2013, which we will discuss later in next question. Right, here also there is this scope, provision for seeking the opinion of the Supreme Court. The point is they should read the question properly. UPSC plays with the language, statement, it can make statement complex. You will have to master all your knowledge and understanding, then try to solve the question. 143, you should read with 317 and Lokpal. Lokpal is a statutory body, not a constitutional body. So if I am asking, telling you a question, the President of India can seek opinion of the Supreme Court with respect to removal of only constitutional functionaries. Incorrect. Lokpal. This way. Are you understanding what I am trying to say? What is the answer? President of India makes rules for the more convenient transaction of the business of the Government of India. Absolutely correct. 2 and 3 are incorrect. How many of the above given statements are correct? Only one. Very easy. Only one. How many of you got it correct? Correct. Very good. How many of you got it wrong? No problem. You see, these tests are testing your temperament as well as knowledge. Supreme Court can refuse to give answer. Na? Supreme Court said, I am refusing to give answer. It can refuse to give answer. It has to admit, like it happened in this, what we say, this Ram Mandir case. Right. So that is why it is optional for the Supreme Court to answer. Optional for the Supreme Court to answer. Question number 2. Consider following statements. Very easy question. This is something which all of you are supposed to answer correctly. Right to constitutional remedies are fundamental rights under Constitution. Absolutely true. Article 32, if you see right to constitutional remedies, it's a heading. Article 32. Right to education is included as a fundamental right under the Indian Constitution. Absolutely correct. 86th Amendment Act 2002 added 21A, 6 to 14, you know this. 45 was amended and 51A was amended to add 11th fundamental duty. Right, very easy. Fundamental rights in India are absolute and cannot be restricted under any circumstances. Remember, a written constitution in a democracy, it is necessary. Otherwise, North Korea has written constitution, China has written constitution, right? So, a written constitution in a democracy does not provide for any absolute power to anybody. Neither rights can be absolute nor authority can be absolute. Fundamental rights are not absolute, you know this. There are multiple restrictions, right? The fundamental rights can be suspended, amended if it does not violate basic structure. There are multiple things are there. Always remember, there cannot be any absolute power, authority in a written constitution in a democracy like India. Neither the Prime Minister, neither the President, neither the Supreme Court, neither the Speaker, nobody will have. So, written constitution in democracy follows the principle of constitutionalism, which we will cover in next this test. Anyway, so fundamental rights in India are absolute? Absolutely not. No rights can be absolute and cannot be restricted under any circumstances. There are multiple restrictions. Reasonable restrictions are there. For example, Article 19, right? The entire preventive detention if they are in Article 22. So, this statement is incorrect. Both 1 and 2 are correct. What is the answer? How many of the above given statements are correct? Only 2. Very easy. In UK, there are no fundamental rights. There is unwritten constitution in UK, which means there is a constitution in UK. You see, fundamental rights are rights against the state. The rights which are known as fundamental rights in India are known as human rights in UK. Human Rights Act, there is a Human Rights Act, and UK is also part of European Human Rights Act. Right? So, see, the Parliament of UK is supreme. Parliament of UK can do anything under the sun except, you know this, making a man woman, a woman man. Parliamentary sovereignty. If Parliament is sovereign, then rights for the people cannot override that sovereignty. Parliamentary sovereignty is there, which means Parliament can do anything. As you know, the Supreme Court of UK cannot apply judicial review to the law made by the Parliament because parliamentary sovereignty. Judicial review in UK is only applicable to delegated legislation. This class will go on then if I try to explain, but keep in mind, fundamental rights are part of or available in written constitution. Specific fundamental rights like in USA, but it does not matter a constitution having written or unwritten. An unwritten of a country having unwritten constitution may have more availability of rights, although they may not have a part 3 like India. Let me ask you, which citizens of let's say the citizens of India and citizens of UK, which citizens have more rights? The answer is obvious, right? You know this. Not necessary that rights should be codified. Conventions are there in UK, conventions. Century old conventions starting from 13th century, Magna Carta. So rights have codified, internalized. People know their rights. Just giving rights are not enough. People should know and should exercise those rights, which is being done there. That is why Prime Minister of Prime Minister of UK who conducted a party, regular parties were conducted, drink party, alcohol party in the office of Prime Minister of UK during COVID-19 times. Who? Boris Johnson. He was made to resign. Rishi Sunak was fined by a traffic policeman. Why is it so? Because rule of law. Where there is rule of law, there are rights of people. I cannot explain this so much, but anyway, consider the following. We have a 100-topic program as far as this 100-topic programs, where most important topics of various subjects will be taught. Right? As far as polity, governance, etc. are concerned, I will be taking whatever doubts you have, we will clear them. We will build your concepts. We will address all your concerns. After the class also you can ask me later, not an issue. But to provide a structured mechanism to improve your level of understanding, there is a program we have designed, which will have around 10 plus classes. Right? Anyway, consider following: the Constitution of India, the Supreme Court rules, conventions, the authority of the Chief Justice of India to allocate cases to benches in the Supreme Court stems from how many of the above mentioned sources? Very difficult framing. Simply, this is a question of master of roster. You see again, this master of roster is a very important issue which is going on. If you are reading newspaper, then you must have read that one senior advocate has written open letter. Some cases are also being taken from some judges and given to others, right? And who are seem to be pro-government, right? So, which judge will decide which case? Who will decide? Which matter will go to which bench? Which judge will decide? Who will decide? Chief Justice of India. Master of the roster means who will do what? Who will look into which cases? Who will decide? Chief Justice of India, right? In Supreme Court. So the question is, this authority, this power to allocate cases, distribute matters, stem from what forces? What are the sources of authority? The Constitution of India, Article 145 says that the Supreme Court can make rules for carrying out the various works of Supreme Court of India, including pleading, let's say allocation of cases, etc., etc. It's a broad power, Article 145. So Article 145 provides power to Supreme Court to make rule. Under this 2013 rules have been made, which says master of the roster is the Chief Justice of India, who has the power to allocate cases, right? Constitution of benches, etc., etc. Article 370, 5 judges heard the case. Article 370 petition was filed in 2019 when the 370 was removed. 19, 20, 21, 22, 23. Lot of time. Chief Justice of India, Chandrachud, decided that enough is enough. We cannot delay this. Why? Whatever that might be. So he constituted a constituent bench. Electoral bond. 5 judge. Who will do this? Chief Justice of India. Under the Constitution 145 and the rules made under that, and also conventions. Convention means what? Conventions are uncodified rules or principles or standards of behavior. Uncodified. Not written down. Right? Not written down. But still they are followed. They have the force of law, but they cannot be enforced by the court. We will deal with constitutional convention in that program. Don't worry. Convention. Let's say experience of a judge. That can be taken because you know that no law, no rule can provide for everything. There is limitation. So there are conventions and practices which have been developed by the Supreme Court. Right? Depending upon the experience, depending on subject matter which a judge does when he was in High Court, etc., etc. Right? This is also allocated. The answer is all 3 conventions. 2013 rules have been made by the Supreme Court under 145. 2013 rules. Handbook, and not only that, there is a handbook of procedures. Handbook of procedure means how the work should be conducted in Supreme Court. There are multiple sources. This is the reason the Supreme Court, the Chief Justice of India in Supreme Court is master of the roster. Right? Master of the roster is the Chief Justice of India, which has also been authoritatively pronounced by the Supreme Court in a case Ashok Pandey versus Supreme Court of India 2018, in which the Supreme Court said that Chief Justice of India is the master of roster in his individual capacity. No collegium. This point has been again reiterated in Campaign for Justice for Judicial Accountability 2018. There are multiple cases, don't worry. Master of roster, but it's a very problematic issue. Who? 2013. 2013, I know Ranjan Gogoi. I'm unable to. I don't know who is it. Ranjan Gogoi became in 2018-19. Na? Whoever that might be. Even before that, there were rules which were amended, reformulated in 2013. So the latest rules are 2013 rules under 145. Article 145 is also a source of independence of judiciary, Supreme Court. Anyway, so answer is all three. 4. Consider the following statements. The 7th schedule provides the legislative competency in residual matters to the union legislature except in those related to the state list. You see, residual matter. What are residual matters? Which are not specifically provided in the schedule 7. Residual. What is left out? Residual. If it is residual, then you cannot find it either union list, concurrent list or state list. Entry 97 in the union list specifically says those matters which are not enumerated in current union list, state list or concurrent list will fall under the legislative competency of the union legislature, which is parliament. Legislative competency means the power to make law. The power to make law stems from the subjects, fields, domains given under schedule 7 of the constitution, right? So residual power lies with the union legislature, which is the parliament. Does not matter. In any case, if it is residual, it cannot have any linkage, relation with union or state or concurrent. So this except in those related to state list is a nonsensical statement, I would say, meaningless one. Residual means residual. If it is residual, how can it have any linkage with this 3 list? It cannot have. Incorrect statement. Amending the 7th schedule requires a simple majority vote in both the House of Parliament. Incorrect. 7th schedule amendment requires what? Requires what kind of majority is required? Give the pen. No, I have kept the pen. Where is the pen? Here. You see, 7th schedule requires simple majority. Incorrect. What kind of majority is required? Special majority. And what is that special majority? I am using the special majority. What is that? A majority of the total membership of the House and the 2/3 majority of the members present and voting. There are multiple types of majority: simple majority, effective majority, right? Absolute majority, special majority, 4 types of special majority. Here it says that majority of total membership of the House. Total membership of the House and 2/3 members present and voting. I am going to give you an illustration so that you will understand this. So, in the context of schedule 7, right, to amend it, this plus at least 50% of state with simple majority. A majority of total membership of the House. Let us take the total membership in Rajya Sabha as 250. Because an amendment has to be passed in both the houses. What if the total membership, majority of total membership of the House in Rajya Sabha? 250 by 2, 126. Now let us see, on a particular day, the Rajya Sabha assembled, an amendment is to be passed. 219 people came to the House in Rajya Sabha. 219. All the 219 voted, present and voting. So 219 into 2 by 3. How much? 73. Correct? My mathematics. 73 into 2 is 6. 7 into 2, 146. The bill is passed. Now let us take another issue. Let's take 129. Out of 250, only 129 came. All 129 voted. 2 by 3 of 129 is what? 4, 3. Will the bill pass? Will not, because it is less than 126. This is how it is. Clear? This is what special majority, this is a majority of total membership of the house and 2/3 members present in voting. It's very important. There are multiple majorities. You should know the concept properly. Effective majority. Effective majority means if vacancies are removed for the removal of Vice President of India, Speaker, effective majority is required. Don't worry, we'll teach you that. But as far as this is concerned, the statement is incorrect. Right? Sarkari Commission recommended that the residuary powers of legislation with regard to taxation matters should remain with the Parliament. Absolutely yes. Sarkari Commission set up in 1983 for center-state relation. Multiple recommendations have been given. One was that as far as residual powers are concerned, taxation power, you keep in where? Union list. Because not union list, the union legislature will have power as far as taxation is concerned. Let's say you see a cryptocurrency. When the constitution was framed, was there something called cryptocurrency? Online gaming, online gambling, lot of things are happening. So tax must be given to that. Tax must be levied, imposed upon that. Who will do? Union legislature. But there are multiple other matters with respect to apart from taxation. Sarkari Commission said all the other the power to make laws in residuary matters except taxation should be put in concurrent list. Both the state as well as union can make law on residue matters which are which do not include taxation power. So taxation, who? Parliament. But remember, this recommendation is not accepted. So what is the answer? Only one. How many of you got it correct? All of you? Correct. Only one. How? Only one. Only one means 3 is correct. This is incorrect. Yes, yes. Except taxation, residue power should be with the should be put in concurrent list, which means both the state legislatures as well as the parliament can make law. But you know, this has not been accepted. In any case, the entire concurrent list has become union list these days, isn't it? Let's move further. Consider the following statement about the Lokpal. You see, I think UPSC student might have forgotten about Lokpal. Good afternoon, 1 minute. Fine. Have you heard about Lokpal? When? How? Your option is bad, but have you heard about the working of Lokpal? Where? In the newspaper, have you read about something? Not a single person has been prosecuted by the Lokpal. Lokpal was established in Lokpal was appointed in 2019. So I thought that we should remember not only the Lokpal but also the students of UPSC that there is an institution called Lokpal. Right? That is the reason we asked a question. Lokpal. But in the context of the Mahua Moitra issue, it is also been said that this MP, the corruption, whatever it might be, also been referred to Lokpal, right? And report has come recently in not in Hindu but some other newspaper, some other website, that not a single prosecution has been undertaken by Lokpal, and they say that Lokpal has become a post-retirement rehabilitation profession for ex-judges and bureaucrats. Anyway, we are not commenting on that. Sorry? They don't have any body for investigation. They have the control over CBI on matters of investigation. They have enquiry power. They have an inquiry wing. Let them inquire. Prima facie. Right? Then if there is a case, then refer the matter to CBI. There is a timeline in which the CBI has to submit 60 days, something like that. You should use your power. Nobody will give you power. Supreme Court, like whatever is taken in the CBI, they are not working effectively. All the power goes to like the government of India. Then what is the need of a Lokpal then? The Lokpal should use its power, whatever power it has. If a matter is referred to the CBI by the Lokpal, then for that matter, the CBI is under the supervision of Lokpal. The officer who is entrusted to investigate cannot be transferred without the recommendation of Lokpal. Lokpal has power, enough power. It should use it. Right? Its jurisdiction is huge. Group A, B, C, D. We can understand A and B difficult. But what about C and D? One member of Lokpal resigned from the office saying that there is no enough work to do. One judge. The rules to conduct inquiry and the rules, the form through which complaints can be forwarded or given to Lokpal have been formulated after a long time. See, legislation is there, very effective legislation. But the people who are occupying those positions should use the power which you have. Even if you become a civil servant, you cannot say I don't have power. You have enough power. The question whether you are using it or not. A police officer has the power to arrest. But how many times a police officer is arresting? An FIR for the women wrestlers, they have to approach the Supreme Court, then only an FIR was registered. It's another thing to say that we don't have any power. Absolutely incorrect. As a citizen of country, you have power, we have power, everybody has power. The question is whether we are using it or not. Hence, an institution becomes powerful when the people manning the institutions are having courage and conviction. Integrity of the people, integrity in the sense, a holistic term. But the entire appointment process is controlled by the executive, although there are committee, etc., etc. But anyway, let's discuss this. The Lokpal can investigate an offence alleged to be committed by a public servant under the Prevention of Corruption Act 1988. Absolutely correct. 1988. Right. A member of the Lokpal can be appointed as chairperson for a period of 5 years or until he attains the age of 70 years. Remember, there cannot be any reappointment of neither Lokpal or members. 1 plus 8 maximum. Out of 8, 4 should be judicial members. Right. The chairman of Lokpal can be a Chief Justice of India, retired Chief Justice of India, working judge of Supreme Court, was judge of Supreme Court, or an eminent person. Anyway, as far as this is concerned, a member can be appointed as a chairperson, but the total tenure should not be more than 5 years. Lokpal can be appointed as chairperson for a period of 5 years. Absolutely incorrect. For a period of 5 years cannot be. I become a member, so I will at least have 1 day. Right? I have read the entire Lokpal Act 2013 to frame this question, so that to make it difficult for you. Right? Incorrect. Reappointment cannot be done. But if a member is appointed as a chairperson, it is not reappointment. Member can be appointed as a chairperson. Chairperson cannot be reappointed. Member cannot be reappointed as a member. A member or chairperson, after demitting the office of Lokpal as a chairperson or a member, cannot contest election. These things are not there in the booklet. Cannot contest election of vice president, president, MP, MLA, even municipality, PRI, etc., etc. for 5 years. So post-retirement employment opportunities are reduced as far as Lokpal is concerned. Why? To safeguard the independence, to make the Lokpal work. They are working. Absolutely. 70. Member or chairman, 5 years or 70. That's true. But cannot be appointed for 5 years. Incorrect. Right? Anyway, Lokpal can investigate private individuals under certain circumstances with the consent of the full bench of the Lokpal. Even for the Prime Minister, it's only for the Prime Minister of India that this full bench is required. Remember, Prime Minister of India is covered under Lokpal. But there are some grounds, right? And allegations of corruption with respect to those grounds or matters, including international relations, which has nothing to do with Rafale. External and internal security, public order. Wait. I am saying Prime Minister of India. Corruption allegation cannot be, there cannot be any inquiry by the Lokpal with respect to these matters. What are they? International relations, external and internal security, public order, atomic energy, space. No inquiry. But what about others? For others, full bench of the Lokpal, 1+8 will convene and they in camera will hold deliberation whether to accept their complaint, etc., etc. 2/3 of the total members, 2/3 of 9 should approve that an inquiry should be started against the Prime Minister. If the complaint is rejected by the Lokpal after the deliberation, no disclosure will be made. Why this decision is taken, etc., etc. Simply means Prime Minister of India in general cannot be inquired into. Even the other employees, MPs, administration, civil servants, etc. are not being inquired into. Left alone the issue of Prime Minister. Now ask your question. How Prime Minister is inside Lokpal? Prime Minister is the one chairperson of the committee. There is a 5-member committee chaired by the Prime Minister, which will have Speaker, Leader of Opposition in Lok Sabha. Remember, Leader of the Opposition in Lok Sabha, not that Leader of the largest party. This amendment is not done in Lokpal. Leader of Opposition in the Lok Sabha and Chief Justice of India or his nominee and eminent jurist. 5. This body will set up a 7-member selection committee which will have 50% from scheduled caste, scheduled tribe, women, minority, etc., etc., etc. But anyway, Lokpal is like toothless tiger. You are calling Lokpal as tiger. Now you are, and this issue, your question is answered, right? I am coming to that. So the point is that this full bench of Lokpal is available only applicable to Prime Minister of India. This is private individual. Private individual means not a government servant like me and you, etc., etc. It says consent of full bench of Lokpal. Incorrect statement. Private individual can be inquired into. A private individual means a person working in a trust, society, right? An association, an NGO, something like that. If a director or secretary or etc., etc., or any responsible employee of that organization, and that organization receives at least 10 lakh rupees, 10 lakh rupees as a donation under FCRA, right? Then the person can be proceeded against if an allegation is there against that person. I am working in a trust which is doing philanthropic work, right? I am getting donation through FCRA, Foreign Contribution Regulation Act, 10 lakh minimum annually. So I will be deemed as a public servant for that purpose. So you can complain to Lokpal that this person is misusing this money, etc., etc. So I can be investigated by the Lokpal. This is it. So private individual can be proceeded against. You have given the explanation, right, in the booklet. No, that's what I am trying. No, there is nothing like that. This consent is available for Prime Minister, not for the full bench. Full bench should sit. Consent by 2/3 members. Clear? Difficult question, difficult statement. Anyway, there are multiple other points about Lokpal. We'll discuss that in that program. Consider following statements about parliamentary form of government. Right, time is almost 1 hour. Let me speed up. Consider following statements about the parliamentary form of government. The head of government holds executive power but remains answerable to the legislature in a parliament system. Absolutely correct. Head of government, collective responsibility or accountability to the legislature. This is how it is. Parliamentary system is one where the executive is responsible to legislature. Correct. The head of state performs purely ceremonial duties. You see, purely. No head of state will perform purely ceremonial duty, whether it is in UK, Germany, Canada, Australia, India, no. Right? The word is purely. You should look into such words, purely ceremonial duty. In general, ceremonial. Head of state in the sense, India in the president. Do you think the president of India has only ceremonial duty? Although these days, right, these days you might be agreeing with this proposition, but as per the constitution, no. Not ceremonial. You see the constitutional discretion, not constitutional, I would say, situational discretion is there. Appointing the Prime Minister when there is no clear majority. And the President of India also appoints. President of India has a duty to uphold the constitution. Even in veto power, President of India earlier has applied veto. K. Narayan and Abdul Kalam, etc., etc. Not ceremonial. In general, ceremonial. In parliamentary system, real power rests with the Prime Minister heading the COM. In recently, I mean, if you see the evolution, the cabinet. Incorrect statement. The Indian parliamentary system works on the basis of collective responsibility of the cabinet to the legislature. Is it correct? Incorrect. Why is it incorrect? What's your name? Absolutely. Name? That's your name. Your name. Dimple. Absolutely. Cabinet. You see, poor reading. This can happen. Not cabinet, council of ministers. Council of Minister. A minister is individually responsible to you see, a minister holds office during the pleasure of the government, pleasure of the president. This is the provision in 75. Similarly, at the state level, governor. Right? So here, pleasure of the president. But in reality, pleasure of the president means pleasure of the prime minister. Right? State level, governor, but in real, chief minister. In parliamentary system, prime minister heading the COM. Right? So, a minister can be removed by the president if the prime minister recommends. Similarly, at the state level, minister can be removed, right, if chief minister recommends to the governor. In general, neither the governor nor the president can remove the minister individually without the advice of the prime minister. But there are some governors in India, some states, they say that pleasure of the governor means my own individual pleasure. Anyway, that's incorrect. Clear? Let's go further. 6, 7. Consider the following statement about Bar Council of India. Very easy. Bar Council of India. You see, UPSC have the habit of touching, this advocate, prosecutor, barrister, etc., etc. So, from out of the box question, you see, especially this is also have some current relation, because this BCA has allowed recently, the foreign lawyers and foreign law firms can practice in India. But remember, they cannot practice Indian law. They cannot appear in Indian court, tribunal, courts, statutory bodies, they cannot. They can assist other lawyers. They can do some corporate work, etc., etc. Right? So, the statement is statutory body, yes, the Bar Council of India is a statutory body created under Advocates Act 1951. There is no law called Bar Council of India Act, remember that. Advocates Act 1951, Bar Council of India is created. Similarly, Bar Council of States also created, Bar Council, which will deal with the various conduct, ethical aspects, disciplinary aspects of lawyers registered under BCI and BCD. In Delhi is BCD, Bar Council of Delhi, etc. As per the website of Bar Council of India, there are 19 members in BCI, 19. I have counted their number, 1, 2, 3, 4 like this, 19, right. The members hold office for 5 years. The chairperson hold office for 2 years. There is a vice chairperson holds office for 2 years. Vice chairperson, all are elected by the members. Member to BCI are elected through state bar council. Anyway, prescribed rules and regulation, advocates need to follow in their, absolutely correct. The disciplinary authority, as far as advocates are concerned, Bar Council of India and Bar Council of States. You must have seen that movie, I think, Pink, in which I think this Amitabh Bachchan is called, right, by this Bar Council. I have not seen Pink, I have seen Telugu version of that, in which this person has become very aggressive in court. So he has been summoned by the Bar Council of Andhra Pradesh then. Anyway, foreign advocates did not register with the BCI. Registration of foreign advocates is mandatory in BCI for doing that legal work. But remember, they cannot practice Indian law. This fly in, fly out rule, this is something which is very easy. Fly in means what? There is a work, come, do that and go. Fly in, fly out. This rule originated in a Madras High Court judgment earlier, which was reiterated by the Supreme Court in 2018. Fly in, fly out. Supreme Court said, yes, you can work here, but you cannot practice Indian law. Very limited work, some transactional work, some legal work, corporate work, arbitration work, something like that you can do. Fly in, fly out. Registration is mandatory. So what is the answer? Only 2. 8. Which of the following statements explains the term? How many of you got this correct? How many of you attempted this question? Mal apportionment. You attempted? Should not have attempted? तुक्का मारना नहीं चाहिए ना. Should have left, leave, should leave. D, how? How? D. D is the right answer, that's true. But it's a very, yes, sometimes you need to take some risk. But again, I would recommend, that it's a very, the probability is, it's only 25%. You cannot eliminate anything. If you are trying to, if you are eliminate something here, then it's fine. If you are eliminate, okay, this is incorrect, I am left with only this, then there is a 50% chance of getting it correct. But if you are not doing it, then the probability is very less. The chance of making it wrong is higher. But anyway, but the point is that nobody knew the answer properly, right? I am glad that, because to make such question, takes a lot of effort. Malapportionment. Those students who attended our classes, that editorial discussion classes, where we teach the current affairs, current developments, in the context of delimitation, the South-North divide, the reservation for women in Lok Sabha and Assembly, etc. We discuss this malapportionment. Apportion means what? Apportion means dividing properly. Mal means irregular. There is something wrong, not actual division, improper division. There is a cake. A cake has to be, let's say, cake is there, depending upon number of people, it should be equally divided. If it is equally divided, then there is proper apportionment, proper distribution, proper division. If it is irregularly divided, some people got big piece, some got less, or let's say small piece, malapportionment. This is in the context of delimitation. Constituencies. The population ratio among the constituencies in India, I am only taking the MP, the Lok Sabha. The ratio should be equal. But as you know, in 1971, the ratio, the number of seats in Lok Sabha is frozen as per 1971 census. What is population today and what is population in 1971? In 1970, the population was around 15.4 million. India, 1 million, 1 MP, 543, something like that. Now it is 1.3 billion. Isn't it? Huge. But the number of seats remain. So population also increased. Some states population have increased multiple. So the constituency, the number of people in a constituency also increased. In northern India, large number of constituencies, their population have increased. One MP in northern India represents more than 1.5 times number of people represented by a non-Gangetic MP. In some constituency, population increased. In some constituency, population decreased. So, 2.5 million people, 1 MP. 1 million people, 1 MP. Constituencies. Right? Neither the seats are increased, neither the constituencies are readjusted. Delimitation. 2026. Delimitation will happen, the census taken after 2026. That is 2031. So there is a problem of malapportionment in India because the ratio between population and the number of seats allocated to states have skewed representation. Some constituencies have large number of people, some have very less. So one MP representing 2.5 million people, one MP representing let's say 1 million people, 1%, 1 vote, 1 value. What is the value of a vote in a constituency having 2.5 million people? Higher or lower than the constituency having 1 million people? Lower. Malapportionment. Right? We will discuss this in an elaborate manner in the class, don't worry. So, inequitable nature of the horizontal distribution of resources, etc., 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 the finance commission, no. Right? This is incorrect. Situation, the fiscal imbalance, special category status, these are what we say, incorrect statement, normal federal assistance. What is this? This normal federal assistance of the financial assistance given by the federal government under the planning process to who? To states. No planning, no normal federal assistance. Anyway, I have taken a class on this special category status. Don't worry. Telangana does not have special category status. Remember that. Telangana does not have. If you read some other UPSC websites, you will find that even newspapers say Telangana. No. Telangana does not have special category status. Jammu Kashmir does not have because it was a state, now it is a UT. But Solicitor General assured the Supreme Court of India that UT will become state. But anyway, we don't know. Answer is? Which one? Let me see. A scenario often seen in countries following the first past the post system of election where the number of seats one does not represent the percentage of votes polled by no. As far as I am aware, no. You see, in recently conducted assembly elections, the number of votes won by, if you see the entire Chhattisgarh, Chhattisgarh, Madhya Pradesh and Rajasthan, the number of percentage of votes won by Congress and BJP, it's very, the gap is very small. But remember the number of seats won by BJP and number of seats won by Congress. First past the post means what? Whoever gets majority. It can be 1%, it can be 25%, it can be 10%, anything can be that. Right? That is why we recommend for this proportional representation. But anyway, which is not being practiced in India. Right? See, this word has semblance, relation with all these three. If you understand the meaning of malapportionment, which will have Hindi translation also, you can also see in the translation. So, apportionment, portion, division. So, all these things have some kind of semblance, relation. So, the options are framed in such a way. So, ideally should not have attempted it. Anyway, kinds of following statements. SEBI has quasi-legislative, quasi-judicial and quasi-executive power to deal with the regulation of capital market in India. Statement 2, the SEBI Act 1992 established SEBI as an independent regulatory body for the securities market in India. SEBI is an independent regulatory body having the authority to deal with the whole gamut of capital market. Statutory body, the body, statute, law has provided all the power to regulate capital market. Answer is A, very easy. SEBI is in the news. Absolutely, both are correct and it is a correct explanation. A. We are bringing those bodies and institutions which are in news but which are not working properly. You know that what is happening in the context of Mr. X. I am not using his word because Pegasus, there is. Which of the following statements are correct about the Government of India Act 1958? Very easy question, factual one. There is no scope for making it incorrect. About the system of dual government, absolutely correct statement. Empower the Viceroy to issue ordinances? No. Viceroy had the power to issue ordinance in 1861 during emergency. Remember, emergency. 1935, power to issue ordinance. For the emergency, 61, general ordinance making power, 1935. This technically you should know. Right? No new office for Secretary of State, correct. Indians with the lawmaking process, 1861 Act is that the answer, right? Let us, so the answer is 1 and 3, C, right? Let's move forward. Consider the following statement in the context of ethics committee. Now it has come. Ethics committee, Lok Sabha. Difficult question, I understand that. So if all you have left it, that would have been fine. Quasi-legislative body, SEBI. SEBI has the power to make rules, regulations, right? Hence, quasi-legislative. A non-legislative body having the power to make rules is a quasi-legislative body. A non-executive body having the power to implement decisions is a quasi-executive body. A non-judicial body having the power to adjudicate is a quasi-judicial body. Got it? Consider the following statement in the ethics committee. Question of the relevance of the evidence for the investigation by the committee by the speaker only. Correct. What happens is that after the when the deliberation is going on, let's say you are the ethics committee, I am the accused, or there is victim, etc., etc. When this deliberation is going on, I can submit a lot of evidence, voice recording, documents, etc., etc. Whether these evidence are admissible in that process will be decided by the speaker. The chairman of the committee, right, will take all these documents, etc., etc., to the speaker while the proceeding is going on or after the proceeding, whatever that might be. Speaker will decide. The committees of parliament are conducting investigative work, scrutiny. But when they are doing, the work is governed by the rules made by the parliament, Article 118 of the Constitution. So committees do not work as per the Evidence Act, IPC, etc., etc. They have their own procedure, right? So Evidence Act is not applicable. Evidence Act, how and when, what evidence can be applied, etc., etc. Evidence Act is applicable to criminal proceeding, right? It is not a criminal proceeding. It is a parliamentary proceeding, an investigative work, an inquiry by the committee, which will be governed by the rule made by the House, depending on Lok Sabha or Rajya Sabha. Ethics Committee of Lok Sabha has 15 members, nominated by the Speaker. Chairman is appointed by the Speaker, right? An individual can make complaint to Ethics Committee through an MP. An MP can also make complaint. Complaint will be referred to the Speaker. All the complaint will go to Speaker, and Speaker can refer the complaint to Ethics Committee. Speaker can also suo motu by own refer the complaint to Ethics Committee. Ethics Committee can take multiple recommendations. The recommendation is placed on the table of on the floor of the House, discussed, then action is taken. In Rajya Sabha, there is Ethics Committee, 10 members. 1997 Rajya Sabha, 2000 Lok Sabha, 2015 rules have been formulated, made permanent, proper in Lok Sabha, 2015. There is no code of conduct for MPs in Lok Sabha. One of the fundamental objectives of Ethics Committee is to develop a code of conduct for MP and to see whether MPs are having unethical conduct. What is unethical conduct? Not defined. So how will the MPs know what is unethical, what is immoral, etc.? In Rajya Sabha there is a conduct for Rajya Sabha MPs, but in Lok Sabha it does not have. I do not know what kind of question they can frame, but I am giving some information. Privilege Committee is different, Ethics Committee is different. Privilege Committee of Lok Sabha has 15 members, Rajya Sabha has 10 members.
Example of disqualification.
Disqualification means?
In the recommendation by Ethics Committee, like the charge was taken on the member of parliament. Recently, that 151 MP was disqualified.
No, see. An MP was disqualified, expelled from the House, that is Mahua Moitra, as per the recommendation of Ethics Committee, right? Some MPs are suspended, have been suspended by the Speaker, right? And the matter is referred to Ethics Committee, they will hear it, right? I don't understand what I am trying to say. They will hear. But the point is that whether a Speaker can suspend a member before giving before the recommendation of Ethics Committee. You are punishing the individual first, na? Then what is the need of giving that you are recommending for a probe by the Ethics Committee? One of the major problems is that the suspension rules have been misused, as said by the opposition members. Suspension is not permanent. Suspension can be for, let's say, 10 days, 15 days for the duration. Expulsion means then you are no longer MP.
For example,
Suspension. Suspension. Yeah. No, no. Raghav Chadha not for ethics committee. Privilege committee. See, Raghav Chadha was suspended by the chairman. Then the matter was referred to privilege committee. I have taken a class on privilege committee. Ideally, suspension should be as per the rules, which have a proper procedure. You cannot suspend an MP, then refer the matter to a privilege committee or ethics committee for that matter. Until unless it is very unruly conduct. Suspension cannot be a weapon for keeping away the opposition party from the house. Now, a parliament without opposition is like an executive without accountability.
So in the recent case, when the MPs are suspended, not all the MPs' case are recommended to the ethics committee.
Absolutely correct. Yes.
So it's not necessary to recommend.
No. The rules provide, there are multiple rules under which members can be suspended by the speaker. Unruly conduct, undignified behavior. There are multiple things which can be done. But there is a rule. And the suspension can only be for the period of the session. Now the winter session ended, suspension is still going on. As per the rules, we are not dealing with ethics or committee system. As per the rules of the house, suspension can be for some period or till the end of the session. It cannot be after the end of the session. Why do you suspend a person? So that the house proceeding can function properly. The session ended. Why to keep the suspension? Let's say the class is going on. Someone of you is not let's say creating trouble. I'll ask, please go away. Now after this there is another class. Then you can come. I cannot say that. Right? Suspension should be, the word suspension is temporary. Time nahi hai, chalte aage. So answer is, the rules of the evidence under the Evidence Act are not applicable to probe. Absolutely correct. Relevance correct. Answer is C. Difficult question. Don't worry. Kind of following statement, 7th Amendment abolished classification of states based on 4 categories. Yes. 7th Amendment A, B, C, D. 29 was there. Later 16 plus UT. Right. Right to form cooperative society, fundamental right. Yes. 97th Amendment Act added 43B and added part 9B of the Constitution and also amended 19 clause C. Right. Fundamental right. 43B and part 9B. Part 9B is as per one judgment of Supreme Court 2021. Part 9B is only applicable to multi-state cooperative society because cooperatives are under state list. Supreme Court has removed the applicability of part 9B to state cooperatives because cooperatives are under state list. So part 9B would have required the amendment under 358, which the government of India or parliament did not do, hence struck down. The parliament was deprived of its special powers to make laws to deal with anti-national activities, 44th Amendment Act. Parliament does not need any special law to make anti-national activity, to punish people who are called anti-national. There are enough laws in this country. So, deprived of, yes, 44th Amendment Act, right? 44th Amendment Act did 2 things. 1, restore judicial review power of the High Court and Supreme Court. Number 1, 31D. I think, yes, the power to make laws for preventing anti-national activities removed by 43rd Amendment. So, what is the answer? 1 is correct, 2 is correct, 3rd is correct. Answer is C. All 3. 88. Consider following statement about doctrine of harmonious construction. Harmonious construction allows courts to interpret the provision for the statute to achieve harmony. Applies to the statute and to constitution. Incorrect. I'll explain harmonious, don't worry. These 2 statements are incorrect. This is correct. 43rd, correct, 43rd. Which one? 43rd is correct, no? Okay, this is 44th. Okay, this is incorrect. I'm very sorry. Thank you. 43rd, not 44th. Doctrine of harmonious construction. The Supreme Court of India, for that matter, High Court, use some doctrines. Doctrine means set of principles, legal principles, to adjudicate conflict between states, laws, union of states, etc., etc. Multiple doctrines are there. You must have heard about doctrine of pithy and substance, doctrine of colorable legislation, doctrine of severability, doctrine of repugnancy, right? Doctrine of federal supremacy. Remember federal supremacy? Harmonious construction is something UPSC used in 2019 mains paper. You should always keep in mind the 10-year paper. Mains as well as PT should go, right? This is mentioned it. Harmonious construction. Harmonious means what? Removing the differences. Reconciling differences. Let's say there are two laws, Law A and Law B, made by the Union Parliament. Some provisions of A is in conflict with provisions of B, but both the laws are made by Parliament. So the Supreme Court should interpret these two laws in such a manner that both the laws will be operationalized. The conflict between these two laws will be removed by interpreting. What is the meaning of interpretation? Giving meaning, giving sense to something. So the words given in the law can be interpreted to mean this. If that is the meaning, then there is no conflict. Interpretation. A law made by the state legislature in concurrent list, a law made by the Parliament in concurrent list can have some conflict. Supreme Court will try to reconcile through harmonious construction. Both will function, both will operationalize, both will work. But if this harmonious construction is not possible, then in the context of union law and the state law, there will be federal supremacy. Federal supremacy, which means union law will prevail. But in the context of union law, A, B, the verdict, the ruling of the Supreme Court can be final. It can say the provision B will prevail over A. So one provision can be taken to mean the other will not work. One can override the other. This never be used to overthrow. Yes, it can be. Law A, Law B. Some provisions in Law A conflict with Law B. Supreme Court, after trying to harmoniously construct, which means both should work, both should be implemented without conflict. This is not possible. So the judgment of the Supreme Court will be final. It can say B will prevail over A. Similarly, within a law, there are multiple provisions. Within a law, there can be conflict. Within a law, harmonious. Not possible, the judgment will prevail. But if it is between state law and union law, then there is repugnancy. If there is repugnancy, repugnancy means what? Conflict. Article 254 of the Constitution. Union law, state law, conflict. Harmonious construction, try to reconcile differences, not possible. Federal supremacy. If some part of the state law can be removed, then both law can function. Severability. Anyway, I'll teach you, don't worry. When the class starts, don't worry. Applies to statutes. This is also applicable to Constitution, not only statute. Remember, fundamental right versus DPSP conflict. Sambagam Durai Rajan, 1951. So whether it is a statute means law made by the Parliament or legislature. Constitutional provisions. This can be applied. Harmonious construction. Clear? You can ask after the class any doubt if you have. Consider the following statement about by-election. Representative People's Act empowers the Election Commission of India to fill casual vacancies in the Lok Sabha within 3 months of their occurrence. ECI, in consultation with the President, can certify that it is difficult to hold by-election to a legislative assembly within 6 months. Recently, the Bombay High Court has asked the Election Commission of India to conduct by-elections to who? By-election to Pune Lok Sabha seat. That was the reason we framed this question, because as per the RPA 1951, casual vacancy means the MP dies, expelled, disqualified, etc. Vacancy is there. So vacancy is there, then the commission has to conduct re-election by poll within 6 months. But this 6 months period is only applicable when the elected MP after the by-election will have more than 1 year or more tenure. Then only. Not only that, the 6 month period will not be applicable if the Election Commission of India, after consultation with the central government, concludes that it is not possible to conduct within 6 months. Not the President of India. 6 months is the case, not 3 months. So, within 3 months, incorrect. President, incorrect. whether assembly or the Lok Sabha, whether council at the state level or Rajya Sabha, 6 months. Are you able to understand? Not president, federal government. So in general, 6 months should be conducted, but conditionalities are there. 1 year or more, or consulting with central government. Clear? Move further. 90. Very easy. Last one, I think, established in Supreme Court. Supreme Court established in 1773. Open competition selection, 1853. Although tried to introduce in 1833. Separation of executive power, 1853. What is the answer then? Incorrectly matched. Incorrectly, na? Open competition for selection, 1833. Or B, establishment, open competition. Achha, this is correct. Separate. No, this is correct. Only 2. Yes. B, only 2 pairs. Correct? What happened? Separation of legislative and executive function, 1853. Correct. That's correct. A legislative council was established. Imperial legislative council at the union level. That's correct. 53. Tried to introduce in 33. Tried. Recommended. Yes. But the court of directors felt that if this happens, then they could not appoint their friends, relatives, family members. Not only that, they cannot take the money. Spoil system cannot be there. Right? Now it's over. I think I have taken 1 hour. I'm very sorry. But I think I have explained. I have answered your questions. Anything you want to ask right now? Conceptual clarity is very important. Conceptual clarity is very important. Read, revise properly. Current affairs, keep in mind. Do not attempt all the questions. There might be some questions which you might not have heard about it. So, risk should be taken. The manner of taking risk should be kept in mind. 12 to 13 question you attempt. It's true that there might be 1 or 2, 3 questions incorrect. Revision, clarity is important. Reading properly, very important. Right? I'll see you later. Now, Jayul sir will take class as far as the Fine Fintech current affairs is concerned. Thank you so much. Thank you. Anything you want to ask? Okay, fine. Thank you. Thank you.
Hello. Hello. On. Hello. So good evening, everyone. I hope I'm audible to online people also. Okay, so let us start the discussion. Basically, today we had All India Prelims Mock Test 3, and today, let's say like you have attempted both the papers, GS paper 1 and CSAT, and now we are going to have a discussion of Science and Technology and Current Affairs section. Okay, my name is Zahidul. I'm a faculty of Science and Technology in the institute. I also take current affairs discussion sometimes. So let us quickly see the questions from these two areas. So the first question from Science and Technology area, it is about batteries that are in news. Okay, so why batteries? Like, why do we study about batteries? It is because of movement towards e-vehicles. Different countries are adopting e-vehicles. Why they are adopting e-vehicles? Because e-vehicles are considered to be greener sources of, let's say, like technology for transportation. Because recently COP28 happened in Dubai. There different countries have adopted this particular thing, that we need to transition away from fossil fuels. So fossil fuel based transportation that we have, they are carbon intensive. Carbon intensive means they release carbon dioxide, and carbon dioxide actually pollutes the environment. It causes global warming because carbon dioxide is one of the most potent greenhouse gas. So presence of carbon dioxide makes the environment, let's say, like, you know, and the quantity of carbon dioxide is continuously increasing in the atmosphere, right? So we need to adopt that kind of technology which is lesser carbon intensive, right? So that's why this question came. This question is from battery technologies. Okay, so here basically they are comparing two different kinds of batteries. One type of battery they are saying sodium ion based battery, other is lithium ion based battery. Now lithium ion based batteries are more in use at this point of time, and lithium ion batteries are, let's say, like lesser feasible. Why? Because lithium ores are available very less globally. The availability of lithium ore is very less. So the thing is, like, we can extract lithium to the extent that it is available. So extraction is energy intensive, means if you want to extract lithium sources, you need to utilize more energy for extraction purposes also, and later on when it will be used, it will also, let's say, like, you know, lead to some kind of pollution. But when we talk about sodium ion batteries, in case of sodium ion batteries, we can derive sodium ions from seawater. For example, if we talk about the earth, 3/4 of the earth is, let's say, like, you know, covered by oceans. It is covered by water, and ocean has more salinity. Ocean has more salinity, means like the basicity of ocean is very high. If we talk about pH scale from 1 to 14, right, 7 is the neutral thing, above 7 it is basic, below 7 it is acidic. So the thing is, seawater is salty, and we can derive, let's say, sodium ions from the salt water. So salt water is available in abundant quantity, right, for India and for many other countries across the world. Those countries that has some kind of, let's say, like, you know, coastal boundary with seas or ocean, for them it is very, very cheap to get access to sodium ions, and at the same time it is available in abundance. So this question, we are going to read these two statements, and then we are going to understand which statements are right. First one, it says sodium ion batteries are environmentally more friendlier than lithium ion batteries. Is it correct? Yes, this is correct. Second, sodium ion is more abundant as well as widely distributed element than lithium, right? Lithium, like, you know, lithium ores are available in some places, but sodium ion can be, let's say, made available from the seas and oceans, so they are more available. Both these statements are right, and second statement is correct explanation of first statement also. They are connected with one another. Okay, so this is the thing. So correct answer would be option A. Statement 1 and statement 2 are correct. Statement 2 is the correct explanation of statement 1. Now let us talk about why it is so. Many of you may have some confusion how these two statements are related. Although individually they may seem to be correct, but how they are related, it is important for us to understand. First, it says sodium ion batteries are environmentally more friendlier than lithium ion batteries. Second, it says sodium ion are more abundant as well as widely distributed element than lithium. Now, why sodium ion batteries are more environmentally friendly? It is not because of the battery itself. It is because of the region from where it is extracted. For example, if you want to extract lithium ion, means like, you know, the raw material that you are extracting, you have to extract it from some ore. If you're extracting from some ore, then mining process itself is energy intensive, means like, you will be utilizing energy no matter which kind of energy you are utilizing. So while you are extracting the lithium ion, you are actually emitting carbon dioxide. But in case of sodium ion batteries, the extraction process is easy, means like, you can get easily access to it. So that's why it is environmentally friendly. Are you understanding this process? Means we are talking about the source from where we can get access to these ions. So that's why this statement is correct. Second, it says sodium is more abundant as well as widely distributed element. Because it is abundant and widely distributed and it is easier to access, so that's why they are connected with one another. Okay, so that's why both these statements are correct, and second is the correct explanation of the first one. Now with this, let us move to another question. Now this question is related to dark pattern. Dark pattern was recently in news also, like, in the Hindu newspaper there were, let's say, like, full length articles also based on dark pattern. And recently government of India has thought of taking some actions against some tech giants like Facebook, Google, Microsoft, Amazon. So we will discuss about what are dark patterns. It says dark patterns, which is often heard in the news, is related to which of the following. So dark pattern is a kind of user interface that aimed at tricking users on websites to subscribe to unwanted features and subscriptions. Now let us understand. Many of you may get confused with dark pattern and dark web. Dark web is a very broad terminology, very broad context. The internet that we, let's say, get access to, that is known as surface web. For example, you use some kind of search engines, like we use Google Chrome, we use Microsoft Edge, we use Bing, we use, let's say, Mozilla Firefox. So these are web browsers through which we browse the internet. They are known as surface webs. So whatever you can search on the internet using these, let's say, search engines, they are surface webs. But apart from this, there exists a web, right, that is not easily accessible to normal people like us, that is accessible to those people who want to do some kind of illicit activity over the internet. That is known as dark web. Dark web is generally used by those people, right, who are doing drug trafficking, who are doing, let's say, arms smuggling, who are doing money laundering, who are doing terror financing. So how do they access the dark web? To access the dark web, they use a different kind of different kind of web browser that is known as the Onion router. Okay, this is known as TOR, the Onion router. So this is the interface through which they get access to dark web. And dark web, recently, let's say, there was a history related to dark web also. What has happened? We know, let's say, Aadhaar system is a kind of biometric system where, let's say, government of India has got access to the biometric information of all the citizens of the country. It is being managed by UADAI, Unique Identification Authority of India. So that system was accessible to ICMR, Indian Council of Medical Research. So the website of Indian Council of Medical Research or the server of the Indian Council of Medical Research was hacked into by some kind of threat actors. And after hacking into that system, what they have done, they have basically got access to the Aadhaar numbers of the citizens of India. Not only this, they have, let's say, got access to personally identifiable information. What personally identifiable information? For example, they have got access to the passport data of the citizens. They have got access to the voter IDs of the citizens. So the thing is, like, these kind of data through which name of an individual, address of an individual, or gender of an individual, or some personally identifiable information can be tracked. So these things have been actually, compromised by the threat actor. Threat actor has got access through the ICMR website, and they have sold the data of the Indian citizens in the dark web. And it was reported by a US based farm also. Okay, related to this, it was there in the Hindu newspaper in detail. So the thing is, that is known as dark web. Dark web means people sell those things that are not legal in the let's say, like, normal life. If something is legal, why somebody will be taking the pain of going to the dark web and taking the risk of being, let's say, like, being under surveillance of some kind of agencies? Generally, dark web is being used by people so that they can avoid any kind of surveillance by the agencies. Okay, So this is the thing. Dark web is different, but dark pattern is something, let's say, like, you know, in a website, let's say Google or Microsoft, what they do, like if you try to subscribe to a service, they, let's add another service in it, they try to deceive the users that this is also needed for you. Okay, so that is known as dark pattern. And recently, let's say there is Central Consumer Protection Authority, so it has taken a decision that we need to take some action, because, like, you know, it is actually like deceiving the users to subscribe to more services. Okay, that's the thing. So dark pattern, did you understand the difference between dark pattern and dark web? Correct answer is option D in this case. Now let us move to another question. This is question number 53. Online people also keep participating. If in case you have any doubt, you can type so that I can, let's say, read and respond to your queries. Then we have another question. It says, consider the following statements. They have given two statements. Now these two statements are of the nature that assertion reason based. One will be assertion, second is reason. Both of them can be independently correct or incorrect, and after then we need to identify the relation between the two. So here they are talking about ballistic missiles and cruise missiles. Okay, first statement, it says ballistic missiles have more payload carrying capacity than cruise missiles. Second, ballistic missiles require less fuel for the same size of payload. To understand this question, you need to understand one specific thing. Let's say take you to that. So generally when we talk about missiles are something that are launched from a specific point. It goes to another point. It generally, let's say, strikes on the final point. So this is the point of, we can say this is the initial point from where it is launched. And this is the target. Why we use missiles? Missiles are used for targeting something. Missiles can be surface to surface missile, surface to air missile, air to surface missile, like that. So generally missiles can have, let's say, like, you know, its head can have any kind of, it can have any kind of warhead. It can have nuclear warhead also. And why did we ask a question on missiles? Because recently North Korea has tested intercontinental ballistic missile, and that intercontinental ballistic missile actually brings US into its range. Means North Korea, being a very small country, is threatening US, United States of America. Why it is threatening? Because USA considers North Korea to be one of its adversary, right? And North Korea wants to have, let's say, like, authority in such a manner so that they can protect. Basically this is a kind of deterrence measure that a country takes. Deterrence means you make yourself so much strong that the enemy can never think of attacking on you. So that is what North Korea is doing. North Korea is, let's say, like, you know, developing one or other kind of technology so that it can defend itself in case of any threat or in case of any attack. Okay, so Kim Jong-un, right, he is the leader of North Korea. So after successfully testing the intercontinental ballistic missile, he has said now US is also in our range, right? They should not threaten us, because the moment they think of threatening us, we are going to, let's say, launch a missile to them. You understanding? Like, we know it is a dictatorial country. It depends on the willingness of that person, right? So there is no control on that person. In democratic countries, there are proper setups. There are, let's say, like, you know, rules, regulations that bind even the head of the state before taking any action. But in case of dictatorial regimes, the dictator is the final authority. He may take a decision to launch it. So that's why USA also does not do anything, right? So now let us talk about this ballistic missile and cruise missile. So what is the difference between this ballistic missile and cruise missile? When we talk about ballistic missiles, generally what happens in case of ballistic missiles, we launch the missile from one place. It follows a let's say parabolic path. This is known as trajectory. The path that is follows, it is known as trajectory, and the maximum distance up to which it goes in horizontal direction, this is known as range. What? This distance is known as range. But in case of ballistic missile, what you have to do, you have to, let's say, identify some angle that, like, you know, you have to identify the range. For example, from here I want to send the missile at about 7,500 kilometers away. Means from North Korea, I want to launch something that goes and strikes on USA. So what they will do, they will make a target of that distance. They only take care of the range. And what happens, they only have to, while launching, they have to make sure that it reaches this particular height, okay, this particular height. After it reaches that height, it will follow its own trajectory. For example, if you throw some wall, what you do, you generally, initially you let's say like, give some thrust, you put some force, and after then you have no control where it is going. Initially you can make the target, you can make the direction. After you have thrown, you don't have any control over it. That is what is known as ballistic missile. Initially you, let's say, calculate the range, you calculate the height, then you launch it. After launching, you don't have any control on the ballistic missile, right? This is the thing. So in case of ballistic missile, if you want to send, let's say, a warhead having 5,000 kg, maybe let's say 5,000 kg of those ballistic material. So you need to calculate what kind of fuel you need, right? What kind of fuel you need. Initially just you need that much fuel so that it can push this thing to this level. After then it is going to go on its own. But in case of cruise missile is something like, running a aeroplane, means cruise missile will be under your control. During its path, during the path of a cruise missile, you can actually change the direction. In case of ballistic missile, you don't have that leverage, right? In case of ballistic missile, you don't have this leverage. But in case of cruise missiles, what you do, like in case of cruise missiles, while launching from one place, you will be launching so that it goes somewhere else. But like, in the midway, you can change the direction also, so that like, let's say the initial target one was this one, but now you change the target to be this one. You can change the direction as well. So over here, in case of cruise missiles, you need more fuel, because during its path also you need the fuel so that its engines can be run. This is the basic difference between ballistic missile and cruise missile. So the thing is, ballistic missile, if you are carrying some weight, you need some kind of fuel, some initial fuel, so that that thrust can be given. In case of cruise missile, that fuel will be needed to give the thrust, but additional fuel will be needed to keep the motor running so that you can guide the path of it. So the thing is, same kind of weight if we have, the ballistic missile will be able to go farther as compared to cruise missile. Are you understanding this part? The basic difference between ballistic missile and cruise missile. There was a Hindi movie also. I forgot the name of the movie. Long back I have seen that movie. Okay, so like actors are villains in that movie. So they were planning to have launch some missile. So at the end, that missile actually diffuses, but it does not have any biological warhead like that. So there was some other movie. So this is the thing. Now, having understood the concept, now let us see. Statement 1 says ballistic missile have more payload carrying capacity than cruise missile. Is it the case? Yes. Means like, it can carry more payload than cruise missiles because it has to go longer distance. And so this is the thing. Second statement. Ballistic missile require less fuel for the same size of payload. Is it understood? It requires less fuel for the same size of payload, right? So this is the thing. This is question number 53. So both the statements are correct, and the second is the correct explanation of first. Are you understanding? Ballistic missile have more payload carrying capacity, means like they can carry more payload also, and at the same time they require lesser fuel as compared to cruise missile, because cruise missile require fuel during its propagation also, during its journey. But ballistic missile does not need that fuel during its journey, right? Cruise missile is more precise, because cruise missile, even after launching, you can maneuver its direction. You can, let's say, change its course. That will be more precise. Ballistic missile is launched by those people who want to, let's say, like, attack on a territory, on a country, no matter where it is, let's say, falling on that country. Their target is to destroy the country. In case of cruise missile, you want to have surgical strike type of operation. Means like, you want to attack on the, let's say, a terror outfit only, not on the civilian population. That's the basic difference. I mean, that is an example. There can be, let's say, like, different use cases. Now we have another question. It says tokamak. Okay, tokamak, a technology often heard in the news, is related to which of the following scientific developments? Okay, so this is related to nuclear fusion technology. In fact, if you read NCERT book of 11th standard, they have given an image of tokamak reactor. And when I was in 11th standard, I used to read the same NCERT book. I made as a project tokamak reactor over there. Okay, so basically tokamak is a kind of technology which is related to nuclear fusion technology. Now let us understand one thing. So far in the world, we had only nuclear fission technology, nuclear fission reactors. Nuclear reaction happens in two ways: nuclear fission reaction and nuclear fusion reaction. This is fusion, and other keyword is fission. So most of the power plants that we have, nuclear power plants, they use nuclear fission reaction. Okay, controlled nuclear fission reaction. Nuclear fusion reaction is so difficult to achieve. On the surface of the sun, nuclear fission reaction happens. Nowhere on the earth, but on the earth, some projects are ongoing where people are developing nuclear fusion technology, because in case of nuclear fusion technology, you need, let's say, those kind of nuclear atoms that are smaller in size. In case of nuclear fission technology, you need bigger nuclear elements, right? For example, uranium. In case of fusion technology, you need hydrogen, helium, like that. Okay, so this is related to this, what tokamak reactor. There are a lot of technicalities associated with it. Tokamak reactor actually confines the magnetic field lines within its boundary. That is known as plasma. Okay, so when nuclear fusion happens, the electrons and the nucleus, they get converted into plasma kind of material. Okay, so that's the thing. It's little bit more technical for those people who are from non-science background, but you need to just understand this thing, that this is related to this part. Then we have another question. This is question number 55. We are going to discuss this question. It says, with reference to comparison between 5G and 4G wireless communication technologies, consider the following statements. This question seems to be very easy, but like it is not that easy. To be honest, like if you read all these statements, you will understand that there are some technicalities that are hard to comprehend, right? So 3 statements are given. We will identify one, like each statement one by one. It says 5G works at a higher frequency, but at a lower bandwidth as compared to 4G technology. This statement is wrong, right? I'll talk about how it is wrong. What is bandwidth? What is frequency? Basically, many of us may not be having the clarity. What is bandwidth? What is frequency? What is wavelength? Sometimes people from non-science background, they take bandwidth equivalent to wavelength, right? That's not correct. Okay, so first statement is wrong. Why? Let us discuss about the difference. Okay, so on one side, what we have 5G technology. On the other hand, we have 4G technology. Why 5G technology is being brought? So why 5G technology is being brought? Because they provide high speed. Second, they have lower latency. What? They have lower latency as compared to 4G. So 4G so far used to be the high speed, but like it has less speed as compared to 5G. Why? 4G generally gives you the speed of up to, let's say, 300 MB per second, 300 megabytes per second. If we talk about 5G technology, it gives, let's say, speed which is in the range of gigabytes. How many gigabytes? Up to 10 gigabytes, or I think 50 gigabytes. Just let me see the exact thing. It gives you speed up to 10 gigabytes per second, 10 Gbps, 10 GB per second. So this is the difference in the speed. And if we talk about latency, what do we mean by latency? Latency is the time lag. For example, you started something, it will take some time to actually start that thing. That is known as latency. In case of this 4G, the latency is in, let's say, like, some amount. So I'll talk about the exact figure so that you understand the latency part also. And in case of 5G, the latency is still very, very small. Okay, in case of 5G, the latency is much lower than that of, it has higher latency. Higher latency means it takes more time for the communication to start. It takes still lesser time for the communication to start. This is the thing. If we talk about frequency bands, if we talk about frequency in case of 5G, right? If we talk about frequency in case of 5G, 5G can operate into 3 different frequency ranges, okay? One of the range is known as frequency range 1. This is, let's say, this is considered to be lower bandwidth, okay? It has low bandwidth, or it is known as low band frequency, okay? It is known as low band frequency, and this is 400 megahertz to 1 gigahertz. 450 megahertz to 1 gigahertz. This is, then there is again frequency range 1, but this is known as mid band, okay? This is known as mid band frequency. And what is this mid band frequency? This is 1 gigahertz to 7 gigahertz. 1 gigahertz to 7 gigahertz. Somewhere it is also mentioned 6 gigahertz, okay? So 1 to 7 or 1 to 6 is the range. Then we have another range which is known as frequency range 2, okay? This is known as frequency range 2. And this is where this 5G operates on 24 gigahertz to 52 gigahertz, okay? This is known as frequency range 2. This is known as high band frequency. What? High band frequency. And this is 24 gigahertz to 52 gigahertz. This is the frequency range, right? So the thing is, 5G is working in low frequency band, it is working in medium frequency band, or mid band, it is working in high frequency band. If we talk about 4G operates in this range, it operates in this range also. 4G, 3G, 2G, they operate in these ranges, but 5G operates on this range also, means it has the capacity of operating in low band frequency, mid band frequency, and high band frequency. Now let us understand about what is frequency, what are band of frequencies, okay? So this is the thing. In case of, let's say, 4G, in case of 4G, so 4G operates on low band and mid band frequency range. The bands that I have mentioned over here, these two, you can mention there, right? So this is the thing. Now let us come back to the question to understand the first part. 5G works at higher frequency, is it correct? Here 5G works at high frequency. It works in lower frequency also, but it works in higher frequency, that's right. But lower bandwidth as compared to 4G technology. No, the frequency band that 5G has, right? So I'm going to talk about that frequency also. The frequency band that 5G has, it is high band frequency. Frequency का जो range होता है, that is known as band. Frequency का range मतलब, for example, we know AC signal, alternating current. AC signal में क्या होता है? Signal moves like this, like within 1 second how many cycles it is making, that is known as frequency, and that frequency is calculated using hertz, right? In 1 second, if this is making 50 cycles, so that will be known as 50 hertz. ठीक है? Hertz होता है, किलो हर्ट्स होता है, मेगा हर्ट्स होता है, गीगा हर्ट्स होता है. गीगा हर्ट्स मतलब 10⁻⁹ hertz, like that. Okay, it is that way. So this is frequency. Frequency is measured in hertz, number of cycles per second. But if we talk about wavelength, the distance from here to here is known as wavelength. What? The distance of the wave from here to here, it is known as wavelength. This particular distance from here to here, let's say we are calling it A, this is known as amplitude. What? This is known as amplitude. Amplitude means height, मतलब like उसका strength कितना है, and this is known as wavelength. like that. Okay, hertz is the unit of frequency. Unit of frequency. So अभी यूनिट ऑफ फ्रीक्वेंसी मतलब मान लेते हैं इंडिया में एसी क्या है 50 हर्ट्ज में काम करता है. इफ यू टॉक अबाउट यूएसए अदर कंट्री 60 हर्ट्ज में काम करता है. अगर हम उसका बैंड बनाए, रेंज बनाए तो क्या होगा 50 हर्ट्ज टू 60 हर्ट्ज. हम ऐसा लिख सकते हैं कि जो ऑल्टरनेटिंग करंट है एसी दैट ऑपरेट फ्रॉम 50 हर्ट्ज टू 60 हर्ट्ज, इसको हम बोलते हैं फ्रीक्वेंसी बैंड. आर यू अंडरस्टैंडिंग कि किस रेंज में वो ऑपरेट कर रहा है. Similarly, when we talk about this particular thing, when we talk about 5G, it operates at 24 gigahertz also. It can operate any range in the middle. It can operate at 52 gigahertz also. It can operate in these frequency bands also at which this 4G is operating. It depends on what kind of application we have for 5G. Okay, for different applications, we'll be having different type of 5G technology. So is it understood? First statement. We will read again. 5G works at higher frequency but are lower bandwidth as compared to 4G technology. It is not lower bandwidth, it is, let's say, higher bandwidth. Okay, so the bandwidth is higher bandwidth, means like, you know, overall band of frequency in which 5G operates is much higher. The lowest is 450 megahertz and the highest is 52 gigahertz that we have seen. So it has very high band of frequency. What do we mean by high band of frequency? It means different types of devices can operate at the same time. It has different bands of frequency. One type of device may be operating at 450 megahertz. Other device can be operating at, let's say, 24 gigahertz. There can be other device that may require more frequency, 52 gigahertz. So more types of devices can be operated. This is the thing. Okay. So first statement is wrong. Is it understood? Second, 5G ensures very high speed but consumes more energy per unit data transfer than 4G technology. This is wrong. Why? 5G ensures very high speed. This is right. They consume less energy per unit of data transfer. They consume not more, less energy. In fact, 5G consumes 10% of energy for the same amount of data that they transfer using 4G. For example, using 4G, you are transferring 100 megabyte of data. Whatever energy is needed. In 5G, you will be needed 10% of that energy to transfer 100 megabyte of data. Is it understood? So 5G gives more speed, but it consumes less energy. Okay. So this is the thing. So this has been important for first part of the information. The second part of the information means if we talk about 5G, what they give? They give high speed and they consume around, right? They consume approximately 10% of energy for the same amount of data to be transferred through 4G. You are understanding? Means like, you know, sentence, if I write sentence, so it will take more space. For the same amount of data transfer. Amount of data transfer as compared to 4G. Why we are adopting 5G? Because 5G gives more benefit. It is not just an enhancement over 4G. This technology is entirely different as compared to 4G. That's the thing. Okay. So this is the thing. Second statement is wrong. Third statement. While 4G supports only half duplex mode, 5G supports both half as well as full duplex mode of communication. This is also wrong. What? This is also wrong. So D is the right answer. So now let us understand about half duplex mode, full duplex mode, simplex mode. So in case of communication technologies, right? Communication technologies, what we have, just a minute. In case of communication technologies, we do have different modes of communication. What? We have different modes of communication. Number first mode of communication is known as simplex mode. What is simplex mode? In case of simplex mode, let's say you have a device over here, you have another device. Let's say I'm calling it D1, I'm calling it D2. In case of simplex mode, the communication that happens, this particular communication is one way only. What? One way only. Means if it is a sender, using this you can only send the data. If it is a receiver, using this you can only receive the data. So the communication will happen only in one direction. Unidirectional communication happens in simplex mode. Okay, this is known as simplex mode. Apart from this, we have another mode of communication, right? We have another mode of communication. This is known as half duplex mode. Okay, this is known as half duplex mode. What do we mean by half duplex mode? In case of half duplex mode, what will happen? Let's say you have one device, I am saying device 1, you have another device, I am saying device 2. But in case of half duplex mode, the communication that is happening, it is bidirectional. Communication is bidirectional. Bidirectional means from here you can send the information and from here you can receive the information also. But what is the catch? In case of half duplex mode, at one time you can do one activity. If you are sending the information, you will be sending. Then later on you will be receiving the information. Means like both of them cannot happen simultaneously. One go sending the data, other go receiving data. So in case of half duplex mode, what happens? Here, although it is bidirectional, but sending and receiving of data can happen at different times. Okay, at different times. Different times means they cannot happen simultaneously. If we talk about other mode, the third mode, which is known as full duplex mode. So what is this full duplex mode? In case of full duplex mode, now this is still different. So here we have device 1, again we have device 2. In this case, you can send the data, you can receive the data. Data may travel both ways simultaneously. Okay, from here to here, here to here. This is duplex mode, full duplex mode. So full duplex mode is allowed by both 4G and 5G technology. At the same time, you can send data and you can receive data. Is it understood? So this is, let's say like, this is while 4G supports only half duplex mode. This is wrong. Using 4G, we do conversation. We send data, we receive data, both the things happen. So both of them support full duplex mode. Okay, so that's why the third statement is wrong. All the three statements are wrong. Is it understood now? So with this, let us now quickly move to another question. Actually, I discussed in detail so that you develop good understanding on this topic. Then we have another question. It says, with reference to techniques of encryption to secure data, consider the following statements, right? Asymmetric encryption is more secure than symmetric encryption. This is right. For large amount of data transfer, asymmetric encryption is efficient than symmetric encryption. This is wrong. Correct answer is option A. Now let us understand why we are understanding this particular thing. Recently, a terminology was in news. It was related to encryption technologies. What kind of encryption? Basically, we are coming up with a different type of computer altogether. As of now, what kind of computer we are using? We are using conventional computers. But later on, we will be having a new form of computer. What is that is known as? Anyone? Have you heard about? Quantum computing? Have you heard about it? Okay. like have you heard about quantum physics? So like there are some principles of physics. Have you heard about this? Principle of superposition, principle of, have you heard about principle of superposition? Huh? Principle of entanglement. So it is related to which kind of communication? Which kind of quantum communication? So the thing is, now people are, like, you know, people have been developing quantum computing systems so far. So quantum computing systems use qubit. In the computers that we use bits, right? They use qubits. But using qubit, they could share the data, and those data use the principle of superposition and principle of entanglement. Principle of superposition says that same data can have both the state at the same time, false state or true state. It can be 0 or 1 at the same time, right? That is known as principle superposition. Principle of entanglement says that, let's say, like state of a particular system or a bit is dependent on the state of other bit. They are entangled together, no matter what is the distance between them. So this, using these principles, they are developing quantum computers now. So quantum computers, let's say, like, you know, they have created various type of algorithm to have secure communication with one another. What is the largest problem with the current type of communication that we have? Current type of, let's say, cyber security infrastructure that we have. Every day billions of, let's say, like, you know, threat attacks happen on computers. Billions of cyber attack happens every day across the world, and many of these attacks are so powerful that they even are able to hack into the data of some of the tech giants. For example, Infosys, its data has been hacked into. Let's say AIMS, right? And like many organizations are there, their data have been hacked into, like, you know, from India, from across the world. So we are trying to secure the way of communication. So people are developing quantum computers. And the quantum computers that we are developing, basically they have developed some kind of algorithm. Using those algorithms, basically they share data from one place to another by encrypting the data. And for encryption of data, what they do, they use some kind of encryption technique where they use multiple of prime factors of numbers, right? Prime factors means prime numbers, we know, the numbers that are divisible only by itself and by 1. That's the thing. 2 is a prime number, 3 is a prime number, 5 is a prime number, 7 is a prime number, but 9 is not a prime number, 11 is a prime number. So the thing is, the encryption that they do in case of those computers, quantum computers, so the encryption keys that they generate using, let's say, like, you know, multiplication of large prime numbers, for which, let's say, decryption becomes highly difficult. So now what has happened, like, you know, they use some kind of encryption technologies. So based on that, we have framed this question. What kind of encryption? So they have one kind of encryption which is known as symmetric encryption. I'll be little quick, okay? Symmetric encryption. What happens in case of symmetric encryption? Let's say we have a plain text, okay? We have a plain text, and this plain text will be, let's say we want to encrypt it. What we want to do, we want to encrypt it, means encryption is happening over here. So for encryption, what we use a kind of key, okay? This is known as secure key, okay? Using a secure key, we encrypt the data, and after then we receive some information that is known as cipher text, okay? Cipher text. But from cipher text, what we want to do, we want to decrypt the information. Decrypt the information. Again, for decryption also we will use a key, right? And this key is known as secure key. And after decryption, we will receive again something which is known as plain text. The same text that we had here, we are receiving the same text here. So in both these cases, the key that are used, these keys are same, okay? They are same keys. They are known as symmetric encryption. For encrypting the information, right, you are using a key, and you are getting a cipher text, means like, the encrypted text. For decryption also you are using the same key, that is known as symmetric encryption. Is it understood? Symmetric encryption. Apart from this, we have another type of encryption which is known as asymmetric encryption. Okay, this is known as asymmetric encryption. In case of asymmetric encryption, the architecture remains same, but in case of this secure key, okay, I'm just going to draw it quickly. This is plain text. Here we are doing encryption, okay, consider it to be encryption. We are receiving a cipher text, okay. After this, we are doing what? Decryption, okay, I'm just writing decryption. And finally, we are getting the plain text back. This is the simplest explanation of this. Over here, what we are doing, we are using a key for encryption, and this key is now known as public key. What? It is known as public key. Over here, we will be using another key, right, to decrypt the information. This will be known as private key. What? It will be known as private key, right? So the keys that we are using here, the key pairs that we are using here, they're different from one another. These keys are different from one another. For encryption, you are using public key to get the cipher text. For decryption, you are using a different key, that is private key. This is known as asymmetric, encryption. Symmetric encryption is generally used for sending large volume of data. Asymmetric encryption is used for sending those data that are highly confidential, right, that you need to protect at any cost, right? That's the thing. Is it understood? So let us now go back to the question. With reference to techniques of encryption to secure data, consider the following statements. Asymmetric encryption is more secure than symmetric encryption. That's right. Second, for large amount of data transfer, this is, let's say, this is not asymmetric encryption, this should be symmetric encryption, okay, is efficient than the symmetric encryption. So that's why second is wrong, first is right, okay. Correct answer is option A. Is it understood? So with this, let us now quickly move to another question. This is question number 57. With reference to various diagnostic scans to detect critical diseases, okay, diagnostic. हाँ, डायग्राम दिखा दूं, ये लीजिए. हाँ, ड्रॉ कर लेना, because like these terminologies are in news, so many a times it may become difficult for you to understand in the exam, right? So it's important that you understand these terms now itself. Yes, quantum computers. Yes. Just let me know once it is drawn. Okay. Okay. So now we came to another question, question number 57. With reference to various diagnostic scans to detect critical diseases. Means we want to detect critical diseases, and for that we use diagnostics. Diagnostics means identifying whether a patient has a disease or not. For that, doctors generally ask the patients to go through some kind of tests, because after test you will be coming up with x-rays, you will be coming up with CT scans, and the doctors will see those x-rays, doctors will see those CT scans to identify whether there is some abnormality or not in the organ, in the tissues, in the bones, like that, okay. So here they have talked about three different types of those diagnostic scans. One of the scan is known as CT scan, other is known as MRI, third is known as PET scan. What is CT scan? It is computed tomography, CT scan. Long back when we were in school, so we have heard about this word for the first time. CT scan was done for mummy. So Egyptian mummy. So maybe like, I don't know whether you remember or not, right? So it was there in schools, right? In storybooks. So basically like, that information was right. It says CT scans use X-rays to create the cross-sectional image of organ under investigation. Okay. So generally the mummy that was identified long back, that mummy was actually CT scanned, right? It's just history. It is related to Egypt, right? And then they identified, let's say like, whether the body is still intact or not, right? So mummies are considered to have, let's say, survived for a very long time, right? Why? Because they have used some kind of, let's say, chemicals, masale वगैरह ऐसा उन्होंने डाला, ठीक है? Why? Because they believe life after death, कि मरने के बाद भी आपका दूसरा दुनिया होगा. So like we want to protect your body, we want to give some kind of things to you so that like, in your next life, right, you can enjoy. That's the thing. So this was the concept. This is the concept in Egypt. So wherever they believe in life after death, they do these kind of practices. Okay. So CT scans are used now also. I mean, like, it is a widely used medical diagnostic technique. It says CT scans use X-rays to create cross-sectional image of organ under investigation. This statement is right. Okay, this statement is right. CT scans use this thing. Okay, second, MRI scan. What is MRI? Magnetic resonance imaging. This is the full form of MRI. Okay. Sometimes people are, जैसे like if you talk to a radiology surgeon, मतलब जो होते हैं ना, मतलब after MBBS people go for radiology, people go for neurology and all. Radiology are those people actually who are working in the field of diagnostics. They use different diagnostic techniques to diagnose the patients. So it says MRI scan exposes the patient to a higher order of radiation than CT scans. This is wrong. ठीक है, जो CT scan होता है, CT scan is considered to be a difficult type of scan. उसमें क्या होता है? It exposes the human body to radiation. And if you have actually seen a patient who is undergoing CT scan, मान लो किसी के stomach का CT scan होगा, that person is given some kind of liquid. जैसे उनको बोला जाता है कि आप 1 लीटर पानी पी लो पहले, लेकिन वो 1 लीटर के पानी में क्या होता है? They add some kind of, let's say, एक छोटा सा colorless bottle होता है, उसको उस पानी में मिला देते हैं. They shake it up, तो वो पानी जैसा ही दिखता है. After you drink it, right, what happens? जहां जहां से वो पानी आपके बॉडी में जाएगा, वो ऑर्गन के जो पाइप्स होते हैं अंदर के, उसके अराउंड लाइनिंग सा बन जाता है. लाइनिंग मतलब जैसे फॉर एग्जांपल आप स्वीट्स लेते हो मार्केट से, स्वीट के ऊपर क्या होता है कि वो एल्युमिनियम फॉइल लगा देते हैं या कुछ क्या सिल्वर का वो लगा देते हैं, वो दिखता है ना अलग से. इट इज लाइक दैट. तो जब हम सीटी स्कैन करते हैं उससे पहले जो वो लिक्विड पीते हैं तो अंदर से वैसा वो बन जाता है. तो आफ्टर देन व्हेन दे डू सीटी स्कैन, तो मतलब लाइक दे कैन सी कि वो लाइनिंग कैसा है बॉडी के, मतलब वेसल्स के अंदर, मतलब जो पाइप्स जा रहा है उसके अंदर वो कैसा है. इज देयर एनी अबनॉर्मलिटी और नॉट. जनरली सीटी स्कैन जो है इट एक्सपोजेस अ पर्सन थ्रू डिफरेंट काइंड ऑफ रेडिएशन. सीटी स्कैन वाले रूम में चप्पल लेके अलाउड नहीं है, कोई मेटल अलाउड नहीं है. इट इज लाइक दैट. इफ यू लेट्स से अकम्पनी अ पेशेंट, यू विल गेट टू नो अबाउट द प्रोसीजर्स. हाँ, चला के करते हैं, ठीक है, करते हैं, लेकिन सीटी स्कैन जो है इट एक्सपोजेस टू मोर रेडिएशन. मशीन के अंदर डाल रहे हैं, लेकिन वो डिपेंड करता है नेचर ऑफ द रेडिएशन. इट्स लाइक दैट, ठीक है. हाँ, हेड का भी करते हैं सीटी स्कैन. नहीं, वो स्टमक वाला एग्जांपल दिया मैंने, हेड में तो वो उतना नहीं कर सकते ना. इट्स लाइक दैट. एंड रिसेंटली देयर वाज एन आर्टिकल इन हिंदू न्यूज़पेपर दैट टॉक्ड अबाउट those people who have gone through CT scan, I think, ठीक है, they are more prone to getting cancer in their lifetime. मतलब they have done a research on huge number of patients. मतलब जो लोग हैं in a specific age group के after 5 years or 10 years of it, मतलब it is likely that like you can get some form of cancer. It was there, but they have also said, but like if a doctor has said to go to that kind of, let's say, scanning, so you cannot deny the doctor, because doctor is going to treat the ailment that is there in your body. And if you are fearing about a kind of cancer that may develop after 5 or 10 years or maybe in mild form, so that's not right. Okay, so there was an article in Hindu newspaper. You can, let's say, type it, you can read that article. It is scientific document. So that's very interesting. So third, it says PET scan is used to analyze the functional aspects of any tissue or organ, whereas CT scan only projects the structure of the organ under analysis. ठीक है, CT scan क्या करता है, स्ट्रक्चर देखता है ऑर्गन का. PET scan क्या करता है, फंक्शनल एस्पेक्ट देखता है किसी टिश्यू का कि वो प्रॉपर्ली फंक्शन कर रहा है कि नहीं. ठीक है, मतलब लाइक फंक्शनल एस्पेक्ट, यू अंडरस्टैंडिंग कि हाँ प्रॉपर. PET स्कैन फुल फॉर्म आपको देखना पड़ेगा, बहुत टेक्निकल टर्म है. इट इज, आपको देखना पड़ेगा, यू नीड टू सी इट. ठीक है, ये मेटाबॉलिज्म चेक करने के लिए करते हैं. ठीक है, सो द थर्ड इज राइट. ओके, फर्स्ट एंड थर्ड आर राइट, सेकंड इज रॉन्ग. ठीक है, बहुत टेक्निकल टर्म है. PET स्कैन, CT स्कैन, ये सब you need to learn about it. So with this, now let us move to another question. With reference to CRISPR-Cas9 genome editing tool, consider the following statements. They have given two statements. One statement says Cas9 is the enzyme that acts as molecular scissor to cut the DNA strand at a specific location. This is right. CRISPR-Cas is a gene editing technology. Why we have asked question on this? Because recently United States of America has approved two different kind of genetic therapies for treatment of sickle cell anemia, and in case of UK it has also approved one therapy out of those two for sickle cell anemia. So matlab like usme like they have mentioned about this thing also, और sickle cell anemia से related जो अभी तक treatment available था, it is bone marrow transplant. ठीक है, you need bone marrow from a different patient, but the methods that they have approved for the first time, it does not require bone marrow from a third party. ठीक है, so that's why it was in news. ठीक है, it was there in newspaper also. This is right, article is there. ठीक है, guide RNA follow the Cas9 enzyme to get attached to the location which. देखो guide RNA क्या करता है, ये पहले जाता है, पहले ये गाइड करता है इसको Cas9 को कि आप उधर जाके वो करो. यहाँ पे उल्टा लिखा हुआ है कि गाइड आरएनए क्या करता है, फॉलो करता है Cas9 को. ऐसा नहीं, Cas9 फॉलोज द गाइड आरएनए. दैट्स द थिंग. ठीक है, टू गेट अटैच्ड टू द लोकेशन व्हिच हैज बीन ब्रोकन बाय द Cas9 एंजाइम. ठीक है, ये उल्टा लिखा हुआ है. सो फर्स्ट स्टेटमेंट इज राइट, ऑप्शन ए इज करेक्ट. ओके, हियर वी नीड टू आइडेंटिफाई द करेक्ट स्टेटमेंट्स. Then we have another question. It says consider the following technologies. They have given name of some technologies. One is known as FastTag. Many of you might have heard about it, maybe used, right? Then tap and go cards. Then barcode. FastTag क्या होता है, ये वो होता है जो गाड़ी के आगे लगा हुआ होता है. Whenever you are crossing a toll, so generally from your FastTag, let's say like you prepaid, right, you have let's say 500 rupees और toll tax मान लेते हैं 100 rupees है, तो automatically it gets deducted from your FastTag. It is attached, let's say like you know, in the front side of the vehicle. So that's the thing. So FastTag work on the principle of optical communication. ये optical communication पे work नहीं करता है FastTag. FastTag किस पे work करता है? It works on RFID, radio frequency identification, उस पे work करता है. Tap and go cards use radio frequency for identification. This is right. ठीक है, ये RFID का यूज करता है, टैप एंड गो ऐसे करके. जैसे फॉर एग्जांपल मेट्रो कार्ड में, यू हैव मेट्रो कार्ड, आप क्या करते हो वहां पे टैप करते हो, ऐसा टच भी करते हो, नहीं भी टच करते हो, वो आइडेंटिफाई कर लेता है कि हाँ है इसमें बैलेंस. ठीक है, सो इट्स लाइक दैट. टैप एंड गो कार्ड यूज RFID. इसको बोलते हैं नियर फील्ड टेक्नोलॉजी, नियर फील्ड कम्युनिकेशन. नियर फील्ड में RFID का यूज करते हैं. ठीक है, दिस इज राइट. नाउ थर्ड, barcode works on the principle of change in magnetic field brought about by vertical white and black bars. ये wrong है. ठीक है, चेंज इन मैग्नेटिक फील्ड पे वर्क नहीं करता है. बार कोड हम देखते हैं ना, अभी आपने बार कोड स्कैन किया होगा आंसर की को वो करने के लिए, उसमें व्हाइट एंड ब्लैक लाइंस होते हैं. सो जनरली व्हेन यू स्कैन इट, स्कैन करने से पहले क्या करता है, आपका जो मोबाइल है वो फ्लैश, लाइट फ्लैश जनरेट करता है, और लाइट फ्लैश जनरेट करने के बाद वो उसको रीड करता है. आफ्टर रीडिंग वो जो बार होता है ब्लैक एंड व्हाइट, उसमें से इट डिकोड्स द इंफॉर्मेशन. डिकोड मतलब 0-1 जो होता है ना, वो इट डिकोड्स दैट पर्टिकुलर थिंग, और उसके बाद मतलब इट गिव्स यू द इंफॉर्मेशन. इसमें चेंज इन मैग्नेटिक फील्ड नहीं होता. यहाँ पे ऑप्टिकल का वो होता है, दे यूज ऑप्टिकल थिंग एंड देन दे कन्वर्ट द इंफॉर्मेशन, डिकोड द इंफॉर्मेशन दैट इज देयर, ठीक है। सो काफी टेक्निकलिटीज है, बट साइंस इज ऑल अबाउट एप्लीकेशन, साइंस इज ऑल अबाउट अंडरस्टैंडिंग, ठीक है। कोई भी चीज जो न्यूज में है, यू नीड टू हैव अंडरस्टैंडिंग अबाउट इट, ठीक है। सो ओनली सेकंड स्टेटमेंट इज राइट, इट मींस ऑप्शन ए इज द राइट आंसर इन दिस केस. Now let us talk about another topic with reference to different types of LED technologies, light emitting diode technologies. Consider the following statements. QLED. What is QLED? Anyone? Qualitative. ठीक है. That's wrong. Okay. QLED displays produce better contrast between dark and light scenes. OLED, organic LED. QLED, quantum LED. So just a minute, ठीक है. QLED stands for quantum dot LED, ठीक है, quantum dot LED. And OLED, organic LED, display produce more brighter colors. AMOLED, OLED displays are more flexible in terms of size of displays as compared to OLED display. देखो, before we go into technicalities related to this, let me tell you why we asked a question on this topic. This year, the Nobel Prize in Chemistry was awarded to what? Nobel Prize in Chemistry. हाँ? क्यों? QLED? नहीं. A field of nanotechnology जिसका ultimate application है in the development of let's say like display technologies में application है. नाम अभी मुझे instantly याद नहीं आ रहा, but if you see the let's say Nobel Prize in Chemistry this year was awarded to a technology that will be used in display technologies. और ये जो question है, it is based on display technologies. Now here they have given 3 statements. In all these 3 statements they have talked about 3 different types of LEDs, light emitting diode. पहला वाला जो LED है, it is known as quantum dot LED और QLED. दूसरा है ऑर्गेनिक एलईडी. क्वांटम डॉट एलईडी जो है दे प्रोड्यूस ब्राइटर कलर्स. OLED ऑर्गेनिक एलईडी डिस्प्ले प्रोड्यूस बेटर कॉन्ट्रास्ट बिटवीन डार्क एंड लाइट सीन्स. तो पहले के दोनों गलत है, ठीक है. इट इज लाइक वी हैव इंटरचेंज दिस थिंग. देन वी हैव AMOLED डिस्प्लेस. AMOLED का फुल फॉर्म क्या है? दिस AMOLED जो है, इट इज लेट्स से there is a term also given, they remove the limitation of display. ये जो है active matrix organic LED. AMOLED means it is active matrix organic LED, ठीक है. Active matrix organic LED, this is the full form. These displays are more flexible in terms of size of displays as compared to OLED displays. ये क्योंकि ये एक्टिव मैट्रिक्स का यूज करता है, सो मतलब लाइक छोटे छोटे साइज के भी हम डिस्प्ले बना सकते हैं. वी कैन हैव डिफरेंट कॉम्बिनेशंस. इट इज मोर फ्लेक्सिबल एज कंपेयर टू QLED. सो दैट्स द थिंग. ओके, सो एक्टिव मैट्रिक्स, ऑर्गेनिक LED. सो ओनली वन ऑफ देम आर करेक्ट, व्हिच इज ऑप्शन ए इज राइट आंसर. इज इट अंडरस्टूड? नाउ लेट अस मूव टू अनदर क्वेश्चन. Let's read this question with reference to different type. Okay, this is the same question, I think. So with this, science and technology is over for today, right? Now we are going to quickly see current affairs. Science and technology, I understand it is one of the difficult part. So that's why I thought of taking the discussion, let's say, in a better manner so that you at least understand the questions that are asked. It says with reference to UNESCO Creative Cities Network. UNESCO Creative Cities Network, consider the following statements. They have given 2 statements. It covers 5 creative fields of craft and folk art, media art, film, literature and music. This is wrong. यहाँ पे 5 नहीं होता है, 7 होता है. What it does, it covers 7 different types of creative, let's say like creative fields of this thing. इसमें एक वो है, क्या बोलते हैं, गैस्ट्रो इकोनॉमी, मतलब लाइक फॉर हैदराबाद वाज गिवन दैट थिंग, ठीक है, एक वो है. देन देयर इज अनदर आल्सो. सो इट हैज इन ऑल 7 थिंग. एंड रिसेंटली कोहिकोड, इसमें कोझिकोड लिखा जाता है, बट लाइक वी प्रोनाउंस इट एज कोहिकोड. कोहिकोड इज द फर्स्ट सिटी इन इंडिया टू बी इंक्लूडेड इन द UNESCO Creative Cities Network अंडर लिटरेचर कैटेगरी, ठीक है, सेकंड इज राइट, फर्स्ट इज रॉन्ग। मतलब 7 कैटेगरी है, 7 में से एक कैटेगरी में कोझिकोड को उन्होंने रिकॉग्नाइज किया है, बाकी दूसरे कैटेगरी से दूसरे सिटीज रिकॉग्नाइज्ड है ऑलरेडी। तो यूनेस्को क्रिएटिव सिटीज नेटवर्क का मतलब यह है दे वांट टू रिकॉग्नाइज दो सिटीज जिस सिटी में लोगों की जो लाइवलीहुड पैटर्न है इट इज बिकॉज ऑफ सम क्रिएटिव वर्क। जैसे फॉर एग्जांपल इफ आई टॉक अबाउट मुंबई, तो पीपल आर इनटू फिल्म इंडस्ट्री, तो क्रिएटिव वर्क है, ठीक है, इट इज लाइक दैट। इफ यू टॉक अबाउट हैदराबाद, जनरली क्या होता है, हैदराबाद के डिशेस बहुत फेमस है, तो इट्स रिलेटेड टू लेट्स से लाइक यू नो गैस बेस्ड थिंग, गैस का यूज करके ये बना रहे वो बना रहे, तो दैट्स आल्सो कंसीडर्ड टू बी अ क्रिएटिव सिटी। So different cities are recognized by UNESCO for their, let's say, creative, let's say, usage of creative field for running that particular city administration. That's the thing. Okay. So second is right. Okay. There are 7 fields, 7 different, let's say, creative art forms. Then we have another question. It says, with reference to Amrit technology, consider the following statements. It has been developed by the CSIR. This is wrong. अमृत टेक्नोलॉजी को आईआईटी मद्रास ने डेवलप किया है। इंडियन इंस्टीट्यूट ऑफ टेक्नोलॉजी मद्रास हैज डेवलप्ड इट। इट हैज बीन डिजाइन्ड फॉर रिमूवल ऑफ आर्सेनिक एंड मेटल आयंस फ्रॉम वाटर, एड्रेसिंग वाटर क्वालिटी इश्यूज, ठीक है। सो लेट अस अंडरस्टैंड अबाउट फुल फॉर्म ऑफ अमृत, ठीक है। अमृत का फुल फॉर्म अगर आपको समझ में आ जाएगा देन यू विल अंडरस्टैंड कि मतलब लाइक व्हाट टॉपिक वी आर टॉकिंग अबाउट ऑल टुगेदर। अमृत का फुल फॉर्म है आर्सेनिक एंड मेटल रिमूवल बाय इंडियन टेक्नोलॉजी। आर्सेनिक एंड मेटल रिमूवल बाय इंडियन टेक्नोलॉजी मतलब वाटर को प्यूरिफाई करने के लिए वी हैव क्रिएटेड अ टेक्नोलॉजी, दैट टेक्नोलॉजी इज नोन एज अमृत टेक्नोलॉजी, ठीक है। आर्सेनिक एंड मेटल रिमूवल बाय इंडियन टेक्नोलॉजी, दैट्स द थिंग। सो इट हैज बीन डिजाइन्ड फॉर द रिमूवल ऑफ आर्सेनिक एंड मेटल आयंस फ्रॉम वाटर, राइट। इट यूटिलाइजेस हाइड्रोजन पेरोक्साइड, दिस इज रॉन्ग। क्या ये यूटिलाइज करता है? डज नॉट यूटिलाइज हाइड्रोजन पेरोक्साइड, इट यूटिलाइजेस आयरन ऑक्सी हाइड्रोक्साइड, आयरन ऑक्सी हाइड्रोक्साइड, ठीक है, टू रिमूव arsenic and this thing. It is applicable for both domestic and community level water purification. That's also true. So only 2 of them are true, which is second and fourth are right. First and third are wrong. ठीक है। अमृत टेक्नोलॉजी का मतलब है this is the technology for purifying water. Okay, this is the technology for purifying water. So Ministry of Jal Shakti has initiated this technology. हाँ, अमृत टेक्नोलॉजी का यूज करके मतलब वाटर को प्यूरिफाई करना है, आर्सेनिक एंड आयरन वो हमें वो रिमूव करना है। बाकी इससे रिलेटेड जितनी भी स्टोरी है वी हैव रिटन इन द डॉक्यूमेंट, इट इज अपलोडेड इन यूट्यूब। आफ्टर दिस डिस्कशन डाउनलोड इट, रीड इट मोर सो दैट लाइक यू अंडरस्टैंड सम अदर नुआंसेस आल्सो। लेकिन एक होलिस्टिक डेवलपमेंट के लिए वो डिस्कशन होना चाहिए, होलिस्टिक अंडरस्टैंडिंग के लिए, दैट्स द थिंग। सो वी हैव अनदर क्वेश्चन, इट सेज उवाचार एंड ओचान इज अ कम्युनिटी इन साउथ Southern district of Tamil Nadu, a class of temple priests. So basically यहाँ पे उन्होंने क्या किया, they have given description about a different type of temple priests, मतलब ऐसे लोग जो मंदिर में पूजा करवाते हैं। You understanding? Like महंत, temple priest, who usually officiate as pujaris at Pidari, Kali and other Amman. Amman मतलब होता है ग्राम देवता temples. They are also known by names such as Parisavayar, Vallavarayar and Salirayar. मतलब उनका अलग अलग नाम है। कौन? महंत लोग जो पूजा करवाते हैं तमिलनाडु में, ठीक है। Here, which of the following personalities is known to have belonged to the mentioned community? ठीक है, यहाँ पे क्या है, उन्होंने पर्सनैलिटी का नाम पूछा है कि इनमें से कौन ऐसे पर्सनैलिटी है who belong to this particular thing. Okay, so it is known as कवि चक्रवर्ती कंबन, ठीक है। इट वॉज रिसेंटली न्यूज, ठीक है। अगर पढ़ा है तो आपको समझ में आएगा, नहीं पढ़ा है तो नहीं, फैक्चुअल है, ठीक है। इट वॉज इन न्यूज, ठीक है। ये टेम्पल प्रीस्ट है, ये जो है कवि चक्रवर्ती कंबन। क्यों ये न्यूज में थे? बिकॉज रिसेंटली क्या हुआ, मतलब यहाँ पे बहुत सारा डिटेल गिवन है, ठीक है। मतलब लाइक द प्रेसिडेंट ऑफ इंडिया हैज रिकॉग्नाइज्ड दिस पर्टिकुलर पर्सन, सो दैट्स द थिंग। देन वी हैव अनदर, she was a staunch Gandhian. मतलब here they are giving description of a lady, old lady who followed the principle of Gandhian philosophy. So they have mentioned she was a staunch Gandhian from Tamluk, बंगाल. तामलुक एक जगह का नाम है, कहाँ पे? बंगाल में है, ठीक है. And was affectionately called Gandhi Buri. Buri means old lady, right? She fell to British bullets while leading Quit India movement. मतलब Quit India movement को lead करते टाइम ब्रिटिश ने गोली मारा and she died. She fell to this thing. She was, now उनका नाम दिया गया है, ठीक है. बीना दास, मातंगिनी हजरा, ठीक है. सुचेता कृपलानी एंड प्रीति लता वोडेडर. दिस इज द नेम, ठीक है. क्या नाम है? मातंगिनी हजरा. सो रिसेंटली क्या हुआ? द प्रेसिडेंट ऑफ इंडिया हैज रिकॉग्नाइज्ड लाइक ऑन सेप्टेम्बर, on the 81st anniversary of her martyrdom, president pays homage to valiant Matangini Hajra. So president ने क्या किया? She has मतलब like given recognition to her on her 81st death anniversary, ठीक है. So that's why she was in news. कई बार ऐसे unique like नाम news में आते हैं. So it is important कि हाँ आपको पता होना चाहिए, ठीक है. She followed Gandhian philosophy, ठीक है. That's the thing. Recently, Article 99 of the United Nations Charter has been invoked. In this regard, consider the following statements. Now, what is United Nations Charter? जैसे for example, India के case में we have Constitution of India. India is a sovereign independent nation. But United Nations is a body where sovereign nations are member of it. So, उस body का जो constituting document है, that is known as United Nations Charter. In the United Nations Charter, there are different articles that are mentioned. Article 99 of the United Nations Charter gives right to the, let's say, Secretary General of the United Nations, right, to bring into notice some important matter in front of the United Nations Security Council. A thing that can hamper, let's say, if it is not given importance, if it is not given attention, it can hamper the international peace, right? So recently, the United Nations Secretary General Antonio Guterres has invoked this article to bring to notice of the United Nations Security Council about the Israel-Hamas war that is happening, the kind of human rights violation that is happening in Gaza Strip, right? So it was related to that. It says it was intended to warn the United Nations Security Council about the danger caused by Russia. No, it is matter is related to Israel-Hamas conflict. It has been invoked only on 4 occasions to achieve stability and peace in the history of the United Nations. This is right, ठीक है. अभी तक 4 बार उन्होंने invoke किया है, मतलब this is factual information, but वहाँ पे conceptual था. Second statement is only correct. It means B is the right answer. All right. Now let us move to another question. It says, with reference to UN Democracy Fund, consider the following statements. कौन सा fund? United Nations Democracy Fund. ठीक है, ये Democracy Fund है क्या? बहुत पहले United Nations के एक Secretary General थे जिनका नाम था कोफी अन्नान. Kofi Annan was the United Nations Secretary General. He has established this UN Democracy Fund. Why he has established? So that this fund can be helpful to provide benefit to the let's say like NGOs. NGOs मतलब जो social organizations है उनको benefit करने के लिए. क्यों? So that democracy around the world can be strengthened, right? So that people from the grassroots section can participate in the voting activities also. Now it says the primary objective of UN Democracy Fund is to facilitate peace, security, protect civilians, support the restoration of stable government structures. ऐसा कुछ नहीं है. Basically ये उतना बड़ा goal नहीं है इसका. इसका goal है to support the NGOs who are supporting the grassroots people so that they can participate in democratic exercise. That's the thing. बाकी वो peace facilitate ये सब United Nations like Security Council करता है. ठीक है. India is the 4th highest donor to the UN Democracy Fund. This is right. It mobilizes finances through binding contributions. ये जो contributions होता है member countries के through, these are not binding contributions. These are voluntary contributions. Okay, these are what? वॉलंटरी कॉन्ट्रीब्यूशंस, दे आर नॉट बाइंडिंग, आपको बाइंड नहीं कर रखा है कि आपको इतना इतना देना ही पड़ेगा. इफ यू आर विलिंग टू गिव सम फंडिंग टू दिस थिंग, यू आर फ्री टू डू इट. ठीक है. So this is the thing. Only one statement is correct, which is option statement 2. Now we came to another question. It says consider the following pairs. One side they have given militant groups, on the other side they have talked about related countries. Matlab Fano militia, maybe you may not have heard about it. Hezbollah, many of us have heard about it. Hezbollah is located in Lebanon. हमास, ये नाइजर में नहीं है. हमास इज लोकेटेड इन पैलेस्टीन और वी कैन से गाजा स्ट्रिप टू बी स्पेसिफिक. ओके, हमास इज लोकेटेड वेयर? इन गाजा स्ट्रिप. ठीक है. सो हेजबुल्ला, हमास, दे आर रॉन्ग. फेनो मिलिशिया, दे आर लोकेटेड इन एथियोपिया. ठीक है. दिस इज इंपॉर्टेंट. नाउ क्विकली आई विल जस्ट टेक 1 minute टू ड्रॉ अ मैप. This is Gaza Strip. This is West Bank. This is Israel. Over here we have Mediterranean Sea. Over here we have Egypt. Over here we have Jordan. Over here we have Lebanon. Then we have Syria. ठीक है. लेबनन में हिजबुल्ला ग्रुप है. कहाँ? लेबनन में, मतलब अ स्मॉल कंट्री टू द टॉप ऑफ दिस. यहाँ पे हिजबुल्ला ग्रुप है. They have also launched attack on Israel in support or in solidarity of the Hamas, in solidarity of Palestinian people. Now एक तो ये चीज है. ठीक है. हिजबुल्ला कहाँ पे? यहाँ पे. गाजा स्ट्रिप कहाँ पे? यहाँ पे हमास ग्रुप लोकेटेड था. यहाँ से उन्होंने दे हैव लॉन्च्ड अटैक ऑन इजराइल. ठीक है. ऑन 7th of October 2023, and this was 50th anniversary of 1973 war that has happened between Israel and Palestine. ठीक है. So this is the thing. So only one of them are correct, which is first. ठीक है. It is Fano militia. They are located in Ethiopia. ठीक है. So with this, let us move to another question. This is question number 68. It says, with reference to International Air Transport Association, IATA, consider the following statements. They have given 3 statements here. They talk about it is a specialized organization of the United Nations that helps in formulating industrial policy for aviation. This is wrong. जो स्पेशलाइज्ड ऑर्गेनाइजेशन ऑफ द यूनाइटेड नेशंस है वो है इंटरनेशनल सिविल एविएशन ऑर्गेनाइजेशन, ICAO. इट्स नॉट इंटरनेशनल एयर ट्रांसपोर्ट एसोसिएशन, वो दूसरा है. ठीक है. इंटरनेशनल सिविल एविएशन ऑर्गेनाइजेशन. ठीक है. Its headquarters is located in Montreal, Canada. मतलब like this is a factual question. Why it is a factual question? Because recently the air traffic related things were in news. ठीक है. So that's the thing. Just a minute. It is question number 68. Its headquarters located in Montreal, Canada. It was established by the Convention on International Civil Aviation, also known as Chicago Convention. Chicago Convention से वो International Civil Aviation Organization उन्होंने established किया था. ठीक है. This particular body was formed in April 1945 in Havana, Cuba. It is the successor to the International Air Traffic Association, and at its founding IATA consisted of 57 airlines. So इसके बारे में थोड़ा सा information given है. This is totally factual. ठीक है. So A is the right answer. Only one of them is correct. Right? So with this, let us now quickly move to another question. It says, which of the following statement is correct regarding Sulina Channel? Okay, regarding Sulina Channel. Channel we know. Channel क्या होता है? Channel connecting two water bodies. It can be channel भी होता है. We say strait as well. ठीक है. So strait connects two big water bodies or separate two land masses. Similarly, जो channel होता है, it connects two water bodies. This Sulina channel was recently in news. It is located in southeastern part of Romania. कहाँ पे located है? Southeastern part of Romania. It is just located little bit north to the, let's say, little bit north to the Black Sea. Black Sea was in news. Black Sea Grain Initiative was in news. मतलब like you know this was in news, so that's why we have asked. तो ये mapping based topic है, ठीक है? Sulina channel. आप देख लेना इसका मतलब like we have included the image also of Sunila this channel in the explanation. You can see that thing, ठीक है? Recently seen in the news, nature restoration law is an initiative of which of the following? European Union. European Union is in news because of the laws that it formulates. For example, long back it has formulated the General Data Protection Regulation, GDPR. Then it formulated the European Union Artificial Intelligence Act. For that also it was in news. And this is again a new innovation that they have done. Nature Restoration Law. ये law जो है, this law that they have brought, it is for protecting the nature. It is to make the farming activity, let's say, nature friendly. ठीक है, मतलब it is going to impose some penalties also on those people who are going to pollute the nature, right? Who are going to pollute the environment. For that reason, it was in news. European Union is the right answer. ठीक है? Then we have another question. It says, with reference to Santiago network, consider the following statements. It was established as part of the Warsaw International Mechanism for Loss and Damage under the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change. This is right. Okay? It aims to connect vulnerable developing countries with providers of technical assistance, knowledge and resource they need to address climate risk. The United Nations Environment Program will host the Santiago Framework Secretariat. This is wrong. Okay? So, ये Santiago Framework, why it is in news? Because अभी recently, what has happened? COP28 has happened. Conference of Parties 28 to the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change. There they have adopted few important things. One of the important thing is like they have operationalized a loss and damage fund. Okay? Then they have released the Global Stocktake Report for the first time. Global Stocktake Report was envisaged in Paris Agreement in 2015. Global Stocktake Report is a kind of accounting. What target different member countries have taken for making their, let's say, like, you know, for as part of their climate action and what they have actually done. ठीक है, वो accounting करने के लिए Global Stocktake Report भी उन्होंने release किया. So that's why it was in news. So now this Santiago thing is going to happen where it is not going to be conducted in this it is not going to be hosted by the United Nations Environment Program. Okay, first statement is right, second statement is also right. Who is going to host? The United Nations Office for Disaster Risk Reduction and UNOPS will host Santiago Network Secretariat. Okay, so कौन है ये? They are not going to host. United Nations Office for Disaster Risk Reduction. It is going to, let's say, like, you know, it is going to host it. So only two of the above statements are right. Okay. So with this, now let us move to another question. This is the last question of the day. Don't worry. I have, let's say, like, you know, I like put you under so much stress, but be relaxed. This is the last question. Which of the following statements correctly describe the permacore, okay, or permacore, a dance form of Northwest India, prehistoric cave painting in Bhimbetka, a traditional flute of Koya tribe, a type toy made from. This is right. अभी क्या है? ये जो एक फ्लूट है, एक कोया ट्राइब, दे यूज्ड टू मेक अ फ्लूट, और ये फ्लूट जो है इट वाज मेड आउट ऑफ अ काइंड ऑफ हॉर्न ऑफ अ एनिमल, किसी एनिमल का मतलब लाइक यू नो पार्ट का यूज करके दे यूज्ड टू डू इट. तो दैट एनिमल यूज्ड टू गेट किल्ड एंड आफ्टर किलिंग दैट एनिमल दे यूज्ड टू मेक इट. बट कोया ट्राइब्स हैज रिसेंटली डिसाइडेड टू गो एनिमल फ्रेंडली. तो उन्होंने बोला वी विल नो लॉन्गर, let's say, like, you know, kill any animal for this. So they said we are going to make it using some other material. ठीक है, मतलब other material. For that it was in news. ठीक है, it is कौन सा एनिमल का नाम भी मैं बता देता हूँ. It is known as Indian bison, Bos gaurus. Okay, Indian bison. So indigenous Koya tribe inhabiting Papikonda Hill range along the river Godavari and Sabri in Andhra Pradesh have decided to do away with millennia old tradition in an attempt to conserve the Indian bison. The Koyas have moved on from using traditional Indian bison horns to palm leaves. तो पहले bison horn का use करके वो flute बनाते थे, अभी वो palm leaf का use करेंगे. So मतलब like they have gone animal friendly, which is good. हमारे पास PETA है, like PETA is an organization that talks about the rights of the animals. So option C is the right answer in this case. So that's all from my side. Then there will be a discussion by Lakshmikant Jaibhe sir. He's going to take the discussion on geography section. Okay? So hopefully you understood the topics. Koi question hai? Any question that you have, online and offline people? No question? Okay. So thank you so much. I'll see Lakshmi sir, if he's there, I'll send him.
Hello. Yes. Good evening, everyone. Yeah, already it is a bit late, so I will try to keep it brief. So, geography and environment section, quickly we'll go through it. So, I believe that geography थोड़ा सा easy रहा होगा और environment as usual हमें थोड़ा सा tough रखना होगा क्योंकि UPSC ऐसा कर रहा है, right? So let's discuss these one by one. I will give you some, let's say, additional information. Let's try to focus on how to approach to these questions. Already, the let's say, explanations are pretty adequate. So you can go through the explanations. Online students, you may be referring to the explanations mentioned in the description of this video. ठीक है, तो आप वहाँ से भी देख सकते हैं. What about this one? Already this year there was question on P waves and S waves. Right. So in past also UPSC has asked question on P waves and S waves, earthquake waves. The confusing statement in this was about the speed. That is not generally mentioned in the basic resources that we read. ठीक है. ये तो पता होता है कि P waves are faster than S waves. इतना mention किया रहता है. But it is not like 10 times faster, right? It's about 1.6 or 1.7 times faster. So that makes this statement incorrect. Otherwise, S waves cannot pass through fluids, that is gases and liquids that we know. They can only pass through the solid, while P waves, they are the longitudinal waves and they can pass through all three mediums. So we can say this is correct. Rayleigh waves cause the most damage from the earthquake. Rayleigh waves are basically the type of surface waves. Surface waves, there are two types of waves, body waves and surface waves. In body waves, we know that it is primary waves and secondary waves, P waves and S waves. While the surface waves, there are types of surface waves like L waves या love waves जिसको हम बोलते हैं and Rayleigh's wave. ठीक है? There is one small difference in them. We have just a moment. So I'm going to show you some images also because it is geography and environment section. So many mapping points we have asked, few concepts we have asked. So that's why I'm going to show you some images also. ठीक है? तो about the S waves and P waves, right? They look like their movement is like this one, right? P waves, we know that there are rarefaction and compressions as it is the longitudinal wave similar to sound waves. Then S waves are like we know that they are the transverse waves, up and down movement, right? So because of that, there will be formation of anticlines and synclines, or we can say troughs and crest, right? They are distortional in nature. ठीक है? This was asked in the prelims examination. And love waves and Rayleigh waves, both are surface waves, and we can see the difference here. Difference is that these Rayleigh waves are like the ripples on the surface of water. ठीक है, हम कभी भी स्टोन थ्रो करते हैं पानी के ऊपर, जो रिपल्स होते हैं, तो एग्जैक्टली दे लुक लाइक बट लव वेव्स में क्या होता है, यहाँ पर क्रेस्ट के यहाँ पे क्या हो रहा है और ट्रफ के यहाँ पे अपोजिट डायरेक्शन में मूवमेंट है मटेरियल का. This is the only difference we can see. Both are surface waves. Surface waves are formed when the body waves are interacting with the surface rocks, right? And they are the most damaging in nature, we can say. They are the most damaging in nature. Fine. So you can see that two statements are correct here. We have been asked the number of statements correct. तो अगर आपको यहाँ पर कंफ्यूज हुआ है, but still I would like to take risk in this question, क्योंकि ये concept based question है. जैसे मैंने पहले इसमें डिस्कशन में बताया हुआ कि कहाँ पे रिस्क लेना है, कहाँ पे नहीं लेना है. ठीक है, तो थोड़ा सा आपको यहाँ पर रिस्क लेना चाहिए था. ठीक है, गलत गया है, कोई बात नहीं, नेक्स्ट टाइम नहीं जाएगा. ठीक है, वी हैव दैट कॉन्फिडेंस. नाउ नेक्स्ट क्वेश्चन. What about this one? I guess this was very easy. Oasis. हाँ, ऑनलाइन स्टूडेंट्स टॉक टू मी. ठीक है, आपको जो भी डाउट है आप कमेंट सेक्शन में पूछिए. हाँ, व्हाट अबाउट दिस वन? ओएसिस एंड आर डिप्रेशंस ऑफ वैराइंग साइज इन द डेजर्ट रीजन. व्हेनेवर वी वॉच मूवी जहाँ पे डेजर्ट रीजन दिखाया जाता है, तो वहां पे कहीं ना कहीं एक सेटलमेंट दिखाया जाता है पानी के यहाँ पर, राइट? बेसिकली दीज आर ओएसिस in the desert region, right? But this oasis is not formed because of rainfall. So there is no rainfall as such in desert region. No, very minuscule. तो उतना पानी नहीं आ सकता है rainfall से, जहाँ पे store नहीं हो सकता. Basically there the groundwater is reaching to the surface. Okay, so that's why we have that much amount of water there. So rainwater is not the source, rather groundwater is. ठीक है, तो फर्स्ट वन इज करेक्ट, सेकंड इज इनकरेक्ट. ओएसिस हेल्प इन सपोर्टिंग सेटल लाइफ इन द डेजर्ट रीजन. दैट इज ट्रू. मोस्ट ऑफ द सेटलमेंट्स इन द डेजर्ट रीजन आर अराउंड द ओएसिस. हाउ इट लुक्स लाइक, लेट मी शो दैट टू यू. ये देखिए, इट लुक्स लाइक दिस सिंपली. ओके, सो पानी के सारी तरफ से, जैसे हमारे यहाँ पर अगर इंडिया का एग्जांपल लेते हैं तो वी हैव पुष्कर लेक. ठीक है, पुष्कर लेक इन राजस्थान, वन ऑफ द वी कैन से एग्जांपल ऑफ ओएसिस, उसी टाइप का. और इसी तरीके से सेटलमेंट आपको दिखाई देगा वो लेक के सारी तरफ. अरब कंट्रीज में आप इसी तरीके के सेटलमेंट्स देखते हैं. फाइन, कमिंग बैक टू द क्वेश्चन. सो इसका आंसर क्या होना चाहिए? ओनली टू. अगेन बी इज द करेक्ट आंसर हियर. Yes, there is no water through precipitation. Try to understand. There is no water through precipitation, but groundwater aquifers are recharged, and water aquifers are very large. Okay, and they are recharged from somewhere else. ठीक है, ऐसा नहीं कि मतलब वहीं पे रिचार्ज हो रहा है वो. ग्राउंड वाटर इज कनेक्टेड, अंदर से पूरा कनेक्टेड भी हो सकता है, और कहीं और से वो रिचार्ज होके वहां पे पानी ऊपर आ रहा है, क्योंकि वहां पे ओपनिंग है उसका. ठीक है, वहां पर उसका ओपनिंग है, दैट्स व्हाई. अदरवाइज वहां पे रेनफॉल तो हो नहीं रहा. ओके, सो वाटर इज नॉट थ्रू रेनफॉल बट द ग्राउंड वाटर, एंड ग्राउंड वाटर एक्विफर्स आर कनेक्टेड, वी कैन से विद इन अर्थ्स क्रस्ट. हाँ, प्लाया के ऊपर भी एक क्वेश्चन हमने पूछा हुआ है. बेसिकली द प्लायास आर सरफेस ड्रेनेज लेक. ठीक है, प्लायास हाउ दे आर फॉर्म? दे आर फॉर्म बिकॉज ऑफ द सीजनल स्ट्रीम्स आर coming and draining at one particular place, but they are seasonal streams. As it is the desert region, what will happen? During summer all the water will evaporate from that, but during let's say 4-6 months of let's say whatever the rainfall we have, तो थोड़ा बहुत पानी उसमें आ जाता है. So whatever the salt production that happens in Rajasthan, be it Sambar lake or other lakes, basically they are playa lakes. दे आर फेड बाय द सीजनल स्ट्रीम्स देयर। तो ये क्या है, ये रेनफॉल के थ्रू आया हुआ पानी है, ग्राउंड वाटर वाला नहीं है। ये दोनों में डिफरेंस है, दोनों डेजर्ट रीजन में ही है। ओके, राइट, नाउ फाइन। सो नेक्स्ट क्वेश्चन, yes, these type of questions are being asked. Match the following and the places in news, right? Largely these places are, I told you already many times, कौन से places in news करने रहते हैं ज्यादातर वर्ल्ड मैपिंग से। what they are asking, like they are asking conflict affected regions, conflicts है, war हो रहा है, या फिर हम बोल सकते हैं there is some kind of political unrest or military coup is happening there, there is some kind of refugee crisis is there, terrorist affected region is there, ठीक है। so they are asking these things, plus climate affected regions, climate change affected regions, like last to last year they asked this particular lake in Africa that was dried because of climate change, right? So what they are asking these things. You can go through last 5-6 years papers and you will see minimum 1 or 2 questions like these only, like the last year they asked Kherson or Zaporizhia, right? So they are from Ukraine तो 1-1.5 साल से न्यूज में continuously, and we are having continuous follow up on this. Kherson तो almost रोज आ रहा है न्यूज में, ठीक है, तो उतना तो easy है हमारे लिए, right? These 3 are also in news because of some conflict that is happening in different regions. And yes, Rafah crossing, these are basically the corridors in those conflict regions, ठीक है। So Rafah crossing news में था, किस लिए? Gaza and Egypt strip, right? Then Zenguzur corridor कहाँ पर है? It is the corridor between Armenia and Azerbaijan. Recently it was again in news. This year prelims question, नागार्नो काराबाग 2-3 साल से continuously न्यूज में था, वो नागार्नो काराबाग रीजन में ही ये कॉरिडोर है। Okay, then Darien Gap, this gap is basically located in Colombia, which is part of South America, and Panama, we can say that is part of Central America. Basically that is the narrow region connecting these 2 continents. तो ये है Darien Gap. So all 3 are incorrectly matched here, and correctly matched is none. D is the correct answer here, right? Okay, so try to cover this from the world page of whatever the newspaper you are reading. Very simple, I would say. It was in news last year, शालीग्राम स्टोन। आज ही कुछ इनॉग्रेशन वगैरह हो रहा है अयोध्या में, राम टेम्पल अयोध्या। So statue of Ram in Ram temple was supposed to be carved out from the Shaligram stone. Shaligram stones are unique and they are at present found in Nepal only. These big stones are brought from the Nepal to carve the statue of. Now how they are formed? Basically these are formed through fossils of ammonite. These are the animals, type of mollusks that lived millions of years ago. उनके skeleton से ये तैयार हुआ है stones, and this is very unique, we can say formation, and these are mostly found in rivers flowing in Vindhya range. We can easily eliminate this if you know that they are found in Nepal. This is how elimination method works, ठीक है। तो यहाँ पर ये incorrect हो गया है, पहला correct हो गया है। How does it look like? Briefly I can show that to you. ये देखिए,
So why is this stone considered so pure?
so it's not pure, rather mythologically it is important. If you see the mythology, let's say it is said that this particular stone had some mythological significance during Ramayana or whatever the epic that we read, ठीक है। तो उसमें यहाँ मेंशन किया हुआ है शालिग्राम स्टोन, तो उनके कुछ लिंक है रामायण से, इसलिए वो स्टोन है ना, सिंबॉलिक लेट्स से एक रेफरेंस होता है ना, वो दिया जा रहा है यहाँ पे।
निकालते कहाँ से हैं उसको, ओशन से?
बेड से, ओशन से नहीं, रिवर बेड में। कहाँ पे भाई ये रिवर बेड में है, ठीक है। नेपाल में जो हिमालयन रीजन में जो स्ट्रीम्स है वहां पे रिवर बेड में ये मिला, ठीक है। ओके फाइन, कमिंग बैक टू डिस्कशन, इसका आंसर ए हो जाएगा। मूविंग ऑन, व्हाट अबाउट दिस वन? थोड़ा सा कंफ्यूजिंग था, बट आई let's say wanted to add this very unique, because they are asking some unique landforms in India. This is unique landform that is formed in Tamil Nadu, ठीक है। थेरी डेजर्ट, पहला स्टेटमेंट काफी कंफ्यूजिंग लगा होगा आपको। ओके, इट इज अ पार्ट ऑफ लार्जर थार डेजर्ट। थेरी थार थोड़ा सा ऐसा लग सकता है, बट नो, इट इज इन तमिलनाडु and it is uniquely formed because of the deposition of red sand through the winds that are flowing in that region, and these winds are basically southwest monsoon winds. They are simply carrying them, this let's say sand, red sand, and they are depositing at particular place. जैसे हम लोएस्ट प्लेटू पढ़ते हैं चाइना में, डिपोजिशनल जो प्लेटू हम बोलते हैं या फिर लैंडफॉर्म लोएस्ट प्लेटू, तो दिस वन इज ऑल्सो फॉर्म बिकॉज ऑफ द डिपोजिशनल नेचर. So southwest monsoon winds are basically carrying these sand particles and depositing at particular place, forming this, we can say, theri desert. ठीक है, तो ये कैसे दिखता है उसका एक हमने फोटोग्राफ ऐड किया है एक्सप्लेनेशन में. You can see that. It looks like this. It looks like desert formed by the red sand. ठीक है, and it is deposited there, the sand is deposited by the wind from somewhere else. ठीक है, तो एक लोकल एरिया में, वहां पे छोटे से एरिया में ये डेजर्ट टाइप का बना हुआ है. ठीक है, and it is unique, that's why UPSC may ask this question. ठीक है, okay, now fine. So here second statement is correct, first one is incorrect, so B is the correct answer here. Now what about this one? See, already they are covering so many things. ठीक है, this year they asked river and lake. First question in prelims examination they are talking about this. Wetlands every year almost they are asking. Lakes, match the following they are asking. Waterfalls बहुत सालों से अभी तक पूछा नहीं है, पास में पूछा हुआ है उन्होंने बहुत बार. ठीक है, but major waterfalls करके रखो, across which rivers and in which states they are located. These are one of the, let's say, famous waterfalls. Like दूध सागर, चेन्नई एक्सप्रेस सबने देखा होगा, उसमें जो दिखा है वो दूध सागर फॉल्स है, एंड दे आर लोकेटेड इन अक्रॉस द, यस, मांडोवी रिवर, गोवा. ठीक है, कर्नाटका से जाते हैं वो, आगे जाती है मांडोवी रिवर जो है. ठीक है, सो वी कैन से दैट इज ट्रू. जोग फॉल्स आर लोकेटेड अक्रॉस द शरावती रिवर, वेरी फेमस जोग फॉल्स, एंड शिव समुद्र फॉल्स आर लोकेटेड अक्रॉस कावेरी रिवर. ठीक है, तो ऑल थ्री आर करेक्टली मैच्ड हियर, एंड दीज आर वेरी फेमस टूरिस्ट डेस्टिनेशंस आल्सो. ठीक है, सो सी इज द करेक्ट आंसर हियर, ऑल थ्री आर करेक्टली मैच्ड. उसमें ज्यादा आपको सोचना नहीं है, तो आपको क्या करना है, यहाँ पर गूगल सर्च करना है इंडिया फेमस वाटरफॉल्स. ठीक है, प्रोमिनेंट वाटरफॉल्स, तो या फिर हाईएस्ट वाटरफॉल कौन सा है, इस तरीके से आपको तैयार करना है. एंड अक्रॉस विच रिवर एंड वी कैन से दैट इन विच स्टेट. ये दो चीजें पूछी जा सकती है ना. हमने तो यहाँ पे रिवर पूछा है, दे कैन आस्क स्टेट ऑल्सो, राइट. तो इस तरीके से तैयारी करनी है. नाउ रिसोर्सेस पे या फिर क्रॉप्स के ऊपर इस तरीके से क्वेश्चन आ रहे हैं पास्ट में, राइट. इंडिया हैज बीन द वर्ल्ड्स लार्जेस्ट एक्सपोर्टर ऑफ राइस फॉर द पास्ट 10 years. Basmati rice alone constitutes over 50% of total rice exports from India. Now we know that basmati rice is produced in some of the states only, like Punjab, Haryana. Okay, तो इतना export में amount 50% हो ही नहीं सकता, because most of the other states they are producing simply the other kind of variety of rice, broken rice जिसको हम बोलते हैं, right? And that is exported on large scale. Basmati constitutes only about 20% of the exports. But the first statement is correct. India has been leader in terms of world's export of rice in last 10 years. At present, it constitutes 40% of world's exports of rice. India's exports of rice constitutes 40% of export of rice that is happening in the world. ठीक है, तो it is very prominent, we can say. ये सही है फैक्ट, बट दूसरा वाला गलत है. दूसरा वाला अगर लॉजिक से भी आप गलत कर सकते हो तो भी आपका सही आंसर आ सकता है इसमें. वी वांटेड दिस थिंग. अगर हम चाहते तो इसको जो है 30% आसपास लिखते तो आप और कंफ्यूज होते थोड़ा. बट इफ यू यूज द लॉजिक दैट 50% is too much. Okay, broken rice is produced on very large scale in India, especially in eastern states, West Bengal, Odisha, Bihar, Assam. इतना ज्यादा तैयार होता है कि वो एक्सपोर्ट भी किया जाता है वहां से. But the basmati rice is unique variety, we can say, and that is largely exported. But इतने अमाउंट में नहीं हो रहा है एक्सपोर्ट्स में. Right, so second statement is incorrect, so we got the answer here. C is the correct answer. Now, why I was telling you that every year one question is related to crops or food grain production. तो ये फूड ग्रेन्स का 3 फैक्ट मेजर क्रॉप्स का फूड ग्रेन्स का करके रखना है. क्या है? इंडियाज रैंक इन टर्म्स ऑफ प्रोडक्शन, इंडियाज रैंक इन टर्म्स ऑफ एक्सपोर्ट्स. ये 2 चीजें करके रखनी है. Production, exports. Okay, fine. Once they ask this, let's say producing states, tea producing states in India, the coffee producing states in India, उन्होंने 4-5 states के नाम दिए हुए थे ऑप्शंस में. ठीक है, तो you should be knowing which are the prominent states growing these food grains or crops also. ठीक है, तो 10 से 15 हमारे जो बेसिक क्रॉप्स है उतना कर लो. ठीक है, ज्यादा और कुछ नहीं करना है. अब और एक हिंट दिया है यूपीएससी ने. इस बार उन्होंने नाइजर सीड के ऊपर क्वेश्चन पूछा. नो वन एक्सपेक्टेड दैट क्वेश्चन, बट इट इज वन ऑफ द 23 क्रॉप्स फॉर विच एमएसपी इज अनाउंस्ड. तो यूपीएससी ने हमें हिंट दिया है, जो भी पूछेगा तो वो 23 क्रॉप से पूछेगा. तो प्रोमिनेंट क्रॉप्स है ना वो. अंडरस्टूड? So why don't we prepare for that? Right. Okay. Next question. Now it was easy. Okay. So it is saying that weight losing industries are generally located where? Near to the raw material supply. ठीक है, मतलब यहां पर क्या है कि काफी ज्यादा बल्की रॉ मटेरियल है. देयर इज बल्कियर रॉ मटेरियल एंड दैट्स व्हाई इट इज डिफिकल्ट टू कैरी देम टू द लॉन्गर डिस्टेंसेस. अनइकोनॉमिकल होता है. दैट्स व्हाई दे आर लोकेटेड. लाइक फॉर एग्जांपल शुगर केन, शुगर मिल्स आर लोकेटेड नियर बाय. और आयरन एंड स्टील इंडस्ट्री. ठीक है, सो आयरन एंड स्टील इंडस्ट्री इज देयर और शुगर मिल्स इज देयर. एंड व्हाट अबाउट द पल्प इंडस्ट्री एंड कॉटन टेक्सटाइल एंड पेट्रोकेमिकल? Pulp industry is also bulky, no? The outcome here is paper. Paper is lighter. But what is that in pulp industry that is used? Wooden logs, large amount of grass that is used. So that is very bulky. So it is always, we can say, weight losing. Pulp is imported in India for paper industry largely. ठीक है, तो वो एक्सपोर्ट करने में पल्प ठीक है, सही है, वेट लूजिंग है. बट वुड इज वेरी बल्की. ठीक है, तो हम ये बोल सकते हैं. बट व्हाट अबाउट द कॉटन टेक्सटाइल? इट इज नॉट वेट लूजिंग एंड नाइदर वेट गेनिंग ऑल्सो. कॉटन ऐसा है कि वेट गेनिंग भी नहीं, लूजिंग भी नहीं, क्योंकि एज इट इज वो यान में कन्वर्ट हो रहा है. वहां पे कुछ वेस्ट हो रहा है क्या कॉटन में? वॉट एवर कॉटन इज, इट इज स्पिन, इट इज वीवन. ठीक है, तो वो वहां पर हम बोल रहे हैं कि एज इट इज यूज हो रहा है. पेट्रोकेमिकल इंडस्ट्री, सारा जो भी रॉ मटेरियल है वो कन्वर्ट हो रहा है अलग अलग प्रोडक्ट्स में इन रिफाइनरीज. राइट, पेट्रोल, डीजल एंड केरोसिन एंड द टार और वट एवर इट इज. तो एज इट इज वो क्या हो रहा है, यूज हो रहा है. वहां पे वेस्ट कुछ भी नहीं है. सो विल नॉट कॉल इट एज वेट लूजिंग. ओके, सो दीज टू आर नॉट. तो हम ये बोल सकते हैं कि सॉरी, ओनली 3. राइट, क्या कंफ्यूजन था इसमें? तो सही है ना? ना ना ना, वो आप जो वो सोच रहे हो सिर्फ शुगर केन का सोच के कर रहे हैं वेट लूजिंग, एंड दैट इज नॉट वेट लूजिंग ऑल्सो, दैट इज लूजिंग द सुक्रोज कंटेंट ओनली। जो इंडस्ट्री तक पहुंचने तक वो जो कट करने के बाद वो सुक्रोज कंटेंट उसका कम होता जा रहा है, वेट एज सच कम नहीं होता है। ठीक है, वेट लूजिंग इज दैट इज द रॉ मटेरियल व्हेन इट इज कन्वर्टेड इनटू फाइनल प्रोडक्ट, then it is losing the weight. Final product is, we can say, less bulkier, less weight than as compared to raw material, तो उसको हम weight losing बोलते हैं। कॉटन हम दोनों में नहीं उसको कंसिडर करते हैं। ओके, इट्स न्यूट्रल आई वुड से। ठीक है, वहां पे वेट लूज भी नहीं हो रहा है और वेट गेन भी नहीं हो रहा है। कॉटन इज वन सच एग्जांपल। ठीक है, what about this one? Again very easy, labor intensive. So features of intensive subsistence farming, NCERT 12th standard, world human geography. Types of farming are very well explained there. तीनों स्टेटमेंट वहीं से आपके हैं, राइट? सो लेबर इंटेंसिव, नॉर्थ इंडियन प्लेन्स का एग्जांपल लो सिंपली, इंटेंसिव सबसिस्टेंस फार्मिंग, नॉर्थ इंडियन प्लेन्स। तो लेबर इंटेंसिव है, heavy mechanization, not at all heavy mechanization, rather labor is used. Then high yield per unit area but low per unit labor productivity, this is true. ठीक है, labor productivity is very low but yield is more because intensive है, it is intensive, so yield is more, so we can say two statements are correct, B is the correct answer, right? Now moving on, basic concept, lithification, geomorphology. Lithification, lith means simply we can say kind of rock formation. ठीक है, lithosphere, earth's crust. Now lithification is process of formation of that. चारों में स्टेटमेंट में देखो कि कहाँ मेंशन कर रहा है फॉर्मेशन ऑफ रॉक्स, फर्स्ट स्टेटमेंट में ही है, बाकी तीन स्टेटमेंट एलिमेंट हो रहे हैं। लिथोस्फेयर यू नो राइट, लिथिफिकेशन आप लॉजिक यूज कर सकते हैं क्या उस तरीके से? एग्जैक्टली शायद आपको ना पता हो, बट यू कैन यूज दैट लॉजिक। प्रोसेस ऑफ इरोजन ऑफ रॉक्स, देयर डिपोजिशन ऑन डेल्टाइक प्लेन्स, कूलिंग ऑफ मैग्मा, फॉर्मेशन ऑफ लावा प्लेन्स। यहाँ पे देखिए, फॉर्मेशन ऑफ रॉक्स थ्रू कॉम्पैक्शन ऑफ सेडिमेंट्स। सेडिमेंट्री रॉक्स आर फॉर्म थ्रू लिथिफिकेशन। ठीक है, सेडिमेंट्री रॉक्स आर फॉर्म थ्रू लिथिफिकेशन। बाकी के रॉक्स कैसे तैयार होता है? इग्नियस रॉक्स लार्जली। ठीक है, इग्नियस रॉक्स आर फॉर्म थ्रू कूलिंग ऑफ लावा or magma, we can say, so that is igneous rocks, and metamorphic rocks are formed from these two when there are pressure and temperature changes on these two, right? Sedimentary can be converted into metamorphic, igneous can be converted into metamorphic. ठीक है, तो वो तो बाद में तैयार हो रहा है। Getting this? Now next, yes, concept based. We do not witness lunar eclipse on every full moon day. That is true, right? Every full moon day we do not see the lunar eclipse. Ideally we should see, but what is the reason? The reason is this one: moon's orbit is inclined at an angle of 5 degrees to the earth's orbital plane, and that's why the moon, although it is between the earth and sun, okay, तो वहां पे हम क्या होता है, सोलर इक्लिप्स होता है, but when the earth is between the moon and sun, there is lunar eclipse. Ideally ये हर न्यू मून पे हर फुल मून डे पे होता है, but whenever such situation arises that there is full moon day, most of the time, although they are in one line, but the moon is not exactly in the linear position with the earth and sun. How? Let's see through this diagram. यहाँ पे देखिए, right? So this lunar plane is 5 degree tilted with the Earth's plane of revolution around the sun. Okay. Now, whenever the moon is in line with, let's say, और moon के और sun के बीच में earth है, तो आइडियली वहां पर लूनर इक्लिप्स होना चाहिए, बट द मून इज अ लिटिल बिट डाउन बिकॉज ऑफ दिस टिल्टेडनेस। ठीक है, तो हमेशा नहीं होगा, बट कभी कभी ये मून जो है यहां पर, जैसे ये पोजीशन देखो यहां, अब तो ये पोजीशन अगर लीनियर पोजीशन में आ जाता है तभी हमें लूनर इक्लिप्स देखने को मिलता है। ओके, एंड दैट्स व्हाई लूनर इक्लिप्स इज रेयर इवेंट. It's not happening every month on full moon day because of this tilted axis or tilted plane, we can say axis nahi, tilted plane of moon around the earth with earth's, we can say, plane around the sun. ये उसका रीजन है. अंडरस्टूड? सो सोलर इक्लिप्स का ऐसा कुछ नहीं है, सोलर इक्लिप्स का ऐसा कुछ नहीं है क्योंकि सन तो स्टेशनरी है ना, ये दोनों क्या कर रहे हैं, मूव कर रहे हैं. And that's why it is very rare to come them in a linear position, all three bodies. Fine? Okay. और उससे भी rare होता है solar eclipse. ठीक है. So we can say that A is the correct answer because both statements are correct and second statement is correct explanation of first one. Now again concept based, China type of climate. So China type of climate is what kind of climate? We can say it is found in the eastern margins of temperate regions of continents in temperate region just beyond the tropics. It is also called as Natal type of climate. Natal type of climate, right? So China type of climate is this one, and we see that eastern coast of China, eastern coast of China experiences this China type. So where the onshore winds are continuous throughout the year, onshore winds, and generally they bring the rainfall. Onshore winds generally bring the rainfall. And here during summer we have these trade winds coming onshore and they are bringing the rainfall. At the same time, what happens is during the cyclone formation season in South China Sea and Western Pacific, these cyclonic storms are also coming onshore on the eastern coast of China. उनको क्या बोलते हैं हम वहां पर? Typhoons. What is the regional name of tropical cyclone there? Typhoons. These typhoons are also having some amount of rainfall. So rainfall is uniformly distributed throughout the year. हर month में rainfall होगा वहां पर. This is China type of rainfall, China type of climate. ठीक है? So both statements are correct here. Year-round influence of onshore trade winds and fairly uniform annual rainfall. This is China type of climate. C is the correct answer. Natal type, it is also called as Natal type. Southern hemisphere में ये साउथ अफ्रीका का ईस्टर्न कोस्ट जो है वहां पर नताल जो लोकेटेड है रीजन, वहां पे ये सिमिलर काइंड ऑफ क्लाइमेट है. ठीक है, सदर्न हेमिस्फेयर में. ये तो नदर्न हेमिस्फेयर में रहा. फाइन, ओके. Now next question, what about this one? In past UPSC has asked question on this guar gum, and at that time it was very much in news. In Rajasthan, guar farmers got boost because of the sudden hike in demand in US because of this fracking technology that is used in shale gas extraction. ठीक है, तो उस टाइम यूपीएससी ने पूछ लिया प्रीलिम्स में गुआर गम. ठीक है, इट इज यूज्ड इन फ्रैकिंग टेक्नोलॉजी. इट इज बेसिकली गुआर गम से एक जेल तैयार किया जाता है एंड दैट जेल इज यूज्ड इन दिस फ्रैकिंग टेक्नोलॉजी यूज्ड इन एक्सट्रैक्शन ऑफ शेल गैस. एंड दिस इज वाटर इंटेंसिव एक्टिविटी. Huge amount of water is required in this fracking technology. Okay, and guar gum is used for extraction. Shales are fine grained sedimentary rocks. That is true. Shale rocks are sedimentary rocks. ठीक है, तो वहां से shale gas मिलता है, shale gas मिलता है. Okay, all three statements are correct here. All three statements are correct. All right. Moving on. What about this one? Little bit difficult, I would say, if you do not know the concept. MJO, Madan-Julian oscillations, नहीं पता है. ठीक है, तो let's learn first about it, then we'll solve this question. ठीक है, Madan-Julian oscillation का मैंने एक डायग्राम उसके थ्रू आपको मैं बताता हूँ, ठीक है. Look at this. Okay, basically these are the wind systems, the cloud bearing wind systems that originate in the Indian Ocean region along the equator, and they move along the equator from Indian Ocean region to Pacific Ocean region. Again I am repeating, these are the cloud bearing wind systems that originate in the Indian Ocean region along the equator, and they move along the equator to Pacific Ocean. And this cycle constitutes from formation to the dissipation. Formation in Indian Ocean region, dissipation in Pacific region. This cycle continues for 30 to 60 days. यहाँ पे जब originate होता है तो 30 to 60 days में dissipate हो वहाँ पर. And this moves eastward. This moves eastward. देखिए ये ऐसे जा रहा है. यहाँ पर ये है Indian Ocean region, यहाँ पर ऊपर जा रहा है. This is called as upward phase of MJO. And whenever this upward phase is there during monsoon, there will be more rainfall in Indian subcontinent. Whenever there is upward phase located, upward phase of MJO is located in Indian Ocean region during monsoon, there will be more rainfall during monsoon that year. क्योंकि upward होगा तो cloud formation होगा and that will aid precipitation. ठीक है. And if there is a downward phase or passive phase located during monsoon time period, that will affect the monsoon rainfall. तो ये monsoon पे क्या impact हो सकता है, ऐसा भी एक statement आएगा अगर यूपीएससी में आता है तो, ठीक है, उसका impact क्या है. So now you have understood this. It is the cloud bearing wind system that originates, यहां से ऐसे मूव करता है, देखिए ऐसे आगे जाएगा, ठीक है. एंड यहां से अगर आज ओरिजिनेट होता है तो 30 to 60 डेज में ये यहां तक पहुंच के यहां डिसिपिएट हो जाता है. ओके, द मूवमेंट इज ईस्टवर्ड along the equator, along the equator. Remember this Madan-Julian oscillations. Fine. Now come back to the question. Now we can solve this. System of cloud bearing winds traveling along the equator, that is true. Each cycle lasts for 30 to 60 days. This is true. In its active phase in tropics, MJO plays important role in occurrence of monsoon rains. Active phase, upward phase. Passive phase, downward phase. That is true. So can we say all three statements are correct here? ठीक है, C is the correct answer. Fine. Now moving on. Again, it was simple except this Kettle Lake. केटल लेक अगर आप जीसी लियोंग पढ़ रहे हैं तो शायद आपको वो टर्म मिलेगी, एनसीईआरटी में नहीं है. ओके, सो अदर्स आर मेंशन्ड इन एनसीईआरटी. ऑक्सबो लेक, लगून लेक, प्लाया लेक, अदर आर मेंशन्ड इन एनसीईआरटी. बट लुकिंग एट द ऑप्शंस इट इज वेरी कंफ्यूजिंग अगेन. ओके, सो वी नो द प्लाया लेक कास्ट रीजन इज द ग्राउंड वाटर अफेक्टेड रीजन, लाइमस्टोन रीजन. तो ये इनकरेक्ट है. प्लाया लेक जो है एवोलियन लैंडफॉर्म है ऐसा बोल सकते हैं, या फिर हम बोल सकते हैं इट इज फाउंड इन डेजर्ट रीजन. तो दिस इज इनकरेक्ट. लगून लेक कोस्टल रीजन में ही होता है, वी नो अबाउट दिस. चिलिका लेक, पुलिकत लेक. ओके, ऑक्सबो लेक रिवर मियंडर्स, दिस इज ट्रू. व्हाट अबाउट केटल लेक? ये विंड सिस्टम से नहीं होता है, तो ग्लेशियल अफेक्टेड रीजन में होता है, ग्लेशियर्स. Whenever the glaciers are receding, what happens is huge amount of ice blocks are not able to, let's say, get what you can say melted. तो वही रह जाते हैं, उसका वजन बहुत हेवी होता है तो वही रह जाता है, और उसकी वजह से क्या होता है, उसके नीचे एक खड्डा बन जाता है और वो पानी मेल्ट हो जाता है उस आइस का, और वहां पे एक लेक बन जाता है. Okay, whenever the glaciers are receding, huge amount of ice blocks remain there on the land, and over the period of time when it is melting, due to that melted water there is small lakes formed there. उनको केटल लेक्स बोलते हैं. It is glacial topography. ठीक है, so this is incorrectly matched, this is incorrectly matched, two are correctly matched, B is the correct answer. Fine. Okay, types of lakes, if you read through GC Leong it will be more better. So geography was largely attemptable, I would say. आउट ऑफ 15, 11, 12 तो अटेम्प्टेबल थे. 2-3 क्वेश्चंस हम बोल सकते हैं थोड़ा सा, ठीक ठीक है, बट एनवायरमेंट सेक्शन इंटरेस्टिंग भी क्वेश्चंस हमने डाले हुए हैं, दे आर लाइक जैसे यूपीसी का पैटर्न है एग्जैक्टली वो मैच कर रहा है. Agroecology, mulching is the, let's say, important practice that is environment friendly because it is helping in water and soil conservation. Mulching, one of the component in zero budget natural farming also. ठीक है, zero budget natural farming. Now what we do in mulching, basically simply we are covering the field, farm field with crop residue. ठीक है, या लीव्स, ड्राई लीव्स, उससे क्या बोलते हैं, मल्चिंग बोलते हैं. बेसिकली इट कंजर्व्स द वाटर, इट रिड्यूसेस द सॉइल इरोजन देयर. नाउ इट इंप्रूव्स द सॉइल क्वालिटी बाय इंक्रीजिंग द कॉम्पैक्शन एंड वाटर रिटेंशन कैपेसिटी ऑफ सॉइल. अगर नहीं पता है तो बहुत सारे स्टूडेंट्स इसको हाँ बोल के आगे जाएंगे, बिकॉज इट surely improves the soil quality but not increasing the compaction, the word play, decreasing the compaction in the soil. Compaction will affect the porosity in the soil, the retention capacity, water retention capacity of soil. हाँ, तो उसमें से सॉइल पोर्स जो होता है ना, जहां पे वाटर, जो सॉइल वाटर जिसको हम बोलते हैं, वो कम हो जाएगा. ठीक है, तो ये डिक्रीज करता है वो कॉम्पैक्शन, सो दैट मोर एंड मोर वाटर रिटेंशन कैपेसिटी ऑफ द सॉइल इज इंप्रूव्ड. तो ये वर्ड अगर आप थोड़ा सा सोचते हैं इस पे हाफ अ मिनट तो आपको सही आएगा. देन इट ऑलवेज इज इफेक्टिव इन रिड्यूसिंग द सॉइल सरफेस टेम्परेचर. नाउ when it is retaining the moisture, generally we think that yes, it reduces the soil surface temperature, and that is true. But again, the extreme word, many times the cobbles are added along with, let's say, crop residue in the mulching. Cobbles, now they are absorbing the heat. Cobbles absorb the heat. ठीक है, और उसकी वजह से क्या होता है, तो soil temperature increases. तो always is problematic. Extreme statements हमने और भी ऐड किए, देखो all species of bears, all species of bears, तो मैं उसका भी बताऊंगा अभी. ठीक है, this is incorrect and that's why D is the correct answer here. Neither 1 nor 2 is the correct answer. ठीक है. Now next, look at this one, very unique. As they are asking such unique characteristics of certain species, we are also trying to find some unique characteristics, species with unique characteristics, and this one is very unique. So which of the following marine species is known for feeding by knocking off its prey from the branch of terrestrial plant using powerful jet of water? Huh? Suckerfish generally, let's say, they are associated with let's say commensalism kind of relation with whales. Deep water में होता है वो suckerfish. ठीक है, जैसे रेमोरा होता है, रेमोरा suckerfish होता है, whale के साथ घूमता है, और whale खाती है तो थोड़ा बहुत बचा हुआ वो भी खा लेता है, उसको commensalism बोलता है, biotic interaction, right? So this one is very unique and this is archer fish. अब मैं बताता हूं ना कि जैसे ओरंगुटन वाला क्वेश्चन मैं बार बार बोलता हूं कि यूज योर लॉजिक, दिस ईयर्स प्रीलिम्स, हाउ अ पर्टिकुलर स्पीसीज यूजिंग स्टिक एज अ टूल, तो उसको ब्रेन चाहिए, ब्रेन डेवलप होना चाहिए, तो वो प्राइमेट ही हो सकता है, तो वो ओरंगुटन, मैंने वो लॉजिक बताया था. यहाँ पे क्या लॉजिक यूज कर सकते हैं आप? knocking off its prey from the branch of terrestrial, so using powerful jet of water, that means उसकी accuracy एकदम perfect होनी चाहिए ना, वो पानी से एकदम ऐसा पानी मार रहा है और ऊपर से वो ब्रांच में से वो स्पाइडर गिर रहा है, एकदम एक्यूरेसी होनी चाहिए. एक्यूरेसी वाला गेम कौन सा होता है ऐसे मारने का? आर्चरी. उसी के ऊपर उसका नाम गिरा है, नेमिंग. When I came across this, species, तो immediately I got this mind कि ये तो आर्चर, अरे तो आर्चर तो हिट करता है ना, वो एकदम बुलसाई वाला, ये आर्चर स्पेसीज होता है. लेट्स हैव लुक एट हाउ इट इज डूइंग इट. कभी आप वीडियो देखिए 2 मिनट का, ऐसे अगर आपको इंटरेस्ट है सब चीजों में. नहीं, देखो जैसे यूपीसी जी के टाइप का क्वेश्चन पूछ रहा है ना, कोई वो स्पेसीज वाला था क्या? वैगल डांस न्यूज में था क्या? जिस इस बार के 2-3 क्वेश्चन जो पूछे हैं उन्होंने जीके टाइप के हैं, ठीक है। सो वी आर ऑल्सो लुकिंग फॉर जीके। 10th स्टैंडर्ड तक के ऐसे कुछ वेबसाइट्स है एनवायरमेंट से रिलेटेड, स्पीसीज से, बायोलॉजी से रिलेटेड, जो स्कूल में जीके टाइप के क्वेश्चंस पूछते हैं ना, उस टाइप का हम भी थोड़ा सा अभी देख रहे हैं। दे आर प्रोमिनेंट वंस, आई एम नॉट सेइंग दैट इट इज नॉट रिलेवेंट, ठीक है, बट इट इज प्रोमिनेंट वन। ये देखिए, literally the evolution has done a beautiful work here. अब ये मीडियम चेंज कर रहा है कि नहीं, तो इसको ये जो है क्या यहीं पे दिखेगा क्या? When the light is coming from this, there will be refraction as it is underwater. Medium is changing. Now this fish species has evolved in such manner that it will accommodate that refracted light properly, और सही से वो मार्क करेगा उसको। इतना ज्यादा इवोल्यूशन हुआ है, सोचो। जो इसलिए मैं बोल रहा हूं कि जितना इंटरेस्टिंग है तभी तो वो यूपीएससी को भी इंटरेस्टिंग लग सकता है। ना ना, ये पानी का स्प्रे मार रहा है ताकि वो वहां से ब्रांच से नीचे गिरेगा और पानी में गिर के फिर वो खाएगा उसको। तो ये एक्वेटिक एनिमल होके इसका फूड जो है वो टेरेस्ट्रियल है, ठीक है। सो दैट्स व्हाई इट इज वेरी यूनिक एंड दैट्स व्हाई वी हैव आस्क्ड दिस क्वेश्चन। एंड यस, फाइन, इट कंसिडर एज इंफॉर्मेशन, न्यू इंफॉर्मेशन टू यू। तो आर्चर स्पेसीज, बाकी के 3 स्पेसीज भी देख लेना। नाउ दिस टाइप ऑफ क्वेश्चन यूपीएससी इज आस्किंग सिम्बायोटिक रिलेशन, सो वी आर आल्सो सर्चिंग फॉर न्यू सिम्बायोटिक रिलेशंस ऑन गूगल, ठीक है। और ये कुछ एनसीईआरटी में भी है, सी एनेमी एंड इट इज मेंशन इन एनसीईआरटी, okay, symbiotic relation. Now butterfly, all 3 are having symbiotic relation, ठीक है। तो इसका आंसर तो C है। How butterflies and turtles, what they are doing here? Any idea? Butterflies are basically feeding on the tears of turtle. ये क्या तरीका है अभी? बहुत ही ज्यादा, मतलब जैसे अगर ह्यूमन वाला होता तो बहुत ज्यादा एकदम बुरा सोचता कि कैसा है यार, आंसू भी छोड़ता नहीं है। बट यहां पर ये इंपॉर्टेंट है टर्टल के लिए भी। बेसिकली द टर्टल्स आर हैविंग एक्सेस सोडियम कंटेंट दैट इज रिलीज थ्रू देयर आईज इन टर्म्स ऑफ सोडियम कंटेंट वाटर, तो उसको टीयर्स बोल रहे हैं हम। एंड दैट इज फेड बाय बटरफ्लाइज। बटरफ्लाइज उनके लिए ये फूड हो जाता है खास। एंड एक्सेस सोडियम फ्रॉम द बॉडी ऑफ टर्टल इज रिलीज्ड, तो इसलिए ये हम बोलते हैं सिम्बायोटिक रिलेशन है। नाउ दिस इज हैविंग यूनिक टर्म, ठीक है, मैंने वो लिख के भी लाया है और आप भी वो नोट डाउन करके रखो, ठीक है, क्या बोलते हैं इसको, ठीक है। दिस इज कॉल्ड एज लैचरी फैगी। लैचरी फैगी, टीयर्स फीडिंग। और टीयर्स फीडिंग को क्या बोला जाता है? लैचरी फैगी, टर्म बेस्ड क्वेश्चन आ सकता है ऐसा कुछ, ठीक है। LACHRYPHAY, ठीक है, फैगी, लैचरी फैगी। ओके, सम एनिमल्स आर इवन फीडिंग ऑन द स्वेट ऑफ अदर एनिमल्स, उनको बोला गया है सूडोफैगी, ठीक है। अदर एनिमल्स हु आर डूइंग दिस टीयर्स फीडिंग जो होता है लैचरी फैगी, butterflies and others are like cockroaches, ठीक है। कॉकरोच जो होता है वो भी करता है। रेप्टाइल्स पे जनरली, रेप्टाइल्स एंड एम्फीबियंस के टीयर्स को ज्यादातर ये जो होता है इनवर्टिब्रेट्स फीड करते हैं। लाइक वी हैव क्रोकोडाइल, क्रोकोडाइल टीयर्स बोलते नहीं है क्या, फेक टीयर्स जो होते हैं क्रोकोडाइल्स टीयर, तो उस पे ये फीड करते हैं बटरफ्लाइज भी। लग रहा है कुछ लिंक, ठीक है, फाइन। सेकंड, क्लाउन फिश एंड सी एनेमी, ये होता है ओशंस में। सी एनेमी काफी यूनिक होता है और वो कोरल रीफ्स पे होता है जनरली लोकेटेड, ठीक है। एनिमल्स ही है, कोरल रीफ्स के यहाँ पे वो कॉलोनीज करता है सी एनेमी। दे आर वेरी ब्राइट इन कलर एंड दीज सी एनिमीज आर हैविंग टेंटेकल्स, और वो टेंटेकल्स में ऐसे वो सेल्स होते हैं जो पॉइजन रिलीज करते हैं, वो पॉइजन से सामने वाला जो एनिमल होता है उसको शॉक में जाता है और वो मर जाता है। ऐसे उसके पास एक टेक्निक है, ठीक है। दे आर रिलीजिंग दिस पॉइजन एंड दे आर किलिंग देयर प्रे, सी एनिमी। बट वो प्रे उनके पास आने के लिए इन्होंने एक सिम्बायोटिक रिलेशन रखा है। कैसे, देखो, क्लाउन फिश इज वेरी ब्राइट इन कलर and this attracts the prey, we can say that the other animals for which the clownfish is prey, उनको खाने के लिए दूसरी फिश उनके पास आती है। but this clownfish is basically finding protection by hiding in this sea anemone. sea anemone कैसा होता है, एक बुश की तरह होता है, ऐसे बहुत सारे उसके ग्रास की तरह होता है, उसके अंदर जाके ये छुपता है। तो आप बोल रहे होगे ये क्यों नहीं मरता है, जैसे पॉइजन से ये भी मरना चाहिए। नाउ क्लाउन फिश हैज इवॉल्व्ड अ मैकेनिज्म, उसका जो आउटर लेट्स से स्किन होता है उसमें एक पर्टिकुलर क्या बोल सकते हैं हम उसको, एक सिक्रीशन होता है, एंड दैट सिक्रीशन इज बेसिकली एक्टिंग एज अ एंटीबायोटिक, या उस पॉइजन को वो न्यूट्रलाइज करता है, उससे वो अफेक्ट नहीं करके लेता है। ऐसा इवोल्यूशन हुआ है यहाँ पे, सिम्बायोटिक रिलेशन, ठीक है। तो वो इनमें जाके छुप जाता है। मैं अभी आपको फोटो दिखाता हूं, मैंने इसलिए सारे फोटोज लेके, इमेजेस लेके आया हूं क्योंकि आपको ना विजुअल मेमोरी जो होती है काफी स्ट्रांग होती है हमारी, तो हम फिक्स, ये देखिए, दिस इज सी एनिमी और ये क्लाउन फिश है। क्लाउन फिश इज एबल टू हाइड बट इट इज सो ब्राइट इट विल अट्रैक्ट द अदर एनिमल्स। और ये जो है इसके टेंटेकल्स के ये जो एंड पार्ट्स है ना, यहां पर से वो पॉइजन रिलीज करता है, सी एनिमी, ओके, एंड दैट विल किल द अदर एनिमल्स। तो इट इज प्रोवाइडिंग प्रोटेक्शन टू दिस, बट इसकी वजह से इनको खाना मिल रहा है। सिम्बायोटिक रिलेशन, वेरी यूनिक, राइट? ओके, फाइन। थर्ड वन, aphids and ants. Aphids are very small invertebrates. These are basically, they are feeding on the sap of plants. ठीक है, लीव्स पे सैप जो होता है उस पे, या फिर प्लांट्स के सैप होता है उस पे वो फीड करता है। छोटा छोटा एनिमल होता है, ठीक है, एंट्स से भी छोटा। एंड बेसिकली दे आर सिक्रीटिंग a unique kind of resin type of, we can say, secretions called as honeydew, and this is the favorite food of ants. This is the favorite food of ants. In return, what ants are providing? Ants are providing protection to these aphids from other big predators. क्योंकि ants के पास stinging होता है ना, वो एसिड, कौन सा एसिड होता है वो जो रिलीज करता है एंट्स काटने के बाद में, हमें भी काटने के बाद जो ये होता है ना, तो वो एसिड होता है एक कोई तो भी, बेसिकली दैट इज प्रोटेक्टिंग दीज आल्सो, ठीक है। तो दिस इज हाउ दे आर हैविंग द सिम्बायोटिक रिलेशन। लेट मी शो दैट इमेज आल्सो, ये देखिए, एंड लिटरली what ants are doing here, ants are compressing the body of these aphids so that they can release their favorite food, ठीक है। तो उनको ऐसे शेक करते हैं, ऐसे कॉम्प्रेस करते हैं, तो वो सिक्रीशंस आता है उनके बॉडी से, तो उसको वो खाते हैं, ओके। सो दिस इज द रिलेशन, एफिड्स एंड एंट्स, ठीक है। इस बार का क्वेश्चन और एक था ना एंट्स वाला, ठीक है, एंट्स के साथ सिम्बायोटिक रिलेशन या ऐसा कुछ तो क्वेश्चन था एक प्रीलिम्स में, ठीक है। तो दिस इज फेवरेट टॉपिक एक्चुअली, सिम्बायोटिक रिलेशन वाला, ठीक है। नाउ ग्रीन मिथेनॉल वाज इन न्यूज मोस्ट ऑफ द टाइम। व्हाट वी डू इज ग्रीन अमोनिया एंड ग्रीन हाइड्रोजन, इसके बारे में पढ़ते हैं, बट इस साल 2 क्वेश्चन पूछ लिया यूपीएससी ने ग्रीन हाइड्रोजन पे, मे बी नेक्स्ट ईयर दे मे नॉट आस्क दिस। नाउ ग्रीन मिथेनॉल इज द न्यू काइंड ऑफ, वी कैन से, the fuel, biofuel we can say, and yes, of course it can reduce the emissions of oxides of sulfur and carbon because it will try to replace the more polluting fuels. उसकी वजह से ये अमाउंट जो है एटमॉस्फेयर से कम हो जाएगा। इट इज अ काइंड ऑफ रिन्यूएबल एनर्जी सोर्स, ग्रीन फ्यूल, एंड दैट्स व्हाई It is produced during the process of direct air capture and green hydrogen production. ग्रीन मिथेनॉल जो है इस प्रोसेसेस में प्रोड्यूस किया जाता है. सो इट इज मोर क्लीनर. It is more cleaner, so it will help to reduce the emissions of oxides of. Okay, so that's why both statements are correct and second statement is correct explanation here. ठीक है, आप डिटेल एक्सप्लेनेशन जरूर पढ़िएगा. ठीक है, now this one was a little bit difficult, I would say. Eco mark scheme of BIS, Bureau of Indian Standard. It is administered by CPCB, Central Pollution Control Board. 1990s से है ये हम implement कर रहे हैं. ठीक है, this particular scheme. What does it mean when the product is having eco mark? It means that it is manufacturing of this product required we can say less polluting activities, and at the same time the recycling of this particular product will be very easy and environment friendly. Now all these four, plastic products, electrical and electronics, food items, batteries, they are part of this list for which eco mark can be given. ठीक है, तो मुश्किल था थोड़ा सा. ऑफ कोर्स आप सोच सकते हैं कि बैटरीज कैसे होगा या हाँ ठीक है. तो फूड आइटम्स आर फाइन, बट इलेक्ट्रिकल गुड्स, बैटरीज, प्लास्टिक प्रोडक्ट्स, ठीक है, सो दैट मे बी कंफ्यूजिंग यू. तो आपने शायद प्लास्टिक हटा दिया होगा इसमें से, किया है ना, बट इट इज देयर एक्चुअली. ठीक है, तो एक्सप्लेनेशन में ये लिस्ट दिया हुआ है, बाकी सारा बहुत सारे प्रोडक्ट्स है, तो यू कैन गो थ्रू इट वंस. व्हाट अबाउट दिस वन? सी ऑलरेडी चीता रीइंट्रोडक्शन, 1 year ऑफ चीता रीइंट्रोडक्शन, बहुत सारा चीज आ गया है न्यूज में. ठीक है, यूपीएससी ने अब तक इसको टच नहीं किया है. वी आर एक्सपेक्टिंग द क्वेश्चन विल बी इन दिस मैनर. Okay, why? Because 7 big cats, उसके बारे में कुछ भी आ सकता है एग्जाम में. Because India is having now most of the 7 big cats, right? हम अभी सब सारे ही है अभी. India is habitat for all of them, and there are minor differences in all these, let's say canine animals. तो और जो statements है वो और ज्यादा confusing है. It requires finer differences, knowledge उसके बारे में, and that's why little bit confusing. But look at the statements. Cheetah has shorter shoulders but more slender body than. Slender body है but shorter नहीं है, taller shoulder है. ठीक है. Cheetah has round and oval shaped spots on its body while leopard has rows like. This is true. This is correct actually. ठीक है. Then cheetah has completely retractable. नहीं, कंप्लीटली नहीं है, पार्शियली है. ठीक है, while running but leopard cannot. ठीक है, तो ऐसा नहीं है, लेपर्ड भी होता है, रादर लेपर्ड का जो है वो फुल्ली रिट्रैक्टेबल है, एंड दैट्स व्हाई इट यूजेस दैट टू किल द प्रे. चीता इज नॉक्टर्नल स्पीसीज वाइज लेपर्ड इज डायर्नल. उल्टा है, चीता इज डायर्नल, लेपर्ड इज, वन कैन यूज लॉजिक. लेपर्ड रात को ही बाहर निकलते जनरली. अटैक्स होता है ना लेपर्ड के, मैन एनिमल कॉन्फ्लिक्ट, दिन में नहीं होते जनरली. ठीक है, रात को आके वो स्ट्रे डॉग को उठा के लेके जाता है, कैटल को उठा के लेके जाता है. सो जनरली दे आर नॉक्टर्नल. ठीक है, बिकॉज दे हैव अ वेरी फाइन विजिबिलिटी एट नाइट ऑल्सो. दिस इज इनकरेक्ट, दिस इज इनकरेक्ट. बी इज द करेक्ट आंसर हियर. About the differences, we have given detailed differences in a tabular form in the explanation. और भी बाकी इंफॉर्मेशन से भी क्वेश्चन बन सकता है, तो आप गो थ्रू करिए. बायो फर्टिलाइजर, बायो पेस्टिसाइड्स इज फेवरेट टॉपिक ऑफ यूपीएससी. अगेन आई एम रिपीटिंग, एग्रो इकोलॉजी पार्ट इज गेनिंग मोर इंपॉर्टेंस. एग्रो इकोलॉजी, इट इंक्लूड्स एनवायरमेंट फ्रेंडली फार्मिंग प्रैक्टिसेस. तो उसमें बायो फर्टिलाइजर्स आर वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट. बायो फर्टिलाइजर्स आर यूज्ड इन ऑर्गेनिक फार्मिंग. बायो फर्टिलाइजर्स वो होता है जिसमें लिविंग एनिमल्स यूज किए जाते हैं एज अ पार्ट ऑफ फर्टिलाइजर. सो विच आर द, लेट्स से बायो फर्टिलाइजर्स, बेस्ट एग्जांपल इज नाइट्रोजन फिक्सिंग बैक्टीरियाज. ठीक है, दे आर बेसिकली प्रोवाइडिंग नाइट्रोजन विच इज वन ऑफ द पार्ट ऑफ वी कैन से न्यूट्रिएंट प्रोवाइडेड थ्रू फर्टिलाइजर्स. सो यस, एजोस्पिरिलम, एनाबेना आर वी कैन से नाइट्रोजन फिक्सिंग बैक्टीरियाज. Anabena is one of the, we can say, cyanobacteria. ठीक है, तो Anabena is there. अब कंसर्न ये दो का ही था जो भी था, एंड दे आर ऑल्सो वी कैन से कंसिडर्ड एज बायो फर्टिलाइजर्स. ठीक है, तो लिटिल बिट डिफिकल्ट आई वुड से अगेन, बट कंसिडर दिस एज एडिशनल इंफॉर्मेशन नाउ यू आर गेटिंग. एक्सप्लेनेशन में हमने और ज्यादा माइक्रो ऑर्गेनिज्म के नाम भी लिखे हुए हैं जो बायो फर्टिलाइजर्स बोल के यूज किया जाए. सो ऑल इज करेक्ट आंसर हियर. ठीक है, आपने देखा होगा जो भी टफ क्वेश्चन है उसमें हमने ऑल डाला हुआ है. यूपीसी ऑल्सो डज दिस मेनी टाइम्स. ठीक है, तो आप पीवाईक्यू एनालिसिस करके ये अंडरस्टैंड करिए कि क्या टेक्निक यूज कर सकते हैं हम इसमें. ठीक है, ऑलरेडी यूपीसी हैज आस्क्ड क्वेश्चन ऑन फिल्टर फीडिंग कॉन्सेप्ट. फिल्टर फीडिंग कॉन्सेप्ट इज एक्सप्लेन्ड इन एनसीईआरटी बायोलॉजी, जो एनवायरमेंट के 4 चैप्टर्स है उसमें मेंशन किया हुआ है. फिल्टर फीडिंग इज बेसिकली डन बाय डेट्रीवोर्स इन marine ecology, marine ecosystem. At the bottom of oceans, the detrivores are doing this filter feeding. Simply, whatever the sediments are there, they are scanning those sediments for their food, for decomposition. उनको filter feeders बोलते हैं. Okay. Now, one of the best example of filter feeders is sea cucumber. It is filtering all the sediments at the bottom of ocean for their food, but it is basically acting as a scavenger. वहां पे डेड एनिमल्स जो भी होगा उसको वो डिकम्पोज कर रहे हैं. ठीक है, सो बोथ स्टेटमेंट्स आर करेक्ट. सी कुकुम्बर्स आर एकाइनोडर्म्स. एकाइनोडर्म्स इज अ पार्ट ऑफ फैमिली ऑफ invertebrates. Animal classification has become very important because they are asking such kind of terms. Echinoderms, cnidarians, coral reefs, coral polyps पूछा था ना उन्होंने. दोनों स्टेटमेंट सही है एंड ए इज द करेक्ट आंसर हियर. राइट, moving on. Simple one, but I would say some of you might have got this wrong because of just missing this command, incorrect. Okay, when the question looks easy, UPC plays with candidates with such kind of things. Incorrect command दिया हुआ है, देखिए. ठीक है, तो आप तीनों स्टेटमेंट देखोगे और कमांड देखना भूल जाओगे और आप इसको बी मार्क करोगे. 2 सही है और 1 गलत है, बट आंसर इज ए बिकॉज ओनली दिस स्टेटमेंट इज इनकरेक्ट. बायलैटरल फ्लो ऑफ एनर्जी, नो, देयर इज ओनली यूनिडायरेक्शनल फ्लो ऑफ एनर्जी इन द इकोसिस्टम. सो दिस इज ऑलवेज अपराइट. द एनर्जी pyramid इज ऑलवेज अपराइट, बट द pyramid of numbers, pyramid of biomass can be inverted also. ठीक है, ecological pyramid represent different forms of productivity. Yes, productivity in terms of number, productivity in terms of biomass. So that is true. The pyramid of biomass demonstrate the total weight of every trophic level. That is true. This one is incorrect. So incorrect पूछा है तो A आंसर बनता है इसका. ठीक है, okay. Now moving on. पोल्यूटेंट से रिलेटेड हर बार 1 या 2 क्वेश्चंस होते हैं. आई एम रिपीटिंग सेम थिंग्स बट इट इज इंपॉर्टेंट एंड वी आर ट्राइंग टू कवर न्यू पोल्यूटेंट्स. फॉर्माल्डिहाइड इज वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट वन. इफ यू टॉक अबाउट दैट, फॉर्माल्डिहाइड का क्या होता है, ऐसा कुछ तो होता है ना, ये या क्या होता है, ये ऑक्सीजन होता है इधर, ऐसा कुछ तो उसका फॉर्मूला है. दिस वन इज द फॉर्मूला, formaldehyde. And this formaldehyde is problematic. It is also considered as potential carcinogenic. It is also considered as potential carcinogenic. Recently there was a research related to the products which are used in the cosmetics and chemical based hair treatments. Keratin, लड़कियों को पता होगा, keratin based treatment वाला होता है हेयर पे. बहुत ज्यादा केमिकल्स यूज होता है इंटेंसिवली एंड वन ऑफ देम इज फॉर्माल्डिहाइड. The sources of formaldehyde largely, if you talk about the natural sources, whatever the biomass combustion happens, all the volcanic eruption happen, तो वहां से वो थोड़ा बहुत formaldehyde होता ही है. But the biomass burning and the biofuels, or simply we can say fossil fuel burning, that also releases formaldehyde. ठीक है, so simply the smokers, smoking of cigarette is also releasing the formaldehyde. This is also source. This one is source. Volcanoes are also source. and it is carcinogenic. Here all statements are correct. Cancer causing, potential cancer causing elements when they are inhaled, or we can say they come in body part over the long period of time, exposed to the body for long period of time. ठीक है. Yes, it was in news recently. Forest Conservation Act 1980, it is being amended. ठीक है. So many changes have been done. Forest Conservation Act 1980, the objective of this law is to check on the diversion of forest land to the non-forest purpose. And if there is any diversion required, then there should be afforestation measures. Compensation should be given. ऐसा है इसमें. Right. What changes have been done? It permits the establishment of private zoos and safaris in the forest other than protected area. Private zoos, all the wild animals. Let me tell you, इस बार का prelims का question, whether the animals are properties of government only, ऐसा कुछ तो statement था इस साल का. You should know that all wild animals are property of government, property of state. How private entities will be allowed to, run the zoos in India? नहीं है. Rather, the remaining statement is correct. We can say that it permits establishment of zoos and safaris in the forest other than protected areas. Okay. And it is talking about the official land. मतलब official land जो government का land होगा वहां पे वो zoos establish कर सकते हैं, safaris establish. ठीक है. So we can say this is incorrect. It exempts the need for forest clearance to facilitate construction of highways within. One of the exemption is this one. That is true. Okay. Some of the exemption is related to let's say left wing affected regions are there. वहां पर उन्होंने exemptions दिए हुए हैं. Border areas के infrastructure के लिए exemptions दिए हुए हैं. ठीक है. So this one is correct, and that's why B is the correct answer. So look out for the exemptions and the provisions in the amendment. Environmental law से related एक या दो क्वेश्चन हर साल आता है. जैसे pollutant से आता है, every year 1 or 2 questions are related to environmental law. Okay, prominent 5 laws: Wildlife Protection Act, Biodiversity Act, Forest Conservation Act, Environment Protection Act. ठीक है, and then Forest Rights Act is there. ठीक है, तो ये prominent laws है जो आपको तैयार करने हैं. Oh, I was talking about this one. Some species, this year's framing, some species of mushrooms, some species of some microorganisms. So in past UPSC has also framed like this: all, या फिर no species. The wording, you should be familiar with these wordings. And these are extreme statements largely. All species of bear prefer hunting at night. This is not true. Only sloth bear prefer at night. Other species generally, या फिर brown polar bear जो होता है, brown bear कभी कभी वो रात को करता है, but generally the remaining species of bear, they are doing hunting during daytime. All species of dolphin are omnivorous. This is incorrect. Most of the dolphin species are carnivores. कभी वो फनी वीडियोस देखे होंगे डॉल्फिन्स के, तो वो जो कीपर्स होते हैं, जू कीपर्स, तो वो फिश खिलाते हैं ना निकाल के डॉल्फिन को. इतना तो लॉजिक हम यूज कर सकते हैं, है ना. तो दिस इज कार्निवोर्स. ऑल द डॉल्फिन्स, मोस्ट ऑफ द डॉल्फिन्स आर कार्निवोर्स, बट इट हैज बीन ऑब्जर्व दैट सम ऑफ द डॉल्फिन्स दे आर ईटिंग अल्गी और वी कैन से ग्रास ऑल्सो. वो एक बिहेवियर है उनका. जब उनके पास खाने के लिए दूसरे एनिमल्स नहीं है, उनका प्रे बेस कम हो जाता है, तो ये वो खाते हैं. ऐसा भी ऑब्जर्व किया गया है. Okay, so this is extreme statement. All the species of seahorse are great swimmers. If you read the NCERT, you will find that seahorse are very poor swimmers, very slow. This is species of fish. Seahorse. Past में UPSC ने पूछा हुआ है seahorse, sea cow, sea lion. ऐसा उन्होंने पूछा हुआ है तीनों के बारे में. Seahorse, sea cow, sea lion. ऐसा लगता है कि वो तो टेरेस्ट्रियल एनिमल्स है, बट वो सी में पाए जाते हैं. बट सी हॉर्स इज अ स्पीसीज ऑफ फिश, एंड दैट इज वेरी स्लो स्विमर. रादर the newborns of this seahorse species has the Guinness Book record of slowest swimming fish. ठीक है, कई सारे फीचर्स हमने एक्सप्लेनेशन में उसके यूनिक फैक्ट्स मेंशन किए हुए हैं, आपने वो रीड करना है. ठीक है, तो ये भी इनकरेक्ट है एंड दैट्स व्हाई नन ऑफ देम इज करेक्ट. राइट, मूविंग ऑन. ठीक है, so you can use the logic here. Highest amount of greenhouse gases in the atmosphere are released. Among these four it is asking, not outside these four. So it is the cement industry. About 7% of overall greenhouse gas emissions, they are from the cement industry. But if we say 8% iron and steel karta hai, iron and steel is the most polluting, we can say, in terms of greenhouse gas release. बट वो मेंशन नहीं किया है इसमें चारों में. ठीक है, तो अदर इंडस्ट्रीज आर नॉट एज लेट्स से polluting in terms of greenhouse gas emissions. So B is the correct answer here, cement industry. In the context of Asian waterbird census, in past UPSC has asked about Wetland International as well as BirdLife International in prelims. But confusing है, bird census है तो हमें लगता है कि BirdLife International करता होगा. Rather it is coordinated by Wetland International. Non-profit organization which works, it also undertakes the world waterbird, let's say global waterbird census भी होता है और उसी का ये एक पार्ट है Asian waterbird census, and this is coordinated by Wetland International. ठीक है, and this is basically done by the volunteers. This activity is done by the volunteers. Bird watchers जो होता है ना, खुद से जाके वो census में help करते हैं, bird census में. And second statement is correct. It's about its objective. The results are useful for identification of potential Ramsar sites because wetlands are the productive or breeding grounds for the birds. The winter migration of the birds happens to the wetlands only in India, right? Famous wetlands, migratory birds. तो ये सही है. B is the correct answer here. What about this one? Carbon monoxide is a toxic gas that is to having direct impact on global temperature like carbon dioxide. Whether it is greenhouse gas, carbon monoxide, no. So how it will have impact on temperature, global temperature? Incorrect. Right? It is toxic gas. It is odorless, and we can say that carbon monoxide is having some harmful impact on the human body. It reduces the oxygen carrying capacity of red blood cells. वो हमें पता है, right? And how it is released? Through incomplete combustion activity. Through incomplete combustion, CO2, carbon monoxide is released through incomplete. Now, tobacco smoke, stubble burning release. Yes, of course, it will release. Combustion activity will release because थोड़ा बहुत incomplete combustion होता ही है. Then, according to WHO air pollution guidelines, जो 2 बार इन्होंने पूछा है, मेंस 2021 question, GS3 and prelims 2022. This WHO's air pollution guidelines have been updated in 2021. बहुत बार न्यूज में था. ठीक है, तो मेंस में क्वेश्चन क्या है, 2006 से अब जो अपडेट किया है वो कंपेयर करके बताओ. ऐसा मेंस का क्वेश्चन था. अब प्रीलिम्स में एक स्टेटमेंट 3 में से ये था, इससे रिलेटेड पार्टिकुलेट मैटर के स्टैंडर्ड्स क्या चेंज किए. ठीक है, तो दिस ईयर दे मे आस्क फ्रॉम द डिफरेंट पर्सपेक्टिव. शॉर्ट टर्म एक्सपोजर ऑफ दिस कार्बन मोनोऑक्साइड 24 आवर्स, शॉर्ट टर्म मतलब इसका प्रोविजन 24 आवर्स शुड नॉट एक्सीड टू 40 माइक्रोग्राम. 40 नहीं है ये, इवन 4. फैक्चुअली इनकरेक्ट, 4 माइक्रोग्राम. ठीक है, तो दिस इज फैक्चुअली इनकरेक्ट. तो ओनली वन स्टेटमेंट इज करेक्ट हियर. लिटिल बिट डिफिकल्ट एंड आई टोल्ड यू फैक्चुअल जहां है वहां आप स्किप करो, रिस्क मत लो. डेटा बेस्ड क्वेश्चंस मैंने बताया था, जहां फैक्ट्स मेंशन किए वहां पे रिस्क मत लो, गलत जाएगा. ठीक है, तो ये क्वेश्चन में रिस्क नहीं लेना था आपको. ठीक है, व्हाट अबाउट दिस? दे आर आस्किंग दिस काइंड ऑफ क्वेश्चन, राइट? Which like they will mention the names of birds and they will ask you, let's say these are the species of birds, reptiles, mammals. ऐसा question आया हुआ है past में. Now this is very related to India's biodiversity. All these species, first 3 species are species of birds and they are endemic to India. This Thosaurus indicus is basically the extinct dinosaur species जिसके skeleton हमने recently जैसलमेर में excavate किए हुए हैं, इसलिए ये न्यूज में था. तो अगर आप करंट अफेयर्स पढ़ रहे हैं और ये टर्म आप पढ़ते हैं तो आपको लिंक लगेगा ये डायनासोर से रिलेटेड है, करंट अफेयर्स से. बट लिटिल बिट डिफिकल्ट टू एलिमिनेट दीज 3 ऑल्सो. बेलीड है तो बर्ड लगता है, फाइन, ठीक है. बहुत सारे बर्ड्स का बेलीड नाम होता है बीच में कुछ तो ऐसे टाइप का, ठीक है. लाफिंग ठीक है, तो इट इज अगेन कंफ्यूजिंग, लाफिंग क्या हो सकता है, ठीक है. तो दैट्स व्हाई इट लिटिल बिट टफ क्वेश्चन आई वुड से, इसको अटेम्प्ट नहीं करना था, ठीक है. सी इज द करेक्ट आंसर. फाइन, दिस कैन बी अटेम्प्टेड बट लिटिल बिट ट्रिकी अगेन. मुकुंद्रा हिल्स टाइगर रिजर्व राजस्थान चंबल, दिस इज करेक्टली मैच, राजस्थान का जो है, ठीक है. बट दिस कलेक्टेड मुदुनथरी टाइगर रिजर्व ऑफ तमिलनाडु, जहां से थमीराबरानी रिवर जो है ओरिजिनेट होता है, so we can say this is incorrectly matched and automatically this will be incorrectly matched. बानेरघाटा कर्नाटका, और यहां से मोयार नहीं होता है, एक रिवर का नाम आपको एक्सप्लेनेशन में मेंशन किया है, सुवर्ण समथिंग है, वो वहां से ओरिजिन होता है. तो दिस इज इनकरेक्टली मैच. ओनली 1 पेयर इज करेक्टली मैच्ड हियर, चंबल, ठीक है. मुकुंद्रा हिल्स टाइगर रिजर्व इज द टाइगर रिजर्व इन राजस्थान, ठीक है. विंध्यास रेंज एक्सटेंड होता है, वहां पर ये लोकेटेड है, कनेक्टिंग दैट अरावली रीजन. व्हाट अबाउट दिस वन, लास्ट क्वेश्चन. वर्ल्ड वाटर डे इंटरनेशनल इनिशिएटिव्स. Yes, it is celebrated on 22nd March every year. That is true. It was first proposed during World Summit on Sustainable Development in Johannesburg. कब हुआ था ये? जोहान्सबर्ग का जो है. But this was not proposed during this. Rather, it was proposed during Earth Summit. कब हुआ था Earth Summit? 1992. And from 1993 we started celebrating this. For the first time in 1993 the theme was water for life. This is correct. And now 2023 यानी कि 30 साल कंप्लीट हो रहा है, symbolic. UPSC will ask this, है ना, 30 साल कंप्लीट हो रहा है तो symbolic है. And this is true. This year's theme accelerating change. This is also true. ठीक है, तो ये सही है, ये वाला सही है. तो आपको पूछा गया है इनकरेक्ट कौन सा है. This is incorrect. Okay, B is the incorrect. Fine. So I hope that you are learning from every AIPMT. ठीक है. And we are also trying to bring, dynamism in these test papers. हर बार हम कुछ नए एलिमेंट्स लाने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं, बट आई एम टेलिंग यू दे आर श्योरली रिलेवेंट टू यूपीएससी एग्जामिनेशन. ऐसा नहीं कि हमको लुकमान आईएएस को मतलब बहुत ऐसे सुपीरियर दिखाने के लिए ऐसा कुछ कर नहीं रहा है, मतलब वो कोई एम ही नहीं है. अगर ये क्वेश्चन एग्जाम में आते नहीं है तो हमारा ही लॉस है और आपका भी लॉस है बहुत बड़ा, ठीक है. तो ऐसा कभी नहीं होगा, डोंट वरी अबाउट दैट. कंसिडर दिस एज एडिशनल इंफॉर्मेशन, रिलेवेंट इंफॉर्मेशन, एंड ट्राई टू prepare for next AIPMT. Now the remaining sessions, history by Chauhan sir and economy by Shivang sir. ठीक है, तो any question? Fine. Okay. Okay.
Good evening to all of you. So now we are going to discuss the questions related to history and culture. Question number 21 to 30 and 96 to 100, right? So the first question, 21st question is, with reference to Indian history, this is the name Nalaira Devya Prabandham refers to which of the following? 4 options are given, you have to find out. So it's what should be the approach? It is a difficulty, the difficulty level is higher. So if you know exactly what this is, then the chances are that you will get the answer right. Otherwise, you will make guesses and you might get the answer wrong. So religious reform movement, you have never heard about such movement. By this word itself, you can derive something. Prabandham is some kind of compilation of literature. So you should make that guess there only. Then collective songs of Alvars. Then order of kings during Gupta administration. Any evidence of what you can say genealogy of the kings or rulers is obtained from Puranas. But Prabandham does not do that. Then philosophical treatise of Shankardev. Shankardev was 15th, 16th century Bhakti saint in Assam. What his writings or things are called? Any idea? That should sound like some Assamese word. No, that was Shankaracharya. It is Shankardev. Please understand. Mahapurush Shankardev was a Bhakti saint of 15th, 16th century in Assam. He and Chaitanya Mahaprabhu played a very important role in the spread of Vaishnavism in that part of the country. Okay. So actually 4,000 sacred songs, or you can say hymns of 12 Alvar saints were compiled by Nath Muni in the 10th century. These saints, who were follower of V for Vaishnavism, lived in you can say 6th, 7th century in South India, Tamil Nadu especially, and Kerala region. And then from there Bhakti movement spread as a mass movement towards north. It was the time before this movement started in South India. Vaishnavism was already patronized by the rulers in North India, that is Guptas, right? So when it comes to North India, what happens? It reaches its peak during the medieval period, isn't it? Between what you can say 15th to 17th century. So that is the way Bhakti movement spread all over India and played a very important role in addressing the issues that created caste-based discrimination or any other rigidity or disharmony between the communities, Hindus and Muslims. So Bhakti and Sufi movement together in medieval period played a very important role, not only in addressing the issues related to discrimination and harmony, but also in promotion of regional language and literature, right? Even though none of the movements that emerged in ancient, that medieval or modern India were able to create that impact which will bring change at the root level, drastic change. This was done only to a great extent by the movements in ancient times. Both 64 heterodox sects emerged against the increasing Brahminical orthodoxy in ancient times, and the most popular being Buddhism, Jainism, and to some extent Ajivikas and others, right? So the correct answer is collective songs of Alvars. There are 4,000 hymns which have been compiled into a book by Nath Muni by 10th century. Now my suggestion is, here we should emphasize in the discussion more the key aspects and why such a question can be asked, or what could be the approach, rather than I explaining everything to you. For that thing, you should be reading the explanations which are already there with you in the printed form given to you by the institute, right? Now let us go to the next question. So question number 22. So what does it say? There are 4 statements or 3 statements given. You have to read them, and what you have to do? How many of the statements given above are correct? You have to identify whether these statements are correct or not, which statement is wrong or right. So let us read it carefully. You can find the answer to these statements or this question without seeing the options if you are very sure that you know what is right, what is wrong. You have to be very careful. See, UPSC is testing one OLQ, officer like quality. How much keenly you are observing things, how much focused you are, and can you see the subtle differences that comes into certain things. See how. Sher Shah Suri, he ruled for a brief interregnum when the Suris were there for 15 years, out of which 5 years he was ruling. 1542, 1555 is the time period of, before that there was Humayun, after that there was Humayun. Humayun dies in 1 year and then comes Akbar to the throne. So within that brief period of time, the Suris, especially Sher Shah Suri, laid the foundation of an economic and general administration on which built the administration who? Akbar. Akbar developed his administration on the lines of what Sher Shah Suri has done. So in that process, he brought many reforms at economic level also. He introduced new coins also. So Sher Shah Suri introduced silver coins called dam. Is it true? Is this correct? No, it is not. Silver coin was called rupiah. Rupiah word comes from rupehla or rupak, which is the word used in Sanskrit for silver itself, and that is the currency till date of the country. Not only this country, but many other countries, including Indonesia, Nepal, even Pakistan. Okay? So, dam was the term used for copper coin. So, this is the catch. Understand the catch. This becomes wrong. Correct? Now, so this is wrong. Sultan Iltutmish or Iltutmish, he was the second ruler of the Delhi Sultanate and second ruler of slave dynasty also, Mamluk ones. He introduced silver coins, tanka and jital. Now the silver coins. Tanka was a silver coin, which is also called taka later. Jital was not a silver coin. It was a copper coin. Are you understanding? Both the coins were introduced by him, but only tanka is silver coin, jital is not. So this statement is also wrong. Muhammad bin Tughlaq ruled in the 14th century. He belonged to the third dynasty of Delhi Sultanate. First were slaves, then second was Khaljis, then Tughlaqs, then Sayyid, then Lodhis. So Muhammad bin Tughlaq ruled from 1325 to 1351 for 25 to 26 years. He is remembered as a person with eccentric mindset who worked on the basis of his whims and fancies. He introduced 5 progressive ideas, but all of them failed due to his hasty nature. He did not implement things or good projects by giving thought and time, or did not plan well. So one of those experiments was he introduced token currency of copper coins. That is true. What is token currency? When the note or coin has that value in terms of face value, but actual value might not be the same as the trend on that coin or on the, as we are using today token currency all over the world. So this is true because there was paucity or lack of silver due to some problems with trade and commerce in his times. He introduced copper coin having the same value as that of a silver coin, which was the face value. That's why it is token currency. So this is true. So what becomes the answer? How many statements are correct? Only one. Story over. Right? Now we go to the next question, that is question 3. Question 23rd rather, I would say. So now we have to see, there is something written in the form of a small paragraph, and you have to, the question is, which of the following sociologist movements, means there are some movements mentioned, sociologist movements mentioned, is being described in the above paragraph. So this paragraph relates to which one of them? So the paragraph is, it was a revivalist movement. What does a revivalist movement means? When you are trying to bring in reform, but you are trying to bring in something which existed in past, nothing new, right? Then it is called revivalist movement. So Arya Samaj was a revivalist movement, while both of them are reformist movement, Brahmo Samaj and Arya Samaj. But Brahmo Samaj is not trying to revive anything from the past. That is the difference. So it was a revivalist movement founded by Muhammad bin Qasim, correct it, Nanotagi, and Rashid Ahmad Gangohi in Saharanpur district, उत्तर प्रदेश. सहारनपुर में एक जगह है, क्या नाम है? तो आप समझ जाएंगे. अपने आप आंसर क्लियर हो जाएगा, पता होना चाहिए इतना तो, कभी गए हो उस तरफ तो नोट भी करना चाहिए, आपको दिखाई देगा क्लियरली. In Saharanpur district, Uttar Pradesh, it focused on uplifting the Muslim community through religious education. It is true. In the context of Deoband movement, they had two objectives. One was to promote purity of Islam by teaching Quran and Hadith to the members of the Muslim community, followers of Islam. Second thing was to bring education and develop leadership for the Muslim community by teaching purity of Islam. Deoband school, this movement is interesting in the sense they adopted a anti-British. They supported the idea of jihad against the foreign rulers, right? Holy war. So they were anti-British but pro-Congress. Aligarh movement was just opposite. Aligarh movement started by Sir Syed Ahmad Khan in the last quarter of the 19th century was pro-British, anti-Congress. So much anti-Congress that Sir Syed Ahmad Khan criticized Badruddin Tayyib, the third president of the 1887 Indian National third session of the Congress, and he even started an organization called United Patriotic Association, inviting Muslims to join that, not Congress, right? So Deoband movement is the right answer. Faraji movement is a movement which is related to 19th century Bengal, where Muslim peasants were also influenced by an important leader called Titu Mir. So it was having religious touch also, but it was also related to the issues of peasants, right? Wahhabi movement, this movement also emerged in 19th century. The leader was Shah Waliullah. He also talked about, all of them taught about purity of, turning to the purity of Islam and saving the Muslim population from the increasing Western influences. Wahhabi movement was basically a movement emerging in Middle East by Abdullah Wahab, but in India it was led by Shah Waliullah. This movement was religious initially, but acquired a political color when his successors, Shah Abdul Aziz and Syed Ahmad Barelvi, they gave it a political color. They said India is Darul Harb, a land of non-believers. It should be transformed into what? Darul Islam, land of Islam. That gave a totally different, so Wahhabi movement, Aligarh movement, and then Muslim League. This is a course of development which leads to increased communalism in India and finally partition of India. Okay? So Ahmadiyya movement was started by one Mirza Ghulam Muhammad. I think I'm quoting the wrong name, not correctly. Let me see. It was Mirza Ghulam Ahmad of Qadian. He was also trying to defend Islam and talking about purity of Islam. But at the same time, he was influenced by Western liberal thought, and he presented himself as Mahdi or Mashiach, messenger of God, and he even called he's a incarnation of Lord Krishna, right? So he's trying to be liberal and accommodate good things of. This was not liked by the orthodox people, and he even started Western liberal education among the Muslim people. There was a section always in any community who was longing for what? Modern progressive ways of life. So he started a network of schools and colleges also. So all these three movements or four movements were about reforms in the Islamic community. Two of them, because they were strongly anti-British, were suppressed by the British by force. Okay? Clear? Now we go to the next question. The next question, 24th, is about the Coal Rebellion. When did this rebellion occur? Any idea? Okay. With reference to the Coal Rebellion, Coal is a tribe. Where it is found? Any idea? Chota Nagpur Plateau region? That is the reason. There are many tribes in Orissa, Jharkhand, and then rest, the Chhattisgarh, even Madhya Pradesh, these areas, right? So with reference to the Coal Rebellion, consider the following statements. You have two statements, find out whether they are correct or not in the context of Coal Rebellion. This rebellion occurred in 1831. And most important leader was Buddho something, Buddho Bhagat, right? So, first statement is the rebellion took place during the period of Khilafat movement. Is it correct? यहीं पे गलत हो जाता है. Khilafat movement, the time period of the Khilafat movement is 1919 to 1924. There is no overlap. ठीक है ना? Which was launched for the fulfillment of freedom for Muslims. So this is wrong. Second statement, the rebellion spread over a significant area. What is the area? Chota Nagpur Plateau region. Chota Nagpur Plateau region covers several districts of Jharkhand, some districts of Odisha and adjoining Bengal, West Bengal. Right? So the rebellion spread over a significant area including Ranchi, Hazaribagh, Palamu and Manbhum. These are the major districts of Jharkhand. So this is true. So which of the statements given above is correct? One only. Sorry, one only. One statement is correct, but the option is 2 is correct. Right? So the option 2 is correct. Rest of the options are wrong. Okay? So the answer becomes B. So it was a kind of tribal uprising. That is to be understood. So when you are studying any book like Spectrum or any other book, they must segregate tribal uprisings, peasant uprisings, civilian rebellions, and then there is a revolt of 1857. These uprisings and rebellions are categorized as pre and post 1857. For example, Santhal rebellion is before 1857, 1856, 1857, and Munda rebellion is after 1857, that is 1899, 1900, right? So now we go to the next question, question number 25th. See, it is, if you look at the options, there are 4 governor generals mentioned. So the question should be in the context of some governor general. Which of the, in such questions when their statements are given first, read the question first. Which of the following governor general is being described in the above paragraph out of these 4? So the statement reads like this, or this paragraph. He reformed the military by banning flogging as a punishment in the British Indian Army. First reform. And did a commendable job of controlling organized thuggy. Second reform. He tried to suppress many superstitious practices prevalent then like sati and practice of widow burning. एक ही बात है ना? So 3 reforms we are talking about. Sati, किसका नाम दिमाग में आता है? This is the clue. So you can always, nobody else can be there. ठीक है? You get the answer immediately right. So this is intelligent guessing without playing any bluff or playing in the blind, right? So intelligent guessing is this. So William Bentinck, what is his time period? Anybody? What is his time period? He was the first Governor General of India. Charter Act 1833 was passed, after that he became. So what could be his time period? He was there for 7 years, 1828 to 1835. And it was in 1829, sati practice was banned. Under the, lot of work was done by Raja Rahman Roy, who was also a very good friend of William Bentinck, right? First, sati was banned in Bengal, the practice, and later it was extended to Bombay and Madras Presidency in 1830, right? So, automatically he becomes the right answer. Yes, he banned this also. And thuggy, what does thuggy means? There are, if you read deeply, you will find that many thuggy and dacoity prohibition acts were passed during this period. So thugs were those people who used to engage in looting, robbing people, but they used to murder them also. So that became a big problem of law and order. Dacoits would organize raids and they will attack villages and towns. And that reminiscent, this reminds us of the dacoits of Chambal also. They used to do organized looting and crime, all those kind of robbery. So that is what. So he tried to stop that also. Okay. So you would have heard about one more word, Pindaris. They became a menace during the time of Lord Hastings. You study about them in the context of Anglo-Maratha wars, right? He used that as a pretext to wage a war against the Marathas and finally defeated them. Okay. So this is how you have to develop connections, interlinkages, and remember things instead of trying to mug up things. Limited resources, rate them properly and establish interlinkages. That should be the approach, right? See, if you look at Amherst, he was there before Bentinck, 1823 to 28. he, only one important development I can remember during his times, that was Bharatpur was annexed by the British, which was the Jat kingdom, only Jat kingdom in India, right? 1826 it was captured by the British. Then Wellesley is best remembered for the policy of subsidiary alliance, and he was there from 1798 to 1805. And can you tell me which were the first 3 or 4 states which accepted subsidiary alliance in India? Hyderabad, 1798. Then Hyderabad was 1793 or 1798? It was 1798, I think. Then Travancore. Then Mysore, 1799. Fourth Anglo-Mysore War, Tipu Sultan dies. Wellesley is the person who gets Mysore after restoring the Vodiyar dynasty into the trap of subsidiary alliance, right? And then fourth one was in 1801, Awadh. Okay, so remember things like this, and just, I was not a history student, I am a science graduate, then an MBA, then shifted towards history. The only thing which I think is important to remember or learn things is taking keen interest, because it is related to your goal and career. You should be keenly interested, that's it, isn't it? Most of us have this tendency, because our education system is such that we get into rote memory. We want to mug up everything, and that does not work in our favor, isn't it? So anyways, Warren Hastings, he was the first Governor General of Bengal. He became the first Governor General of Bengal by virtue of the Regulation Act of 1773. And he was at the helm of affairs since 1774 to 1785. It was during his times that the Nizam, that position was finished, and company brought directly Bengal under its control in 1770 or what? Find out. So you should be very clear about that. There is a chapter on Warren Hastings in many books. There are books organized on modern India in 2 ways. One is topic wise, one is topic wise they go, but they give separate space to important governor generals or viceroys, as is the case with Tamil Nadu books. So is the case with many modern Indian history books like Grover and Mehta. That is the way they have covered the entire thing. So what you are reading is also very important. Okay. Anyways, so you got the answer, you got the explanation. Now we are moving towards the 26th question. So what this question says, freedom fighters, 3 names are given: Jatindranath Mukherjee, Rajbihari Bose, and Aurobindo Ghosh. How many of the above were actively associated with Anushilon Samiti? So anything you know about Anushilon Samiti? It was a body which promoted revolutionary nationalism. Don't use the word terrorism. These people were not terrorists from our angle. They were nationalists. They were fighting for the cause of the nation. They were not adopting the path of violence just like that for selfish purposes. No, that is terrorism. So it had 2 branches, one in West Bengal, another in East Bengal, Dhaka. And the founding member was some Pramathnath, but Aurobindo Ghosh's younger brother Parendra Kumar Ghosh also played an important role. All of these people at some point of time had worked with Anushilon Samiti, even contributed to a paper like Kal or Jugantar, such. So Rajbihari Bose is best known for his participation in Gadar movement, and later he shifted to Japan, and there he played an important role in the foundation of Indian Independence League and indirectly in Azad Hind Force, right? So he was a freedom fighter associated with Anushilon Samiti. He became active only. What is the context? You should understand the context. The announcement is made by the British government about partition of Bengal in 1905. The Congress starts a movement. Moderates fail, extremists come. When extremists, their literature, their speeches inspired the youth, and the youth, when see that the goal of or the demand that partition of Bengal should be withdrawn by the British government, the decision is not taken care, is not paid attention by the British, the youth get restless and they adopt the path of revolutionary or violent methods. They were very much influenced by the writings of Bankim Chand Chatterjee, especially Anand Math, because Anand Math is about Sannyasi rebellion, how the sannyasis fought against the British then, and speeches of Swami Vivekanand. So such speeches and writings inspired the youth a lot, and then there was an element of religious fervor like Jai Bhavani, Jai Durga, again the goddess who fights and kills the evil. So that kind of things were there. So Aurobindo Ghosh was an extremist leader of the Congress, Lal Balpal and then Aurobindo Ghosh. They were four prominent leaders who belonged to the extremist faction of the Congress. His writings also inspired the youth and promoted them, moved them towards revolutionary activities. So he supported his brother Brajendra Kumar Ghosh, and in one of the case, Alipur conspiracy case, he was charged. After that, he took a retirement from active politics and moved towards Pondicherry and led the foundation of Aurobindo Ashram. So all these three were somehow related with revolutionary activity or this body Anushoolan Samiti. If they were writing something, they were speaking something, this is how. So all three becomes the answer. Clear? Some of the questions are appearing very simple, but they can be tricky questions. The last question in history we will see like that only. So this you would have read, but you will easily identify these. He was also called Bagajatin. Rasbihari Bose you know, but Aurobindo Ghosh, some people understand Barendra Kumar Ghosh, Aurobindo Ghosh related to, but some people will say, oh, he was an extremist leader. He might not be related with Anushoolan Samiti, which was a revolutionary body. That way you commit mistakes. Rasbihari Ghosh was the Congress leader who was a compromise candidate for presidentship in the session of 1900 Surat split 7. Okay, you must remember. What are you doing? Okay. So Ghosh and Ghosh are two different people. Try to understand. No, confusion should be there. Now we go to the 27th question. What this question is saying? It is in the context of the cabinet mission. You should be very well knowing what the important recommendations of cabinet mission were, and then see the question. Consider the following statements. 3 statements are given. You have to identify how many statements given above are correct. How many of them are correct? So it proposed a plan that aimed to establish a federal system. Federal system means center and state power, division of powers will be there. For India, granting significant autonomy to provinces. Yes, it talked about provincial autonomy. What it is suggested? It suggested a 3-tier federal structure for India, in which there will be a central government or union government at the central level, which will have limited powers. It will exercise authority in the areas like communication, foreign policy, defense, while all the subjects, others, will remain with the provinces. And provinces were suggested to be grouped into 3 sections by this cabinet mission. What were they? Group A, B, C. In A, Hindu majority provinces of Madras, then Bombay Presidency, all that, Odisha, etc. In group B and C, provinces with Muslim majority or sizable population in east and west side of the country, right? So the second level will be the groupings of those provinces. Third level will be some kind of system that binds these structures together. So this is true. It talked about provincial autonomies. How much autonomy? So much so that even residuary powers will not lie with the center but with the provinces. So it is proposing a weak center and giving enough autonomy to the provinces, even though it is opposing the idea of Pakistan, but at the same time it is creating that room to keep the Muslim League happy, that in future it can act as a fodder for the League to claim Pakistan, right? Second is, for the first time the British government acknowledged India's right to be a dominion. Dominion status, was it first time that they offered dominion status? No. August offer, Lord Linlithgow made that offer in 1940. Cabinet mission, that Cripps mission made it, that same proposition in 1942. So this is not the first time. So this becomes wrong. Okay. Then third, the aim of the mission was to seek India's support for Second World War through constitutional proposals. Was it the aim? No, this is not the aim. Cabinet mission is coming in 1946 when the World War I is over in Europe. In Japan is still going, so that front Pacific region, it is still going on. And then in August 6th and 9th, they dropped nuclear bombs and Japan is tamed. So that is a different story. Actually, what is happening? The British, through the experience of Quit India movement, then INA trials, then the pressure coming after this naval mutiny, where in February it happens, 1946, it became very clear that now they are losing the support of uniformed services, army or police, people, because now there is a parity in numbers of bureaucrats in ICS, Europeans and Indian. So the British will not have that kind of dominance. And the spirit of nationalism and patriotism has affected the Indians serving in army, bureaucracy, navy, everywhere. So they found it practically difficult to continue their rule in India. And after all the cost benefit analysis, they decided to take a respectful exit. And therefore, the naval mutiny is said to be the last coffin, last nail in the coffin of the British Empire in India. Why? You will see. Immediately after the mutiny in February itself, Clement Attlee, he was the Prime Minister belonging to the Labour Party. He declared that the sending off a cabinet mission. 3 members of the British cabinet will come to India to explore the ways how powerful could be peacefully transferred from the British hands to the Indian hands. So the purpose was transfer of power. The aim was transfer of power, and they suggested the mechanism. First, an interim government will be formed during transition period, and then a constituent assembly will be formed, which will make a constitution for independent of free India. That was the purpose. So this is wrong. So how many of the statements given above are correct? Only one. Okay, you should be that much clear when you are reading. And all this you are reading from any book, it is clearly given there. Read the spectrum, read Vipin Chandra, you will find these things as it is. The only thing is how focused you are when you are reading those things. Focus should be there. Don't read too many books and get confused. Read 1 or 2 books, and it is better to be clear about things. This is my suggestion. Remembering becomes a challenge when you are in the early stage. Remembering becomes a challenge when you are bogged down by this idea that there is so much to study. Remembering is a challenge when you are easily influenced by the words and rumors of other people. Have your own plan as per your abilities, strengths and weaknesses, do the SWOT analysis, and then identify what are your weak areas. Those are the threats, work upon them, and then you create opportunities for your success in the exam, right? This is what you are supposed to do. जितने लोग उतनी बातें, उनमें नहीं फंसना है. When you go to the market, see the abundance of material. ये भी अच्छा लग रहा है, ये भी अच्छा लग रहा है, ये भी पढ़ लूँ, इसका material, उसका material. भाई सब में एक ही चीज़ है. एक आध लाइन अगर कम ज़्यादा लिख दी है, if they have written 1 or 2 more lines here and there, how does it make a difference? For that 1 or 2 fact, you will kill your time and read a new book. I don't think so. You should be very professional in that. How you can derive maximum advantage from something. Optimization of effort and resources is very important. है ना? सही मेहनत में ज़्यादा रिटर्न, कम मेहनत में ज़्यादा रिटर्न नहीं आते. सही मेहनत में ज़्यादा रिटर्न आने चाहिए आपके पास. ऑप्टिमल होना चाहिए. ठीक है कि नहीं? So anyways, let us move further. Now the 28th question. What this question is saying? See, again statements are given. There are 2 statements. It is like assertion reasoning kind of question. One statement could be an assertion. The other statement could be reason or explanation. You have to identify how they are related with each other based on what is mentioned in the options. So which one of the following is correct in respect of the above statements? So statement 1 क्या कह रहा है? Lord Canning. He was there from 1848 to 56 to 1862. So when he was there, he came as Governor General of India. But by that time in 1858, after the revolt of 1857, the Government of India Act 1858 is passed and a new title Viceroy has come. So he becomes the first Viceroy of India. Right? So Viceroy means the representatives of the royalty or the crown. Personal representative of the crown, he is working in that capacity also. Besides being head of the administration in Indian provinces, British Indian provinces, he is still Governor General. So Governor General and Viceroy, because Viceroy is a high sounding title, more respectful, so we use the word only Viceroy. So you should know what is the difference between these two terms. Governor General of Bengal, Governor General of India, then Viceroy. There is a reason why these words are used. First there was a Governor of Bengal, then Governor General of Bengal, then Governor General of India, then Governor General and Viceroy of India. Okay. So Lord Mountbatten was Viceroy number. Lord Mountbatten was the Viceroy number. Lord Mountbatten, he was the last British Viceroy, 34th. Okay. And who was the 35th Governor General of India? But the first and the last Indian. Okay. So statement 1 is, Lord Canning passed the General Services Enlistment Act 1856. If you have studied the causes of the revolt of 1857, there are political, economic, military and immediate cause. So among the military causes, you should have read this for sure. To make the soldiers serve anywhere as per the requirement of the government. Is this true? This is true. He knew that there will be restlessness among soldiers when we send them outside. So by law now we are binding them to serve outside. They will have to give their consent and serve anywhere they are sent, especially the Indian soldiers we are talking about. Why? Because Indian soldiers come from rural background and religion is a part and parcel of their life. So according to their religion, especially Hindus and Sikhs, it is Kalapani, it is blasphemous to go beyond the oceans, crossing the oceans, and that was against religion. That would become a taboo actually. Why? Because the experiences of Indians have become such due to invasions and other things, people coming from outside and mixing them with them up was taken as a wrong thing. So the society became conservative and therefore it closed itself and it was not ready to even mix up with the foreigners. Maybe that was the reason. Okay. So statement 2, sepoys in Bengal army refused to travel, and this wasn't for Bengal army only. Sepoys in the Bengal army refused to travel abroad by sea for fear of losing caste status. Yes, there was a, because it was a taboo to travel by crossing the seas. So what will happen if you travel abroad? You will be seen as an outcast and you will be ostracized or boycotted by the society. Samadhik bahiskar ho jayega. So there was a fear and therefore they will refuse. But now they will be legally binding. So this is the right explanation of this. So what is the answer? Both statement 1 and 2 are correct, and statement 2 is the correct explanation for the statement 1. Logical explanation of this. Why this act was passed? Just to make this binding for them that you will have to travel. They will not be willing to quit this job because it gave them surety of income. Every month they are getting salary. And in those times of poverty, that was a big relief. Okay. Poverty and unemployment both. ठीक है ना? तो आज भी आप देख रहे होंगे, you would have seen that many people are ready to go for a job which is below their education qualifications. You float a vacancy in government in a state like UP or Bihar, you will see even MBAs and PhDs applying for a job of a PN. Why? They see security in there. Lifetime security is there. That's why they are ready to go for that job. Okay. So now next question. It is in the context of the roundtable conference, first roundtable conference. Let us see. So in total there were 3 roundtable conferences. First organized or starting in 1930, second in 1931. All of them were in the year ends, and third in 1932. The person who inaugurated the first roundtable conference was the monarch of Britain, British monarch, King George V. And the person who presided over all these 3 conferences was the Prime Minister of Britain, Ramsay MacDonald. Okay, so you should know these facts. Then, with reference to first roundtable conference, consider the following statements. So you have to consider these statements in the context of first RTC and see whether they are correct or not. So first statement reads like this: the British and Indians met on equal footing in the first roundtable conference. Yes, the British said, we are inviting you for a discussion to solve your constitutional problems, and we will consider you equal. There is no discrimination going to be. And representation was given to different sections of the Indian society, including princely states, depressed classes, women, Muslims, that way. है ना? So, even if it was not actually the case in reality, because Britishers were colonizers, but in principle at least they've admitted that. Round table means, it is not necessary that the table should be round. It means that everybody will get equal respect and say, or equal freedom of speech. So round means what? From the center in a circle, the distance is equal. So equality, it is indicator of equality, nothing else. So this statement is correct in the context of first roundtable conference. The second is, Gandhi was the sole representative of the Indian National Congress in the first roundtable conference. Had it been second, then it would have been correct. So the civil disobedience movement was going from 1930 to 34. The Congress was in a mode of movement in the first phase when the first roundtable conference happened. So it boycotted it under its boycott program, political program, which was about boycott of legislature, courts, and British aided or British granted colleges and schools, right? Same was the case in the third roundtable conference. Then second phase of the movement was going on. It was by the Gandhi-Irwin Pact in 19. What happened in Gandhi-Irwin Pact? It is also called Delhi Pact because the pact was signed in Delhi. Gandhi and Viceroy Irwin decided that for time being they will Congress will suspend the movement, and Gandhi was nominated as sole representative of the Congress to participate in the second roundtable conference. This decision was this Gandhi-Irwin Pact was endorsed by the Congress in its Karachi session. This time the session was not in the year end. It was started much earlier. That was in March 1931, where they also expressed their grief for the hanging of Bhagat Singh and his companions. Okay. So this becomes wrong. Gandhi participated in second roundtable conference. Then third statement is, based on the discussion of the first roundtable conference, the Government of India Act of 1935 was passed. Is it correct? This is wrong. It was, had it been third. See, in three conferences, different issues were discussed. In third conference, whatever topics were taken up in first and second, they were also discussed. New topics were also discussed. And whatever discussions were taking place here, a white paper was published over that. And then a bill was drafted, presented to the British Parliament, which became an act called Government of India Act 1935. Right? So only, what is the question? How many of the statements given above are correct? The answer becomes only one. Okay? So this is how you should have very clear understanding of things. At least once or twice read the entire spectrum back to back, especially the relevant areas, because initial chapters are not necessary from the exam point of view, but you must read them. So the most important area is 1857 to, divided into two parts, 1757 to 1857 and 1857 to 1947. So the second part is more important. Okay. Now we go to the 30th question. What is the 30th question? The 30th question is presenting pairs. Land revenue systems are mentioned in one column and implemented, which areas they were implemented in, that is the second column. So are they correctly matched? How many of the pairs given above are correctly matched? You have to find out. So permanent settlement, where it was implemented, Cornwallis introduced it in 1793 in Bengal, Bihar and Odisha. Bihar and Odisha were part of Bengal. So it should be this. It is not correctly matched, so it becomes wrong. In central provinces and Gangetic Valley in Punjab and parts of Rajasthan was introduced Mahalwari system. So it was not in Madras, Bombay parts. This also becomes wrong, right? This is also wrongly matched. Ratwari system, Rayat is the word used for farmers, and they were the owners of the, recognized as the owners of the land in Deccan region. That is Madras, Bombay, parts of Coorg. Coorg is, this is, H is not there. Coorg is a district today in southern Karnataka. It was a small kingdom then. Okay. In some parts, besides that, in parts of Assam also it was introduced where the Ahom rulers were ruling. Okay. So Britishers occupied certain part, na? So they brought Ratwari system there also. So Ratwari, this is also wrongly matched. In Bengal it was not. Hai na? So all three are wrong. So how many pairs given are correctly matched? None. Okay. So Ratwari system was introduced by the governor of, the then governor of Madras. What was his name? He was, that I have told. Ratwari system. Who was the person? It's a very well-known name. Sir Thomas Munro. Okay. And Holt Mackenzie was responsible for the Mahal wali system. Mahal means village or group of villages, where village headmen called Lambardar or Mahaldar used to collect tax from the entire village or group of villages. The individuals will pay tax from him, but the government or company is collecting taxes collectively. It is not seeing what individual is paying. That is, what is the individual is going to pay is decided by the village headman. That gives him that leverage and room created for corruption and high-handedness. So this system also becomes corrupt. Permanent settlement due to a chain of middlemen becomes corrupt. Ratwari, due to high rate of interest, moneylenders comes in, they exploit the farmer. So in every system there is some or the other element of exploitation that creates problems for peasants, and this is what a colonial state does. Okay. It exploits the people. Agriculture being the primary source of income, so that was taxed and exploited. Peasants were exploited by the Britishers. Now we go to the next set of questions in the end. So 96 to 100, 5 questions are there. So which of the following statements, again statements are given, 4 statements are there, are correct in relation with the copper image of a dancing girl which was exhibited from Mohenjo-daro. Dayaram Sahani, he was making exhibitions in what you can say Mohenjo-daro in 1926-27. He discovered this from one corner of Mohenjo-daro, one part of Mohenjo-daro. This image you would have seen in books or even Google it. So what do you see? If you look at her from front side, you will not see that coiled bun of hairs which are plaited. But if you see from the back side, she is having heavy curly hairs plaited and coiled and then put in the form of a bun. So her long hairs are tied in a bun is correct. Bangles cover her right arm. The catch is this. Left arm. Right arm is left arm is like this here, and right arm is like this, something like this. Hai na? So see the pose. So it should be left arm. This is wrong. We want to see how keenly you observe things. Hai na? She has large eyes and a flat nose, not sharp nose. If you look at the racial type, we see that people who were in Indus Valley civilization, unlike Aryans, they were not having those sharp features, they say. Okay. So this is also wrong. She is wearing a necklace made from shells, cawdies. That is true. 3 cawdies or shells are there in her neck. So this is true. So what becomes the answer? Select the correct answer using the codes given below, 1 and 4. Clear? This small statue of around 4 inches height is kept in the IVC gallery, Indus Valley Civilization Gallery of National Museum in Delhi. You can go and see it. Okay. Then we go to the next question, 97th question. So what the 97th question is saying? Again, statements are given and you have to find out they are correct or not. And they are in the context of style of architecture, which is called the mixed style of Nagar and Dravid elements of temple architecture, Vesara style. Okay. Now I want to make it clear. This was in news recently. Why? September 2023, many of the temples belonging to this style has been included in the heritage list of UNESCO. Halebidu and other places in Karnataka, Hampi and all. And just check out what are those sites. We have even given that information in the, I think, current affairs booklet. Just check out. Okay. So, statement 1. Some of the most experimental hybrid styles of Vesara architecture are found to the region of Karnataka. Yes, Karnataka was the hub of Vesara style, or mixed style of temple architecture. One form of that is seen during the Vijayanagar rule, which was called Pravada style, right? So, highly raised platforms, on that you get the temples having many mandapas, the places or galleries where people used to sit or worship. And then on the Garbhagriha there is a pyramid-like structure called Shikhar or Vimana, right? Both elements are there. And grand entrance is called Gopuram in Dravida style. That kind of grandness is not there in Shikhar, Northern Indian style. Okay, na? So, every dynasty will, or their artists will bring in some new elements. So, elements of Nagar and Dravid style are mixed and a new style is formed. But even the style of temples would be distinct belonging to different dynasty, because they are in different period of time infusing their own elements. For example, star-like shape is there when it comes to Hoshala temples. Their design is such, right? So, statement 2, the hybridization and incorporation of several styles was the hallmark of Chalukyas, Hoysalas and Vijayanagar. That's also true, right? So, both the statements are correct, and that way this statement appears to be the right explanation of statement 1. Again, answer becomes A. Okay. So, you should know very clearly what this style is, which book you should study. An Introduction to Art, Part 2, Class 12th. I have framed some questions. The sources are very known to you. NCERT books, or what you can say, Spectrum and such books. The only thing is the twist in the questions. So, you don't need to read too many things, or Lukmaan study material. You don't need to study too much. You just need to study the right things and have conceptual clarity. After that, we are not expecting you to give 100% correct answers, but as the standard is, in prelims you are able to score 50% or more, you are through. Accordingly, your plan should be. In main, you don't have the trouble of recognizing the right choices, right options. You have to rely on recall and write an answer based on your understanding and giving proper arguments. So, that is a different nature altogether of the questions. So, there you should not be taxed by certain things. So, I think accordingly your approach should be different in prelims and mains, right? Even though prelims demands a more extensive study than main examination. Now, 98th question, let us see what it is. The 98th question, here again the pairs are given and you have to see whether they are correct or not. I picked up this question directly from the Lukmaan material, which I have prepared. Okay, and there is a box in which the writers and the texts are mentioned. This is in the chapter of Indian music, because these books are all related to music, as the name itself suggests. So, Sarangdev wrote Sangeet Ratnakar in 13th century in Sanskrit, and this book is said to be the book which inspires both Hindustani and Carnatic music. Lochan Kavi or Lochan Pandit wrote Rag Tarangini. This book provides details about different ragas or melodious compositions and raginis. Ahobal wrote Zila Parisad. These last two books are of 17th century, and I think this book is said to be the book which brings the elements of South Indian music into North India, and the first book or main book for Hindustani classical music. This book was also written in 17th century, Raga Tattva Bodh, but it is a rare composition. We do not get to know much about it. So, this is a tough question. only when either you have got the right source or when you have studied somewhere in detail about music, then only you can get it right. But the answer is very simple because all of them are rightly matched. So all four. How many pairs given we have are correctly matched? All four. If you know, you know. You don't know, you don't know. If you get 3 right and 4th you are confused, still you will be in dilemma. What is the answer? Sometimes questions are framed in that way. Here, because difficulty level is high, you can commit a mistake or you can leave the question if there is negative marking. Right? And the last question or second last question. What is it saying? See, regarding 99th question, regarding observations made by the Moroccan traveler Ibn Battuta. In the medieval period, there are many travelers coming from Europe and Africa or Middle East to India, or traders or ambassadors. All of them are recording their observations about Indian society. Many of them wrote very well about the economic prosperity and you can say socially liberating environment of the Vijayanagar empire. So one of them, such travelers came from Morocco, was Ibn Battuta. He traveled in many different parts of what you can say the world, known world, right? He lived in India for many years. He arrived in India during the time of Muhammad bin Tughlaq. He served under his tenure even as the Qazi of Delhi and was even, then he had some conflict or differences with Tughlaq. The rapprochement was done and then he was sent as envoy to the Emperor of China by Muhammad bin Tughlaq. So when he recorded his observations of different lands in his book or traveler called Rehala. In that book he writes about India of those times also. So now there are observations, you have to see which one is correct. The land was very fertile. Yes, he talks about the fertility of the land and he talks about Rabi and Kharif crops. He talks about different types of crops and how farmers are living a, what you can say, a relatively better life. At least life in peace, even though they were paying sometimes high tax revenues, high land revenue. But they were santusht the. They were at ease with themselves. The cities in the Indian subcontinent were sparsely populated. Keyword, densely populated is the answer. This becomes wrong. He clearly writes that the cities and towns were hubs of economic and cultural activity and anybody who is a man of ambition and resources can do very well in the cities. He talks about colorful life. He sees Daulatabad and Delhi of almost equal size and Delhi was densely populated. Even today it is densely populated. Then the core would have been Tughlaqabad, old Delhi or some other parts. So this is how Delhi is said to be the city of 7 cities. So Siri was founded by Alauddin Khalji, Deenpana was founded by Humayun, Tughlaqabad was founded by Ghiyasuddin Tughlaq, and there are 7 cities there. The original founder of Delhi was Anangpal Tomar, the maternal father or his Nana, maternal grandfather of Prithviraj Chauhan, who gave Delhi to Prithviraj Chauhan. And Prithviraj Chauhan ruled both Ajmer and Delhi, right? So then it was called Delhi ka. Delhi कोई word नहीं है, अंग्रेजों ने रख दिया, दिल्ली ही सही शब्द है, वही बोलना चाहिए. So anyways, the Sultan of Delhi was unpredictable, eccentric. I told you, Muhammad bin Tughlaq सनकी था, खुश हुआ तो बरसा दिए क्या आपके ऊपर जीतल और टंका, और कहीं आपकी शक्ल अच्छी नहीं लगी तो चलो, I am not liking you, let us behead you. He was one of the most educated and I would say liberal men among all the sultans of Delhi. This you should remember. He used to celebrate Nowruz, Diwali or Eid with equal fervor. But at the same time, this was the problem with him. That's why his token currency project failed, his Karachi expedition failed, his idea of transferring capital from Delhi to Daulatabad failed. Why? Because ideas were not bad in themselves, whatever projects he tried to launch, but the way he showed hastiness and he did not plan well that became the reason. Problem with execution, lack of planning became the reason for failure of these projects, right? So this is true. Select the correct answer using the codes given below. The answer becomes what? Only two of the statements are correct. Okay, now the last question. Last question is simply worded, but trying to test your factual knowledge and understanding. So, what does this question says? What is the answer according to you? All of you are wrong. Who was the founder of the Lokayat school? Read the NIOS material, or any other material. Lokayat means the philosophy of the people. What people believe in. People believe in material way of life. They want material. Even today, common person wants what? Material things first, so that he can live a good life. Then other things. Other things come later. So it is the first materialistic philosophy of the world, which was propounded by Brihaspati. But Charvak was the most prominent figure of this school of thought, who said life is only once, therefore we should live life well. Even if we have to borrow money and live a luxurious life, we must do so. This is what Charvak said. That's why you are able to relate with Lokayat school directly with Charvak. You never read about Brihaspati. That is the problem. So Charvak is related with the school, but he is not the founder. Okay? So the answer is Brihaspati. Badrayan is another name of Vedvyas. He wrote Brahma Sutra, and he was the propounder of one of the 6 orthodox schools of Hindu philosophy called Uttar Mimamsa or Vedanta, on which commentaries were written later by Shankaracharya and others also. Okay? And then Charak is a renowned personality related to the field of medicine. He wrote Charak Samhita, in which he prescribes remedies for different diseases. At the same time, he is also identified as the father of Ayurveda. Ayurveda is one of the 4 Upavedas. Other Upavedas are Gandharv Ved, then you have Silp Ved, Dhanur Ved. Right? So this was the discussion from my side. I hope this was fruitful exercise. We have given explanations as we do of all the questions. You will get the explanation in your answers. So just go through them in detail, and feel free to come to us if you have any doubts regarding any of the areas. Most welcome.
सब सही So, how are the questions in economy? Attemptable?
Yes.
I guess out attemptable. So, some of them were factual actually. So, some of the statements actually in those questions were factual. So, we'll be discussing quickly. So, The first question, 31st question is, with reference to the PM Pranam scheme, consider the following statements. The scheme aims to reduce the use of chemical fertilizers and promote alternative fertilizers. This is a correct statement. So this was actually announced in this budget only. So basically there is no allocation in this particular scheme. What they want to do, they want to cross subsidize it. How? Because of the excess budgetary allocation in the subsidies portion, because fertilizer subsidy has crossed 2 lakh crores this year. So what the government wants to do, it wants to incentivize use of biofertilizers and alternative fertilizers. How would they do that? They'll just try to make sure that whatever is diverted into those fertilizers, all the money, the subsidy amount that gets reduced will be used for the funding mechanism. There won't be any additional budgetary allocation in this. This से क्या होगा? Basically it is a two-way thing. First, the states gets the incentive because there's no cut of any budget. वो पैसा तो मिलना ही है उनको. और दूसरा, it's eco-friendly initiative, to promote eco-friendly initiative. यही aim था इसका. The government has discontinued urea subsidy under the scheme. This is not true. There's nothing as such. No discount. Urea subsidy is there only. They are trying to divert some of the subsidy amount. वो कोई ऐसा discontinue नहीं करेंगे. Urea, it's not possible to discontinue urea subsidy because cost of production and cost of sale, there's a huge gap. If there is no subsidy on urea, it's not possible for the farmers to buy it. वो इतना tough हो जाएगा पैसा, it's very tough for the farmers. तो subsidy तो मिलता रहेगा, but they'll try to incentivize. जैसे alcohol, ये ethanol production का हुआ था. Just they are trying to make sure that ethanol production goes up, but that does not mean कि sugar का production को कम करके पूरा ethanol में divert कर देना है. ये aim नहीं है. The same चीज goes with this only. Okay? It is a central sector scheme. This is a correct statement. It is being funded by the government and it would be administered by the central government itself. So two statements are correct. One is wrong. Only two is the correct option B. Thirty-second question, a bit conceptual. Consider the following statements. Statement 1 says, capital output is the ratio of the amount of capital needed to produce 1 unit of output. This is a correct statement. There is a concept called ICOR. There was a model called Herod-Domod model. It was based on this. If we want to increase the output, means growth, we need capital investment. But that capital investment needs certain efficiency in the labor market. वो labor productivity अच्छी होनी चाहिए. Then only the use of capital would be efficient. Capital efficiency अच्छी कब होगी? जब हमारा skill development is good, our technology is good, everything is good, then there is a use of capital. एक common चीज में भी यही चीज example है. There is a common example. If there is an unskilled person or inefficient technology being used, then how much capital you try to put in, the output won't increase because the use of capital is not being efficiently utilized. The same goes with this. If you want to use output, increase output, you need to make sure that least amount of capital is being utilized, and then only a system becomes efficient. 2 रुपए में कोई आउटपुट दे रहा है, 10 रुपए में कोई आउटपुट दे रहा है, which is more efficient? Capital means money. Capital means money, but the whole thing does not mean कि only pouring money would mean कि extra amount मिलने लगेगा. You need certain things. Capital does not mean only कि पैसा लगा दिया, that is only capital. You need certain things to efficiently utilize those capital. Capital means physical capital. Capital means everything that is being utilized. Human capital is used. लेकिन पैसा तो चाहिए ना. लेकिन पैसा कब efficiently use होगा? जब overall skills, technology, हर चीज being efficiently utilized. तो ये रेशियो क्या है? Capital by output. if lower amount of capital is being utilized, it is an efficient system. The lower the ratio, more is the efficiency, not higher the ratio. Agar higher ratio, it means for your 1 unit you are using more capital. That means you are using an inefficient system. That is why China says that our labor productivity is way more, because from the same capital we can produce more. Second statement says a higher capital output ratio indicates a higher productivity of capital. Incorrect statement. This is obvious. If you are utilizing more capital for per unit increase, it means you are using inefficient things. Your capital is not being utilized efficiently. And that is the whole idea. Lower capital output ratio is a indicator of a better economy, a better economic system. Okay, so this statement is incorrect, this is correct. So the option would be 1 is correct, but statement 2 is incorrect. कोई इसमें इशू समझ में कोई दिक्कत आ रहा है? इस चीज में क्या दिक्कत है? If there's an issue, you can ask. Second statement, see. Generally हमारा दिमाग कहता है more is the denominator, better it is. More is the numerator, better it is. Ratio should be more. ये दिमाग का हमारा हमेशा रहता है. If numerator is better, get greater, और the ratio ज़्यादा निकल के it is better. लेकिन इस केस में नहीं होता है, because you are utilizing per unit increase के लिए एक normal ratio and proportion. For 1 unit you are using more capital. Is it an efficient system? No. अगर आप ज़्यादा कैपिटल यूज कर रहे हो किसी भी चीज के लिए, इट डज नॉट मीन कि आपके पास एक एफिशिएंट सिस्टम है. ट्रेन चल रहा है, रेल चल रहा है, टाइम को अगर यूनिट ले लिया, फास्ट एफिशिएंट क्या रहेगा? जो कम टाइम ले रहा हो. और अगर उस चीज पर कैपिटल निकाला जाए, अगर उसके टोटल कैपिटल उसकी पूरी लाइफ साइकिल में कम निकल के, तो एफिशिएंसी उसकी ज्यादा हो जाएगी ना. कम पैसा यूज करके ज्यादा अपना लॉजिस्टिक्स, यही दिस इज द होल आइडिया कि हमारा टोटल कॉस्ट एफिशिएंट होना होगा, ताकि हमारा इंक्रीमेंटल कैपिटल आउटपुट रेशियो लोअर हो जाए. और एक रेशियो होता है, इज अ रेशियो विच इज कैपेक्स का जो परसेंटेज होता है, कैपिटल एक्सपेंडिचर अपॉन ग्रोथ रेट, ये बताता है हमारा कैपिटल आउटपुट रेशियो. और ये जितना ज़्यादा, ये बेसिकली हमको इंश्योर करना रहता है, ये जो वैल्यू निकल के आएगा, दिस इज ICOR. अगर हमारा 30% एक एवरेज हमारा इन्वेस्टमेंट इन द इकोनॉमी इज गोइंग ऑन, इन्वेस्टमेंट रेट्स व्हाट वी सी कैपिटल एक्सपेंडिचर रेट इज 30%. एंड इफ यू वांट फॉर, if our ICOR is 4, it means our GDP growth rate will be 30/4, that is 7.5%. So if we want to clock higher growth rate, what are the options? We need to increase, either we need to increase the capital expenditure or we need to lower the ICOR. या तो इसको बढ़ा सकते हैं या तो इसको कम कर सकते हैं. दैट इज द होल आइडिया. दिस इज लिमिटेड बाय आवर बजटरी कंस्ट्रेंट्स, द सेविंग्स रेट, ऑल एज वेल एज द इन्वेस्टमेंट्स फ्रॉम फॉरेन एंटिटीज. दैट डिफाइंस द कैपिटल एक्सपेंडिचर कितना हो रहा है, इन्वेस्टमेंट्स इन द इकोनॉमी. बट दिस डिपेंड्स ऑन आवर टेक्नोलॉजी, स्किल सेट्स, and how we are using our production system. So the whole idea is increasing this and also reducing this simultaneously, so as to peak at what we are total world. We want to grow at 8 to 10%. 8 to 10% can only be achieved through higher capex or lower ICOR. ICOR भी बढ़ गया, पुराने टेक्नोलॉजी, ऑब्सोलीट टेक्नोलॉजी में हमने पैसा खर्च. That is why PSUs are being disinvested or strategically divested, being sold off, because the capital getting locked there is not being utilized efficiently. उस पैसे से हम efficient करते, इसलिए बोलते हैं प्राइवेटाइजेशन बेकार है. नहीं, we are utilizing the capital efficiently. ठीक है ना. factual question was this. Consider the following statements. India is one of the world's largest importers of gold. This is correct. India is among first, second or third. It depends on the what is wedding season. If our wedding season are quite good, we try to import. This year we have imported quite a lot of gold, and it directly impacts our CAD, current account deficit. Gold reserves form the largest part of India's foreign exchange reserves. What is that? What is that called officially? Gold is not the highest proportion of the foreign exchange reserve. This statement is incorrect, but what is that particular proportion? It is known as foreign currency assets. So what we do basically, whatever positive BOP we have, we try to purchase US dollar bonds or any strong currency, or you can say hard currency bonds. यूरो का बॉन्ड या ये सब बॉन्ड हम खरीद के वी ट्राई टू प्रोटेक्ट आवर फॉरेन एक्सचेंज बिकॉज दोज आर द मोस्ट लिक्विड थिंग. Getting a buyer to sell your gold and then funding your capital or current expenditure, it's not possible. But if you have got the bonds, you can easily liquidate it. That is why the RBI tries to purchase the bonds issued by the US Fed or the reserve banks of the different advanced economies. Precisely, US Fed is the most held bond. Other than that, euro, they also borrow the euro bonds also. तो वो बॉन्ड खरीद के रखते हैं. दैट इज वाई दे आर नोन एज फॉरेन करेंसी असेट. जब हम बॉन्ड खरीदते हैं, दैट इज एन असेट फॉर द बायर. Whatever you buy a bond, that is an asset for the buyer, and here RBI is the buyer, and that is the highest proportion. Apart from that, there are other assets also. SDR, special drawing rights. With IMF, we have special drawing rights, and there is other one that is known as reserve tranche. That is also locked with IMF only, but this has certain conditions to draw money out of the SDR, but reserve tranche, there is no condition attached to it. You can liquidate it as and when you want it, as the country wants it. But whenever it is funded, foreign currency assets is the first thing that goes out if we have any crisis. Okay, so this is one is the correct answer. सही समझ में आ रहा है ना? ये इजी क्वेश्चन था. With respect to employment elasticity, consider the following statements. So this is a mixture of microeconomy as well as macroeconomy. The second statement is more related to the macroeconomy aspects, the current trends in employment, but the concept is more about microeconomy. But UPSC can merge those things. You need to know certain things, employment elasticity, price elasticity, because those things can be used either in prelims, or at the same time you can use those things in your mains examinations also, because whenever you write any economic concepts, if you try to use those concepts while writing, it seems that you are knowing those concepts, और वो ज़्यादा better reflect करता है, rather than writing general answers and general वो बड़ा हो जाएगा, वो छोटा कर देंगे, increase कर देंगे, decrease, you use those words, liquidate कर देंगे, elasticity is more, it is inelastic, that reflects better in your answers. Okay, so the first statement is employment elasticity refers to the percentage change in employment with respect to percentage change in labor force. Is this a correct statement? No, this is not a correct statement, because it is more not related with labor force, it is related with economic growth in percentage terms basically. So what does that mean? If percentage change in employed persons or employment, okay, upon percentage change in growth rate, real GDP growth rate. So when that can be 1, कब 1 कब हो सकता है ये? When there is more percentage change in employment rather than change in growth rate. अगर employment ज़्यादा होगा growth rate से तो elasticity ज़्यादा होगी, and that is what we want. Being a labor dominant country, we want more employment with a proportionate change in economic growth. Why do we want that? Because the share that the pie जो economic survey बोला था वो it will be more distributed. ज़्यादा लोगों के पास अगर employment गया, more are earning wages. तो वो जो इकोनॉमी हमने पढ़ा था, there's a concept called income approach to GDP. इनकम अप्रोच और एनी अप्रोच, यू कैन से एक्सपेंडिचर अप्रोच. अगर इनकम ज्यादा लोगों के पास एम्प्लॉयमेंट है, either they can increase their consumption expenditure or their income can increase, they can use it as and when whatever they want to do. लेकिन if there is more growth rather than change in employment, it leads to wealth inequality. What does this mean? Wealth inequality हो जाएगा. एक कॉमन सा सोचो, पैसा ज्यादा बढ़ा, कम लोगों में डिस्ट्रीब्यूट हो गया. What does that mean? वो पैसा कम लोगों के पास चला गया. That is not India want. India wants a more employment oriented growth. They can also try. See, yesterday only Google is firing 50,000. In the next 5 to 6 years, they'll be firing 50,000 employees. Google will fire out 50,000, all because of AI. Google revenues will go on, increase होगा, employment GDP में हमारा वो reflection होगा, but that does not mean the employees are getting the portion. समझ में आ रहा है ना? ये चीज चाहिए. हमारा employment elasticity should be more than 1. दो चीज we all want. 1, employment elasticity should be more than 1 and tax buoyancy should be more than 1. टैक्स buoyancy पे जितना GDP ग्रो कर रहा है उससे ज्यादा से हमारा टैक्स इंक्रीज होगा, बिकॉज तभी we can fund the all the welfare schemes और डेवलपमेंटल स्कीम्स. जहां कम हो जाएगा देन इन अ वे 2-3 साल के बाद वापस से हमारा क्राइसिस सिचुएशन आ जाएगा. विल नीड टू बोरो मोर. ठीक है, इट्स रिलेटेड विद द ग्रोथ रेट rather than the labor force. Jobless growth in the economy employs, so this statement is incorrect. Jobless growth in the economy employs low employment elasticity. This is a correct statement. इसलिए बोलते जॉबलेस ग्रोथ का ये मतलब नहीं कि एक भी जॉब नहीं क्रिएट हुआ, लेकिन जिस रेशियो से ग्रोथ हुआ इकोनॉमी का उस रेशियो से एम्प्लॉयमेंट इंक्रीज नहीं हुआ. दैट इज व्हाई वी नो सर्विस सेक्टर में जो स्विच हुआ था हमारा हॉपिंग ऑफ एक सेक्टर, वहां क्या होता है, सर्विस सेक्टर हैज दिस फिनोमेना कि इट इंक्रीजेस जीडीपी बट प्रोपोर्शनेटली दैट डज नॉट क्रिएट एनी एम्प्लॉयमेंट. आप खुद देख लो, अ बंच ऑफ 300-500 एम्प्लॉयज ऑफ ओपन एआई चैट जीपीटी आर रूलिंग द होल वर्ल्ड. 500 एम्प्लॉयज हैं बस उसके. और इवन जो सबसे रिमोटेस्ट प्लेस है ना, वहां से भी उसका रेवेन्यू जनरेट हो रहा होगा. तो यूएस की जीडीपी में उसका रिफ्लेक्शन हो रहा होगा एम्प्लॉयमेंट में. यूएस डज नॉट वांट दिस. यूएस के पास कोई दिक्कत नहीं, उसको इनकम आ रहा है, उसका अपना तरीका. बस अगर इफ सपोज इंडिया के पास सर्विस सेक्टर इज मोर, तो ऐसा क्या होगा कि एम्प्लॉयमेंट तो नहीं हो, जीडीपी में रिफ्लेक्शन ज्यादा हो जाएगा, लेकिन उसका जो एक कहते हैं ना इंक्लूसिव ग्रोथ, इट वोंट बी अ गुड इंडिकेटर. दैट इज व्हाई वी वांट इन मैन्युफैक्चरिंग सेक्टर, क्योंकि मैन्युफैक्चरिंग ऑल्सो क्रिएट्स एम्प्लॉयमेंट फॉर सर्विस सेक्टर, बट सर्विस सेक्टर डज नॉट क्रिएट. अदर वे राउंड नहीं होता है कि सर्विस सेक्टर अच्छा ग्रो कर रहा है, इफ स्विगी इज बूमिंग दैट डज नॉट मीन कि हमारा फूड इंडस्ट्री बहुत अच्छा से ग्रो करने लगेगा. इट्स जस्ट अ सर्विस. अगर हमारा फूड इंडस्ट्री ग्रो अच्छा से करेगा, फूड प्रोसेसिंग इंडस्ट्री ग्रो करेगा, उससे चेन इट विल ऑटोमेटिकली क्रिएट सर्टेन एम्प्लॉयमेंट्स. एक तो सप्लाई चेन में इंक्रीज होगा, एट द सेम टाइम इट कैन ऑल्सो क्रिएट सर्टेन सर्विस सेक्टर्स. जॉबलेस ग्रोथ वो होता है. समझ में आया? With again a financial instrument question. With reference to financial instruments, consider the following statements. The first statement is both treasury bills and cash management bills are capital market instruments. Are they? What are they? Money market. Then what is the difference between a capital market and a money market? Short term. How short? less than 1 year. It is precisely 364 days. Why? Because any increase in this is included in the income rather than capital assets. अगर कोई इनकम टैक्स के बारे में जानते होंगे तो लिखा रहता है 1 साल से कम का गेन को इट विल बी एडेड टू योर इनकम and it will be taxed as per your income slab. But when 1 year is crossed, it becomes a capital asset and capital gains tax is calculated on it. CGT. Both are governed by Income Tax Act, but that becomes a capital. कोई भी चीज को अब long term का means 1 year, but some चीज में government में 1 साल होता है, अगर आप retail करते हो तो 3 साल चला जाता है वो चीज. But those instruments are money market instrument. क्योंकि 1 साल के अंदर बिकॉज गवर्नमेंट हैज अ फाइनेंशियल ईयर, गवर्नमेंट के पास ऐसा तो नहीं है कि रेवेन्यू पहले ही साल 1 अप्रैल को आके सब इनकम टैक्स अपना जाके जमा कर देते हैं या सब कॉर्पोरेट टैक्स से पहले ही बोल देते हैं हाँ सर हमारा प्रोजेक्शन इतना है आप पहले ही पैसा ले लो. ऐसा तो होता नहीं. दे गेट द मनी इन बंचेस. कभी कभी ज़्यादा डांटना पड़ता है, इनकम टैक्स हैज़ टू कम आउट विथ सर्टेन क्लैरिफिकेशन या कुछ पेनल्टीज लगाना, पर देन दे मनी उनके पास फ्लो करता है. दैट इज वाई इट बिकम्स अ मनी मार्केट इंस्ट्रूमेंट. So this statement is incorrect. The second statement says while treasury bills are issued by the RBI to meet union government's temporary cash flow mismatches, CMBs are issued by banks or eligible financial institutions to raise short-term funds. Is it correct? Why? No, this is also incorrect. Because the name cash management bills, it means कि कैश का शॉर्टफॉल हुआ होगा. कैश का शॉर्टफॉल हुआ होगा. What happens? See, government schemes run as per schedule, but that does not mean they are also getting revenue in time. It may so happen that they are getting revenue in the 3rd or the 4th quarter, but at the same time they have expended in the 1st or 2nd quarter itself. So how do they manage money? We have कि हमारा सेविंग्स अकाउंट से जितना रहेगा उसका नहीं तो हम लोन ले लेंगे, शॉर्ट टर्म लोन. सेम वे गवर्नमेंट डज. गवर्नमेंट issues a cash management bill through RBI. RBI is the whole issuer, and cash management bill is temporarily for 1 quarter, less than 91 days. क्योंकि वाई क्वार्टरली होता है. क्वार्टरली में क्या हुआ कि कैश फ्लो का अगर मिसमैच हुआ, आपने एक्सपेंडिचर ज्यादा कर दिया, रेवेन्यू कम आया, तो हाउ वुड यू फंड इट? थ्रू कैश मैनेजमेंट बिल्स. And RBI issues on the behalf of the government. There is no private entity or any other financial institutions. It is all RBI. Okay? And T-bills are same thing, but they have certain time period like 91. It goes in multiple of 91 days because if you cross 91, it will be more than 1 year. So 91 वो एक bills करते हैं, and generally retail investors don't purchase this. All the institutional investors, mutual funds, ये सब होते हैं ना, वो उसमें invest करते हैं. And there is also known as arbitrage. एक arbitrage fund होता है. वो क्या करते हैं कि इसका पैसा लिया, मनी मार्केट इंस्ट्रूमेंट, 3 दिन 4 दिन के बीच में गैप है, इफ देयर इज अ एफडी और इसके बीच में मिसमैच हुआ, अगर 0.1% का भी गैप है, इफ देयर इज अ 0.1% गैप, they'll try to put in thousands of crores and they'll earn the difference between the banks, what is being offered by the bank and what is being offered by the government, and through that they earn money and government gets what they want, or maturity पे they get the whole money. लेकिन both are money market instruments, क्योंकि जो भी income, जो भी interest they are earning, that will be considered as income, not as a capital gain. Okay, so both are incorrect. The correct option would be D. Thirty-sixth question is, consider the following statements. Contingent reserve arrangement by the World Bank allows developing countries to access funds at a time of economic crisis. Is it correct? No idea. This is incorrect. First of all, see, there are 3 things. This CRA is a arrangement of BRICS. But there is an intelligent guess also. Why would World Bank come in any economic and monetary issue? They are all developmental economy. They are more into developmental. IMF is more into जो short term crisis, medium term crisis. World Bank has nothing to do with कि आपका currency crisis हो गया, you go to World Bank and ask money from World Bank. It is not allowed. World Bank will only finance developmental projects, either infrastructural development or social development projects. कोई भी इस तरह का ऐप हो गया या एजुकेशन, हेल्थ केयर, इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर लोअर लेवल, उस पर वो फंड करेगी. ये नहीं हो सकता है कि इफ यू हैव गॉट करेंसी रन हो रहा है एंड यू आर आस्किंग वर्ल्ड बैंक टू फाइनेंस. It would be IMF or those banks. BRICS has been made like that. BRICS has a element of IMF as well as World Bank. It consists of both things. वो IMF पे भी कुछ elements रखता है through contingent reserve arrangement. Because IMF is more dominated by the West and currency fluctuation is more a phenomenon of developing or least developed economy. क्योंकि they are in that developmental phase where they can run economic, जो उसमें crisis हो सकता है ज़्यादा हो सकता है rather than US. US or any Western countries have faced these things in 1800s. They are matured economy. That is why IMF will try to put in certain stringent conditions. Those stringent conditions would be way more than it can hamper the growth in the medium term. So there BRICS has made an arrangement. It tries to finance within all those countries, the BRICS countries. Now 5 more countries will be added in the new year. 5 more countries, and there are many other countries which are the observer or the partners. So this is a arrangement of BRICS, not World Bank. New arrangement to borrow mechanism of BRICS allows mobilization of additional funds through borrowings from members. This is incorrect. New arrangement is a financing mechanism of IMF. IMF has got, there are different mechanisms. One is quotas. Different countries have got quota where they finance दो जितना उनका SDRs होता है, that is denominated in SDR. SDR is not a currency. Special drawing right is not a currency, it's an index. It has been made out of all the hard currencies, fiat hard currencies globally accepted, US pound, US dollars, pound, euro, Chinese yuan and yen. Those 5 currency, उसके एक indexation बनाएगा based on relative weights, and based on that they have made an SDR. उस बेसिस पे दे आर एक कोटा डिफाइन किया हुआ, यू नीड टू पुट इन मनी. बट देयर इज अनदर मैकेनिज्म नोन एज न्यू अरेंजमेंट टू बोरो. सपोज एनी कंट्री कम्स एंड इट डज नॉट वांट टू यूज द कोटा, सो देयर इज अनदर एक मैकेनिज्म है इसमें जिसमें IMF ट्राइज टू बोरो फ्रॉम एक डेवलप कंट्री से. पहले वो पैसा लेता है और फिर उसको फाइनेंस करता है छोटी कंट्री को. IMF बीइंग एक बड़ी इंस्टीट्यूशन, इट हैज गॉट द क्रेडिबिलिटी, it has got the fund, it tries to borrow money from developed market, and then based on that money it gives that money to any country which is in crisis, and that is an arrangement of IMF, no BRICS. Extended fund facility of IMF provides financial assistance to countries facing serious medium term balance of payment problems. This is correct. See, there is short term, there is medium term. शॉर्ट टर्म मीन्स छोटा जो क्राइसिस कम लेवल पे है या कम पीरियड के लिए रहा है, दे आर कोटा यूज करते हैं या SDRs, दे बोरो द SDRs लाइक पाकिस्तान एंड श्रीलंका दे हैव अप्रोच्ड. बट व्हाट इफ देयर इज अ वॉर और देयर इज अ सिस्टमिक crisis which reflects that in 3 to 4 years it will take time for the country to again be self generating, तो वो medium term हो जाता है 3 to 45 years, then extended fund facility is used. It has got lower, वो उसका जो criteria है ना वो lower. Basically they can ask IMF anytime, but IMF puts certain restrictions, and those are very stringent, and those hurt the sovereignty of any country. You're going to an organization, and those organization is dictating your economic policy. That is against the contract, social contract between state and the citizens, because a third party is defining what you need to do. So they have made another arrangement, extended fund facility, which has got a lenient system, but those can be only, you can, emergency that can be created only if there is a growth issue of medium term, not short term. ठीक है? These terms, वो कभी कभी UPSC has this tendency of asking bouncers. Either if अगर आपने हर पढ़ रखा होगा, because this is in news, because Sri Lanka is in crisis, they have gone for this extended fund facility. Why? Because quota वाला जो था, they try to put so much restrictions, उससे उनका growth और ज़्यादा गिर जाता. It would have taken ज़्यादा period. What is the source of this question? Reading financial institutions. Just go to IMF sites. Our वो लिखा रहेगा quota. How do we fund? They have got all the mechanism. How do BRICS do? वो BRICS पे जाओगे आप, उसके ऊपर लिखा रहेगा. You need to know 3-4 international financial institutions. Okay. So this statement is correct. So the correct option would be A. Only one is correct. The term Singapore washing has been in news recently. Which of the following statements best describes this term? The A is the mass bleaching of corals around the Singapore waters due to the high release of oxybenzone into the sea. See, these are not cooked up data. First of all, this has happened. You don't think this is only a created statement. What I'm saying, this is an economics question, but this has happened. Okay. So just try to go and search कि अगर इस पे आ गया क्वेश्चन तो आप बोलेंगे कि यार ये तो कहीं सुना था, false statement था, लेकिन that was there. Then the new cheaper technology invented in Singapore for ocean water desalination. Mass production of green washed products by companies based in Singapore. A trend where mainland Chinese firms relocate to Singapore to avoid stringent scrutiny in countries they invest. This is the correct answer. So there are many washing that is going on. Green washing. Other is sports washing. Have you heard this? Sport washing. This Saudi Arabia has been accused of using this technique. Saudi Aramco is world's largest polluter, in the sense because it is the world's largest, not the large, it is the largest company in terms of extraction of crude oil. But what they are doing, they are financing sports. They have collaborated with IPL, they have collaborated with many emerging sports. What they are doing, they are saying ki whatever revenue we are earning, we are also investing in sports for the betterment of the world. But that is an eyewash. Just अपने image को अच्छा करना through sport, and that is why there was a, you can say, pressure on IPL not to collaborate with Aramco. But still money is the whole motivator. वो बोलना अलग है, पैसा is different. So sports washing, green washing is something, it seems green. Yes. Aramco is directly, there are Aramco 6s and Aramco, they are proper sponsor. Even Virat Kohli was being offered huge amount of money to collaborate with Aramco directly, because they are thinking of launching an IPL like franchisee in their only league only, but having Indian players. And that is the thing. Indians don't want to go because they want to make IPL a global brand, just like National Football League and all those things. So these things are in news. You need to know these things.
Doom washing and ethics washing.
Ethics, no, I don't know. So you need to know there are many terms which are in news, but sports washing was it? I'll go and research then. So इसमें क्या होता है, चाइनीज फर्म क्या कर रहे हैं, बिकॉज देयर इज अ वॉर बिटवीन यूएस एंड चाइना एंड दैट विल गो अलोंग फॉर मेनी ईयर्स बिकॉज चाइना इज ग्रोइंग एट अ रैपिड रेट. तो अब क्या है, चाइनीज फर्म्स आर गेटिंग स्क्रूटनाइज्ड बैडली. इवन इंडिया इज स्क्रूटनाइजिंग चाइनीज कंपनी. So what they are doing, they are relocating their headquarters. They are registering their companies in Singapore because Singapore is one of the most, you can say, regulatory country in terms of regulations which is being followed. All the international financial service centers is there. Singapore is one of the most refined country in terms of economic regulations. So they are registering their, even our Flipkart was registered in Singapore only. It was a Singapore company, not an Indian company. So what they do, they register there and from there they operate. So if any scrutiny is being done, it is being done on Singapore company. So that won't happen. In common parlance won't happen. ये नहीं हो सकता इतना आसानी से सिंगापुर की कंपनी, बिकॉज सिंगापुर का ड्यू डिलीजेंस बहुत स्ट्रॉन्ग है. वो अपनी चीज़ों को बहुत सिस्टमैटिक, ऐसा नहीं कोई सिंपल कंपनी जा रही है जहाँ पे जिनको जो जेन्युइन कंपनीज, तो वो वहाँ जाकर अपना रजिस्टर कर रहे हैं, फिर वहाँ से अपने बिजनेस को कर रहे हैं. तो ये चीज़ के लिए ये सिंगापुर वॉशिंग न्यूज़ में था. ओके With reference to the international economic reforms, which of the following statements correctly describes the globe rules? So which is this correct statement? So globe, it is written in this way only. It is not globe wala GLOB. B stands for base erosion. There is a concept called BEPS. BE, base erosion and profit shifting. What multinationals do? There are many tax haven countries. They have lenient tax policies. So what they do, they register their company as their headquarters in those countries, and they create a subsidiary in these, the country where they operate. So whatever profits they do in the country where they operate, they try to transfer it to the parent company, and they try to pay the tax in the parent country, and those taxes are lesser. So it's just an eyewash. It's just a profit shifting. इससे क्या हो रहा है, बेसिकली जो जहां पर रेवेन्यू जनरेट हो रहा है, दोज कंट्री आर नॉट एबल टू टैक्स. सप्लाई ऑफ सर्विसेज जहां पे हो रहा है वहां पे टैक्सेशन नहीं हो रहा है, एंड दैट इज व्हाई ग्लोबली देयर इज अ कॉल ऑफ टैक्सिंग दोज मल्टीनेशनल्स in two way. First is known as pillar 1. First is known as pillar 1. In pillar 1, what would they do? They'll try to, they are making a kind of a global law wherein some portion of revenue would be allowed by the country where they operate for the government of those country to tax on the revenues. अब जैसे इंडिया में इफ वॉलमार्ट इज डूइंग बिजनेस और एनी बिग कंपनी इज डूइंग बिजनेस एंड इंडिया इज नॉट एबल टू टैक्स दोस बिजनेस सपोज, तो व्हाट दे आर डूइंग कि एक ऐसा सिस्टम लाना होगा जिसमें कुछ पोर्शन का टैक्सेशन लग रहेगा. वो डोमेस्टिक कंट्री जहाँ पे वो ऑपरेशंस हो रहे हैं वहाँ पर, जहाँ पे वो प्रॉफिट जनरेट हो रहे हैं वहाँ पर आपको टैक्स, ताकि दे गेट द फेयर शेयर ऑफ द रेवेन्यू. व्हाट इज टैक्स? The government needs to get the fair share, not all the share, a fair share. That is the whole idea of pillar 1. Then there comes pillar 2. Pillar 2, and this is globe rules. Globe rule, जहाँ पे global minimum taxation would be 15% irrespective of the jurisdiction taxation will be 15%. जैसे in India there is a taxation of, do you know this, MAT, minimum alternate taxation. If you have got all the exemptions, if you are registered in any of the exemptions, exempted categories में हो, irrespective of all the exemptions, अगर आपके पास total revenue जितना आएगा उसका 15%, total income का 15% you need to tax, you give as tax. ये 15% का taxation लगेगा ही लगेगा. ये नहीं कि पूरा पैसा आप प्रॉफिट दिखाओगे बोलोगे हम तो exempted category है. And in a similar way what the world economy is doing, एक global economic framework बन रहा है जहाँ पे 15% would be minimum. अब कैसे चलेगा? if a country जहाँ पे वो listed है वहाँ 4% का taxation है, they won't be charged 15 plus 4, they will be charged 11% more. 4% आप वहाँ ले जाओ, 11% में जहाँ पे revenue operations हुए हैं, those country will get the fair share. And that is very important for India and China because these are the two biggest market and they are not getting these taxes. तो यही एक pillar 2 में ये आ रहा है. India has already equalization levy they have brought in, जिसको digital services tax कहते हैं, जहाँ पे सर्विस दिया गया होगा वहाँ पे you have the authority to collect the tax. उस पे भी बहुत issues हुए थे, लेकिन still India is sticking to that particular tax policy. So this is an OECD as well as G20. Earlier it was a concept of OECD, but G20 has also promoted this, agreed to this. If G20 agrees to anything, it means it becomes a global norm. क्योंकि बड़ी economy is on a similar platform because G7 is dominated by developed economies, OECD is dominated by developed economy, but G20 is represented by developing economies also. 10 of the economies are developing. So it means कि global agreement is being, we are getting to a global agreement where 15% would be taxed. इससे क्या होगा कि जो hopping होता है ना, ये अलग अलग जगह, Ireland is one of the famous countries. Ireland का क्या होता है, बहुत से companies are registered in Ireland and they have got very lenient policy. Even Dubai, lenient policy, taxation. They are not doing, just they are saying just come to us, register your company here and put your headquarter at Dubai, you will get all the benefits. अब 15% हो जाएगा तो फिर it becomes कि movement easy है, क्यों आदमी शिफ्ट करेगा, इंडिया में हेडक्वार्टर बना दो तो फिर टैक्सेशन इंडिया में ही हो जाएगा. ये ठीक है. सी इज द करेक्ट ऑप्शन. Consider the following statements. It's a fact-based question. India accounts for more than 1/4 of the total global cotton production. So why was this question asked? Because this year cotton production has dipped considerably. बहुत ज़्यादा गिरा है cotton production. और इससे क्या होगा कि इंडिया का जो टेक्सटाइल एक्सपोर्ट है ना, it will get hampered. And textile being one of the largest employer sector-wise in manufacturing, textile industry is one of the largest employers in India. तो इससे कहीं ना कहीं एक मार्केट लूज आउट करने का इशू है. ठीक है, यू नीड टू नो अबाउट कॉटन ऑल्सो. सो इंडिया अकाउंट्स फॉर मोर देन 1/4 ऑफ द टोटल ग्लोबल कॉटन प्रोडक्शन. दिस इज अ करेक्ट फैक्चुअल स्टेटमेंट. अबाउट 33% ऑफ कॉटन प्रोड्यूस्ड इन इंडिया कम्स फ्रॉम रेन फेड एरियाज. दिस इज इनकरेक्ट. मोर देन 60%, roughly 70%. See, if there is gross mismatch between data, then you need to know the data also. See, 30% and 70% is gross mismatch. This is an incorrect statement. India has the world's largest area under cotton cultivation. This is a correct statement. China and India are the only two countries which grow all 4 varieties of cotton. This is an incorrect factual statement. Only India grows it. Okay, so 2 statements are correct, 2 are wrong. So how many of them are correct is being asked? Only 2. Consider the following statements. Khusro Committee of 1975 suggested establishment of regional rural banks to increase credit availability in rural areas. This is incorrect. It was Narasimhan committee. So Narasimhan committee, two committees were formed. One in 1975 based for agricultural credit. Then again Narasimhan two committee, same person, in 1990s after the new economic reforms for bank licensing. Many of the private banks, HDFC, ICICI and Axis Bank, UTI, were formed or established in that particular, after that recommendations only. So this was also suggested by Narasimhan committee. Okay, so this is an incorrect statement. The number of regional rural banks has increased considerably in the last 20 years. This is not correct. It has reduced. Initially 1975 में हुआ, 1980s में आना स्टार्ट हुए RRBs, increase हुए. But the problem with RRBs or cooperative bank is all about internal regulations, lack of internal regulations. That is also known as corporate governance issue. Corporate governance issue. वहाँ क्या होता है बेसिकली, RRBs हुए, ये सब में ये इतने लॉसेज इन्होंने माउंट हो गए थे ना इनके ऊपर, मतलब आप नेटवर्क इफेक्ट के थ्रू आप लोन पास कर रहे हो, knowing the fact that it won't be repaid, so it kept on mounting on RRBs. But RRB has got a favorable thing that 50% is owned by government of India, 30%, roughly 30% is state government, so they are backed by the government. So what government did, they tried to merge or loss making RRBs to reduce it. इसी तरह से just now only RBI has done for urban cooperative banks. Many urban cooperative banks failed. 2018, 19 many of banks failed. क्या होता था, खुद में ही लोन करके खुद ही डायरेक्टर बन गए, खुद का ही पैसा साइफन ऑफ कर दिया. Because urban cooperative banks work on unit, you are the owner, you are the borrower, you are the lender. वो खुद को ही कर देते थे. Corporate governance issue, तो they try to merge it और बंद ही कर दिया कितनों को. तो same thing happened in RRBs also. It has reduced. RRBs with a net worth of at least rupees 100 crore are eligible to list on the bourses, means stock market. Okay, कभी कभी कुछ words complicated and I try to figure out those things in Hindi translation. You see वहाँ पे Hindi translation you will find that. वो सोचना, हाँ नहीं वर्ड्स को चेक करना है, बस चेक करना क्या मतलब दिखा रहा है. नहीं पढ़ के देखो, पढ़ो आप पूरा स्टेटमेंट पढ़ो ना. हाँ तो शेयर बाजार, तो कभी कभी वो एक कॉमन पार्लेंस वाले टर्म्स भी यूज कर देते हैं. अब इट्स स्पेसिफिक कोई 1-to-1 नहीं हो रहा यूपीएससी में कि हर चीज गेटिंग रिकॉर्डेड, तो वो सब वर्ड्स को लिस्ट करें, क्योंकि फाइनेंस न्यूज में आता रहता है लिस्टेड ऑन द, क्योंकि आईपीओ के बाद जब लिस्टिंग होती है बोर्सेस वर्ड्स हमेशा ही आएंगे. चेक कर लेना हिंदी टर्म्स क्या है उसके. दिस इज नॉट 100 करोड़, दिस इज फैक्चुअली इनकरेक्ट, दिस इज रुपीज 300 करोड़. देखो ये कुछ क्वेश्चन ऐसे जिसको बोला जाता है डोंट अटेम्प्ट इट. It has got the tag don't attempt this question until unless you know you have worked in RRB, you know the inside data, try not to attempt it. ये not attemptable question था. बस 5 बचे हैं. So 91st question is, consider the following statements. Luxury goods have negative income elasticity of demand. What is income elasticity? ऊपर क्या रहता है? What is in the denominator? What is in the numerator? Demand is in ऊपर और change is demand, amount change in income. there are two things of elasticity as far as demand. One is price elasticity of demand, change in price based. Another is change in income based, income elasticity of demand. एक होता है प्राइस बेस पे, प्राइस ऊपर नीचे गया तो उस हिसाब से डिमांड, सप्लाई के हिसाब से डिमांड, अगर प्राइस ऊपर जाएगा डिमांड उसका नीचे जाएगा फॉर नॉर्मल गुड्स. एक होता है अगर इनकम बढ़ेगा तो किस हिसाब से होता है. Luxury goods have negative income elasticity of demand. It means this statement is saying कि luxury income बढ़ेगा तो luxury demand घटेगा. Is it correct? It has positive elasticity of demand. If you are earning more, you will try to buy luxury items. ठीक है? Positive elasticity of demand होता है. Giffen goods have positive price elasticity of demand. Giffen goods एक तरह के goods होते हैं. See, there are 3-4 terms you need to know if basic economics है. One is normal goods. Another is say inferior goods. And the third one is Giffen goods. Fourth is luxury, also known as Veblen goods. Veblen goods. वो जो हम पढ़ते हैं ना कि as price increases demand reduces, it is applicable for normal goods. ठीक है. There is another thing, inferior goods. Inferior goods are those with increase in income, demand for those goods go down. Can you example any? Give example. Inferior goods का, आपकी इनकम बढ़ रही है और आपका उसका डिमांड घट गया. साइकिल, इनकम बढ़ेगी तो मुझे नहीं लगा. हाँ, if you can argue that health conscious, still they'll try to buy 1 लाख वाला साइकिल, 2000 वाला साइकिल तो they won't buy. वो भी लग्जरी गुड्स ही हो जाएगा फिर वो. ठीक है ना. इंफीरियर गुड्स उस तरह से. देन देयर इज गिफन गुड. गिफन गुड्स आर एसेंशियल गुड्स. अब इसका क्या है ना, दे वायलेट दिस लॉ ऑफ डिमांड वाला. लॉ ऑफ डिमांड का एक ऐसे बनता है प्राइस का, इसका अलग ही बनता है, इसका ऐसे बन जाता है. एज प्राइस इंक्रीजेस डिमांड इंक्रीजेस. ये जनरली एसेंशियल गुड्स में होता है. दिस हैज बीन सीन इन टाइम्स ऑफ क्राइसिस. फूड के लिए, फूड के समय में जब क्या होता है ना, प्राइस बढ़ता है ना, तो लोगों को लगता है कि देयर इज अ सिग्नल दैट देयर इज और भी बढ़ेगा और सप्लाई कहीं ना कहीं देयर इज एन इशू कि, तो दे ट्राई टू बाय मोर, होल्ड करना स्टार्ट करते हैं. एंड इट वायलेट्स लॉ ऑफ डिमांड. समझ में आ रहा है? दोज आर गिफन गुड्स. लग्जरी गुड्स को वेबलन गुड्स कहते हैं, जिसमें इनकम बढ़ने से द डिमांड इंक्रीजेस. ठीक है. तो स्टेटमेंट इज गिफन गुड्स हैव पॉजिटिव प्राइस इलास्टिसिटी ऑफ डिमांड. दिस इज अ करेक्ट स्टेटमेंट. ठीक है ना. उसका डिमांड बढ़ रहा है. बी इज द करेक्ट आंसर. Any good you try. See what, these are all models. You cannot say कि these are 100% true. These things have been researched based on data. Data के बेस पर है. गारंटी नहीं है कि ये होगा ही होगा. But obviously if prices go up, would you buy it for air tickets, flight tickets? Those are normal goods. प्राइस बढ़ेगा ना, डिमांड घट जाता है उसका. ट्रेन टिकट्स जो भी है. ठीक है. 92nd क्वेश्चन इज कंसिडर द फॉलोइंग स्टेटमेंट्स. हाई ऑयल प्राइसेस में एडवर्सली अफेक्ट द कैपिटल अकाउंट ऑफ एन ऑयल इंपोर्टिंग कंट्री. दिस इज रॉन्ग. करंट अकाउंट हो गया, छोटा छोटा मिस्टेक्स होते हैं. It is current account because it is based on consumption. No asset and liability is getting involved in this. Okay. high exchange rate of the domestic currency may improve the trade balance of an economy. Is it correct? This is a correct statement. High exchange rate means the currency is getting weaker. Currency is getting depreciation. तो हमें ना we need to know certain things. Depreciation सुना हुआ है, devaluation सुना हुआ है, strong and weak, high and low, ये भी ध्यान रखना है कि हाई एक्सचेंज रेट है, एक्सचेंज रेट पे ग्राफ में ऊपर जा रहा है ये, इट मीन्स द करेंसी इज गेटिंग डिप्रिशिएटेड और द करेंसी इज बिकमिंग वीकर. उसका जो रियल एक्सचेंज रेट है ना वो उसका 90 से नीचे 100 से ऊपर चला गया है. वो रियल इफेक्टिव रीर एक होता है, नियर एंड रियर, उसमें एक इंडेक्स के हिसाब से अगर 100 से ऊपर जा रहा है ओवर वैल्यूड है, वीकर करेंसी है. ठीक है. लो एक्सचेंज रेट, अब ऐसा है कि why would it increase the trade balance? Because it may make the export competitive. That is why this question was asked, because RBI has been accused by IMF for being the currency manipulator. Earlier USTR, US Trade Representative, that brings out कि currency manipulating countries कौन-कौन है, but this time IMF has said that RBI actively manages so frequently कि वो depreciate होने ही नहीं दे रहा ना appreciate होने दे रहा है. बोथ थिंग्स आर नॉट गुड फॉर इंडिया. ज़्यादा डिप्रिशिएट भी कर गया बेकार है, और ज़्यादा अप्रिशिएट भी कर गया वो भी बेकार है. एक बैंडविड्थ होता है, वो थोड़ा समझना पड़ेगा. दैट इज मोर विथ कि यूएस का यील्ड कितना है, यूएस का कितना रिटर्न्स है डेवलप्ड इकोनॉमी का, और कितना व्हाट वी आर ऑफरिंग, उस हिसाब से हमारा करेंसी एक्सचेंज रेट डिफाइन होते हैं. लो एक्सचेंज रेट ऑफ द डोमेस्टिक करेंसी में मेक द इंपोर्ट्स चीपर फॉर एन इकोनॉमी. दिस is a correct statement, because low exchange rate means the currency is getting stronger or it is appreciating. ठीक है ना. वर्ड्स को हमको तीनों चीज याद रखना है. तो दो स्टेटमेंट्स आर करेक्ट, वन इज रॉन्ग, सो ऑप्शन वुड बी बी. ओनली टू स्टेटमेंट्स आर करेक्ट. Consider the following statements. A decline in yields, अच्छा क्वेश्चन आएगी. A decline in yield spread between Indian and US government bonds may result in capital outflows from Indian markets. Is it correct? What is yield spread? Yield means return. Yield spread means डिफरेंस बिटवीन रेस्पेक्टिव बॉन्ड. बॉन्ड्स मीन जो पीरियड ऑफ बॉन्ड, मान लीजिए 1 ईयर का बॉन्ड है, एक जीसेक इंडिया और 1 ईयर जीसेक यूएसए, किसका ज्यादा रिटर्न होगा यील्ड? इंडिया का ज्यादा रिटर्न होगा कि, बट in the current context, being US being a developed economy, India being an emerging economy, इंडिया का क्यों होगा? अट्रैक्ट करने के लिए. जो जितना स्ट्रांग होता है इंटरेस्ट रेट्स उस पर उतने कम होते हैं. इट डिपेंड्स ऑन द सोवरेन क्रेडिट रेटिंग. यूएस का इंटरेस्ट रेट क्यों ज्यादा देगा? वो उसके पास दे आर फ्लडेड विथ मनी, गारंटी है. The world is giving guarantee. You take a US dollar, move around in the world. If the person knows international finance, readily कहीं किसी भी बैंक में जाके exchange हो जाएगा. Indian currency, Indian tried to pay their oil with rupee, but many of the countries have rejected it. रूपी में पे नहीं कर पा रहे because Indian currency is not that strong. वो पैसा accumulate हो रहा US, रशिया के पास इंडिया का लाखों करोड़ रुपया रुपीज में रखा हुआ है, बिकॉज रशिया डज नॉट इम्पोर्ट मच फ्रॉम इंडिया, ऑल बिकॉज ऑफ द लॉजिस्टिक्स कॉस्ट. कार खरीदना है चाइना से लेगा कि इंडिया से लेगा? जितना का सामान नहीं उतना तो ट्रांसपोर्टेशन कॉस्ट लग जाएगा. रुपीज लेके करना क्या होगा, क्या करेगा वो? इन्वेस्टमेंट, वो बोलेगा इन्वेस्टमेंट कितना करेंगे? रशिया के पास खुद का प्रॉब्लम, सैंक्शंस इश्यूज हो जाएंगे. तो इंडिया का स्प्रेड, इंडिया का यील्ड हमेशा ज्यादा रहेगा. लेकिन अगर वो यील्ड का गैप डिफरेंस अगर कम होने लग गया तो क्या होगा? then investors, the FIIs who have invested in India will try to put their money in US because they are giving better returns. FIIs तब तक इंडिया में इन्वेस्ट करेंगे when they are getting real return. What is that? Real return. One is the actual return plus adjustment of currencies and bonds का कितना वहाँ डिफरेंस पड़ रहा है. अगर 5-7% यूएस का, यूएस इन्फ्लेशन इज टू हाई, so US bonds are also offering quite a good return on their bonds because उनका inflation they are also hovering around 5 to 6%. So there also वहाँ का yield पहले 0% रहता था, 0.5% होता था. Now they are offering 5%. Indians are offering 7%. Gap कम हो गया है. Why would an investor risk ज़्यादा मनी वो 2% 1% के रिस्क में इंडिया में थोड़ी लगाएगा. It will वो कोई 100 रुपये लेके थोड़ी आया है. 10,000 करोड़ रुपए एक बार में इन्वेस्ट कर रहा है. वो 2% 1% का रिस्क नहीं है बिकॉज रिस्क एडजस्टेड रिटर्न चेक किया जाता है. ट्रांजैक्शन टैक्स देंगे, ट्रांजैक्शन टैक्स देंगे. डिफरेंस ऑफ इंटरेस्ट रेट बिटवीन द टू सिक्योरिटीज विच आर बीइंग मेजर्ड. अगर यहाँ बॉन्ड ले रहे हैं एक ईयर, अब ऐसा नहीं करना है कि यहाँ का 30 साल का इसका 1 साल का मेजर कर रहे हैं. अनलाइक कंपैरिजंस आर नॉट अलाउड. लाइक कंपैरिजंस, एक ईयर उसका बॉन्ड एक ईयर उसके बीच का डिफरेंस, जितना ज्यादा डिफरेंस होगा उतना फेवरेबल विल बी इंडियाज मार्केट. जितना कम होगा उतना वापस वो पैसा पुल करना स्टार्ट करेंगे. और इसलिए यूएस में हमेशा यील्ड कर्व दिखाते रहते हैं, कितना यील्ड इंडिया के बॉन्ड्स का कितना यील्ड है, यूएस बॉन्ड्स का कितना यील्ड है. कम गैप होने लगेगा, इट इज अ सिग्नल. इट डज नॉट मीन इट विल बी अ गारंटी, बट इट गिव्स अ सिग्नल दैट the investors, the FIS may try to pull out money from the Indian market. Not only the equity market, but also many of the investors are there in the bond market. Bond market से भी पैसा pull out करेंगे. Those both things are capital market does not mean only equity market. Share market नहीं होता है. Bond market is equally there. वो भी capital market ही होता है. वही है कि बस 1 साल से ज़्यादा होना चाहिए. So decrease in yield may give result in capital outflows from Indian market. This is a correct statement. Gap कम हुआ, रिस्क ज्यादा नहीं लेगा, वो पैसा ले जाएगा वापस. RBI buys dollars and sells rupees to check depreciation of rupees. Is it correct? No. If you want to check depreciation of rupee, why would you sell rupee? See, RBI only tries to intervene in the forex market by buying or selling dollars, so as to maintain the exchange rate. If you want to make sure कि rupee depreciate कर रहा है, it means there is more rupee. What would RBI do? Why would it sell dollar? It will sell dollar. It will sell dollar क्योंकि डॉलर का जो सप्लाई है वो बढ़ा देगा. लेकिन अगर वही चीज वो बाई करना स्टार्ट करे तो और साइमल्टेनियसली और ग्लोबल और ग्लट आ जाएगा रुपीस का, कि ज्यादा लिक्विडिटी रुपीस की हो गई और डॉलर्स कम और डिप्रिशिएट कर जाएगा. तो ये स्टेटमेंट गलत हो जाएगा क्योंकि हमें चेक करना है डिप्रिसिएशन को. डिप्रिसिएशन को चेक करना है तो क्या करना पड़ेगा, सेल करना पड़ेगा, डॉलर्स रिलीज करना पड़ेगा मार्केट में. और आरबीआई डज इट फ्रीक्वेंटली. वो फ्री फ्लोटिंग नहीं है, आर इज मैनेज फ्लोटिंग एक्सचेंज रेट, एंड दैट मैनेजमेंट इज बीइंग used quite frequently. That is why IMF has posed a serious question on RBI's credential. Selling of Indian stocks by FIIs may result in appreciation of Indian currency. This is also incorrect because FIIs will want dollars. Why would they take back Indian rupees? They want dollars. If they are pulling money, they want dollars. तो dollars के लिए और extra rupee extra market में आएगा, and that will also depreciate Indian currency, not appreciate it. Okay, so this only one statement is correct. समझ में आया नहीं आया? Third statement, if selling of Indian stocks by FIIs, not domestic institutional investors, FIIs will only take their dollars with them in whatever currency they have invested. If you want कि FIIs will take their dollars, they'll try to pull dollars from the market. So Indian RBI would have to again put more rupees in the market for exchange. So it will depreciate the rupees. Depreciation, what benefit? एक्सचेंज रेट कर जाएगा, जैसे 83 है ना 84 हो जाएगा, 85 हो जाएगा, 86 हो जाएगा। No, it becomes 81. Depreciation, see, depreciation is always with reference to the domestic currency. You are an Indian, you look your Indian rupee. If your Indian rupee is getting eroded, the values are going up, higher currency exchange rate, it is depreciating. Because for $1 worth of exchange, you need to pay out more. Earlier you were paying only 81 rupees or 80 rupees, now you are paying 82 rupees. Depreciation. So if FIIs are pulling out, then they will want dollar. If they want dollar, then the rupee will depreciate. How many of the following are the likely effects of a tight monetary policy? Tight monetary policy. So interest rate is increasing. Interest rate is increasing. You can say policy rates are increasing on the economy. Induces the consumers to spend more. Is it? No. This is incorrect, because if interest rates are increasing, consumer will try to save. और उससे क्या होगा, तरीका बता क्या होता है, इंटरेस्ट रेट अगर ऊपर जाएगा ना तो डिपॉजिट रेट्स विल आल्सो गो अप साइमल्टेनियसली. अगर बोरोइंग रेट गोज अप, डिपॉजिट रेट also goes up, then you will try to save more rather than invest more. For consumption expenditure गिर सकता है. It does not mean कि 100% होगा, but it may. Second, investment cycle gets a boost due to lower interest rate. Lower तो है ही नहीं, lower तो है ही नहीं. As interest rates are increasing, so the companies which wanted to invest, से इन्वेस्टमेंट कब होता है ना, देयर इज कॉल्ड कॉस्ट ऑफ कैपिटल, एक कॉन्सेप्ट होता है, और दूसरा होता है ROI, रिटर्न ऑन इन्वेस्टमेंट. अगर आपको ये सब बिजनेस, इफ द कंपनी वांट्स टू डू अ बिजनेस एंड दे आर जनरेटिंग एन इन्वेस्टमेंट, रिटर्न ऑन दैट इन्वेस्टमेंट, एंड दैट इज मोर देन व्हाट इफ द अपॉर्चुनिटी कॉस्ट ऑफ दैट कैपिटल, अगर 100 रुपये था, इफ दे हैड 100 rupees and they want to do a business, if putting those money in savings account only or the deposits, if that generates more money, why would they invest? रिटर्न ऑन कैपिटल कुछ है ही नहीं, रिटर्न ऑन इन्वेस्टमेंट जो उनको सेफ डिपॉजिट से आ जाता, वो इन्वेस्ट क्यों करेंगे, उसका ज्यादा रिस्क. व्हाई वुड दे टेक रिस्क? इफ इंटरेस्ट रेट्स आर मोर, so the cost of capital, so the money that they are borrowing would be more. Earlier they were getting, suppose the rates were 5%, now it has been increased to 6%. So now they'll be getting money in 6%. If the return on investment, suppose they do some business and that business does not clock even 6% return, that is a failed business. It was better to put that money in bank. So that is why we need to have lower interest rate, to push those business to invest rather than put that money in banks. समझ में आ रहा है? पैसा आया, प्रॉफिट्स आया, लोन लिया, लोन से पैसे बैंक में ही डाले. क्यों लोन लोगे? Tight monetary policy has this issue. Negatively impacts the growth rate in the medium term. This is a correct statement. That is why there is a tussle between growth as well as inflation. If you try to monitor inflation or tame inflation too quickly, the growth rate in the medium term goes down. क्यों होगा भाई चीज? अगर बहुत ज़्यादा inflation भागा, you try to increase the policy rates, but at the same time, what it will deter companies. Companies would be discouraged to invest. So in the medium term, there would be less supply. Supply कम हो जाएगा क्योंकि वो business नहीं कर रहे हैं, वो अपने production capacity को बढ़ाना नहीं चाहते हैं. That would mean that it would be detrimental for the economy, because investment expenditure would go down and it will give a signal कि future में consumption expenditure भी गिर जाएगा. So medium term में it is detrimental for the whole economy. ठीक है? So only one statement is correct. A is the correct answer. So last question. When net factor income from abroad is positive, which of the following is necessarily? So this is a condition called necessarily correct. First is, what is NFIA? All the income generated by doing economic activities on foreign land, either earning money or doing some business, getting some profits, all those things. So GDP plus net factor income from abroad gives GNP, gross national product. So if this thing is positive, so this whole thing becomes greater. So it necessarily means that GNP is greater than. Is it clear? This is 100% if net factor income from abroad is positive. So the correct option would be option C, because gross national product is greater than the gross domestic product. Okay. So actually there's an announcement that we are starting with the prelim test series January month itself. It will be a comprehensive test, sectional as well as full length tests. So it will start in January. So it will be sectional, all the ingredients, the topics would be extensively covered in the MCQs itself. All the MCQs along with the explanation would be more than sufficient to prepare. Apart from that, all the basic concepts that you need to know. So that will start in January. Mix, recorded or live, it would be a mix of things. Some of those would be live or some would be a recorded section. It would be a mix of things, but it would be detailed explanation on each of the questions. So it would be beneficial for all the sectional aspects, because every part, there are 7 parts total in prelims. So everything would be detailed explained in terms of the questions and explanation part. And it will contain the basic part, the conceptual as well as the applied thing, just like in geography, the map related thing, and all those things that are relevant, and it would be updated with the UPSC syllabus. What they are the questions that are being asked, the way of asking questions, the pattern, it would match the whole pattern. Then we have also a PT 100 topics classes. So it will have 100 topics which are most likely to be asked as far as the detailed discussions are concerned. All the topics that are relevant to UPSC in terms of the subjects, it will be widely covered in the discussions, and the tests which align with these will also help you to prepare better, because UPSC prelims has become, it is not an affair of only 2 to 3 months. It has become quite dicey. You need to scale up your knowledge. So a dedicated prelims in terms of the GS section as well as the CSAT section, those both things are equally important. So you need to know the concepts in a better manner. Okay, one more thing. There's a scholarship test also that would be held on 6th of January. So it will be based on the conceptual part of the pattern. All the topics would reflect the pattern which is asked in UPSC prelims examinations, but it would be more conceptual. It is a scholarship test. So it will consist of the basic NCERT syllabus as well as the relevant current developments that are happened or is happening in the last 1 year. So that would be on 6th of January 2024. Then another one, we are also running this Takkar program. That would be an year-long program. Year-long program. That would start from 20th of January. It will be again a sectional as well as current. All the aspects related to the examination would be extensively covered in the whole year-long program. So we have a prelims section coming up, which will be dedicated to the upcoming prelims, as well as an year-long program. Apart from that, we have a PT 100 discussions that would be classes based on the burning topics. Apart from that, we will have a Dream 400 test, a scholarship test on 6th of January. So that is it of this session. It got extended because of the discussions. So how was the economy? तो इकोनॉमी आपका सही चल रहा है, समझ में आ रहा है? तो इकोनॉमी और कोई भी सेक्शंस को थोड़ा सा डीपली पढ़ना स्टार्ट करो. प्रीलिम्स से जस्ट क्या 5 महीने भी नहीं रहे अब टेक्निकली, तो पूरा सिस्टमेटिकली अब आपको देखना होगा. ओके, थैंक यू.